Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 9, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
That was Justin. I'm
That was
Claude.
me. Yep.
See how it works?
Me, Justin. He, Claude.
Yes, and he Tarzan, she Jane.
Yeah, sorry I said it that way. That's really obnoxious.
Yeah, no problem. I'm used to it. So, thank you for joining us in this podcast number 9, which is the last installment. You know, get your tissues ready, folks. The last installment of our Season 1 retrospective.
No!
I know you've all enjoyed rediscovering Season 1 with us. It's been fun going back over the triumphs and the tragedies. I didn't even write that beforehand. I just made that up. Yeah, on the back.
Nice, Bob.
I know. So, it's been cool. It's been fun. So, we're in the last little installment, the last 4 episodes. Episode 21, The Greater Good. Episode 22, Born to Run. Episode 23, Exodus Part 1. And the action-packed 2-parter, Episode 24, Exodus Part 2. So...
Yes. Exodus Part 2 is 2 parts.
It is 2 parts, but it doesn't mean it's 2 episodes.
That's right.
Get
There's
it right,
a difference.
folks. Get it right. So, let's
Anyway.
jump in here and talk about episode 21, The Greater Good, because
Yes.
there is no episode greater or gooder than The Greater Good. Oh, except for, like, all the other episodes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I was going to take issue with that, but, you know.
Well, the good news is it was Saeed's backstory.
BS.
BS, please. It was Saeed's BS, which, you know, if you gotta watch some BS, you know, get it from Saeed. So
Why not?
I don't have a lot to say about this episode.
He's had a crazy life.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? Sometimes there's a. Okay, I don't know where that's going.
That's all right. Okay, so you're gonna read the description?
Sure, why not? Because that's what we've been doing. So let's do the same thing.
Yeah. It's always good to have
Some grounding.
consistency in this world of turmoil.
Thank you. Did you write that? Did you?
Yeah, I did. I just made that up.
You just made that
right
up.
now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really good. Well, the children are our future. I just made that up. Episode 21, The Greater Good. One island crime is solved. The identity of the arsonist who destroyed Michael's raft. Shannon becomes convinced that Locke is responsible.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's save the
We already knew that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what it's saying. It says one is solved. It's not saying it's in this episode. Let me finish the synopsis, and then let's pick it apart, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
One island crime is solved. The identity of the arsonist who destroyed Michael's raft. Isn't it Michael and Jen's raft? Whatever. Shannon becomes convinced that Locke is...
That's like...
I mean, he's...
God, Michael, when did you do all this?
Yeah, exactly. Michael, when did you do all this? As Jen is hammering and...
Yeah.
No,
and Michael's laying there because he's poisoned.
I guess since it was his idea, he gets the credit for it. Whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Let's try this for the 3rd time.
Okay.
One island crime is solved. The identity of the arsonist who destroyed Michael's raft.
Well,
Shannon becomes convinced that Locke is responsible for Boone's death and asks Saeed for, quote, a favor. Trekking into the jungle with Locke, Saeed becomes convinced that he is not responsible for the tragedy. But Shannon remains adamant and decides to take matters into her own hands. Because she's the greater good.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what the title means. We always have the thing we've been doing for this retrospective and picking apart the titles and figuring out what they mean in terms of the episode. The greater good in terms of what? Like...
Well, I think they specifically refer to the greater good in the flashback. You know, they're sort of using that as justification for what they're going to do, you know, with this bombing. They're like,
Oh.
you know, he's like, I don't want to do this, you know, innocent people are going to die. And it's like, well, yeah, but it's for the greater good. And
I didn't actually watch the episode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. What show is this? No. Okay, the greater good. All right. So
Yeah.
I forgot. This is the one where basically they left out Saeed's backstory, which was a pretty big part of this episode. This is the one where basically, if he wants to see Nadia again, he's got to go convince his old friend to go ahead with the suicide bombing, so that the CIA and then the Australian whatever police can find out where the stolen dynamite is.
Right.
That was the backstory was pretty interesting. A little. I think wasn't there a movie recently about like the main character was a suicide bomber, and it was supposed to be very interesting. I didn't see it though.
I don't know.
Yeah, what a good point I just made.
I wish I knew and I could help you out, but I have no idea.
Yeah. I guess I'm just rambling because there's not much to say. I can go over what the little bit I've got.
Yeah, I got a few like little things. We'll just go ahead.
I've got a few little tidbits of information just for anyone who cares.
Mm-hmm.
I like to pick up those things.
Yes.
It's been 7 years since Saeed left Iraq.
Nice.
Not 8.
Not a number. Yeah. Interesting.
But 7. Joanna died on the 6th day that they were stranded there.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Thought that was just interesting to know.
And that would be episode 5, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Something was a little screwy. No, it's fine. So I got 3 more things, but they're all over the place. Do you have something specifically you want to talk about?
My things are all over the place too.
Okay.
So I don't know. You want me to throw one out? Let's see. Oh boy, I should have written more here.
I know you write a little note and you think you're gonna remember what it's about.
Like I remember what it's about, but I don't remember who said this.
Yeah, I know. I like to quote people and then forget who said it, and then I'm no.
Someone was talking.
Hey, why don't you just say what it is, and then I'll see if I can guess who said it.
Okay, someone was talking to Shannon,
Uh-huh.
and they were talking about Boone, and they were saying that he died. I think it was Sun.
That she died bravely.
Something like that.
That was in Exodus Part 2.
No, this is okay. Then maybe that was a different scene, and this is somebody else.
Someone else did say that. I think Sun. Okay, I think Sun may have said like, I think he said someone told Shannon he knew what was going to happen, and he knew what was happening, and he told Jack that he didn't want Jack to cut off his leg because he didn't want to use up all the antibiotics.
Yes,
I think Sun said that in this episode.
That is precisely what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Oh, look at that! It's like the first line. It's it's Saeed. Saeed says that. He says it to Shannon. Okay, it was the first thing I wrote down, so I'm not surprised. Anyway, what I wanted to say about that is Boone didn't say a word about the antibiotics. Yeah. Did he?
No, he didn't. He didn't know antibiotics existed in the whacked out state he was in.
He just said like, "I'm really far gone. Just let me go." He didn't say like, "Save the antibiotics." Like he just made that shit up. And Saeed wasn't even there, was he? Like
Saeed wasn't there.
What the fuck?
I think I kind of like to think Saeed just made it up just to have something to say. I guess we can just sort of assume that Boone mentioned something about not wanting to be a burden medical wise in a scene we didn't see or something. That's
even though it seemed like we pretty much saw like
the
whole thing.
Yeah, they just made that up, dude. They just made that.
That's just so weird. It reminded me of like the thing with Michael and the raft, where it seemed like the writers of the next episode didn't pay attention.
Exactly, they didn't pay attention. Everything is destroyed. Oh man, we salvaged this. We salvaged that.
You know what? I'm glad the raft burned. It's better this way.
Who burned my raft? Let me thank them personally. Yeah, it's weird.
It's like.
I thought that was weird when he says he didn't want to use up the antibiotics. That's such a weird reason. Like, kill me. I don't want to use the antibiotics. Like, come on.
I know.
Like, geez.
I know. I know.
I actually have a quick question. I
Yes.
wonder if Boone was in a less worse state, if maybe he would have the island would have healed him. Like if he was able to hold on for a couple more days or something like that, if he would have regenerated or something. You know, just something that popped in my head.
Yeah. I think that's very possible.
Maybe.
I hadn't really thought that. I mean, obviously the island has limited. I mean, if you get shot in the face, you're not gonna live. But maybe it's like a slow regenerative thing, and if he had been able to hang on, which means he really shouldn't have cut the leg off.
Yeah, no.
Because I mean, shit, Locke didn't even have working legs, and they came back. So anyway, no, that's interesting. I think that's very possible. I also really wonder what's going to happen now that the hatch is sort of gone. I wonder if that's going to have an effect on the island's healing properties.
Absolutely not.
You don't think so?
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, well, I mean, if as we talked about it in our season 2 finale podcast.
Did we?
Yeah. Well, I'm making a point here.
Okay, sorry.
If the failsafe released all of the electromagnetic energy, and then of course you have to connect that's how the island heals, because people say magnetic things heal and magnetism has healing properties, and if that's where the island is getting its power from, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess we would. I mean, if all that was released, then maybe that would affect the island's healing properties. I don't really think that's how the island heals, though. I mean, I don't really think that magnetism really does. I mean, in terms of what's going on the island, I just don't. The real world, whatever, magnetism, great, but on the island, I just don't really think that that's where it's getting its powers from. I think there's something else more mystical going on than just this sort of scientific thing with magnetism.
Okay.
So I don't think it affected its powers. Now, if in the beginning of season 3, Locke loses his legs again or something, then we'll come back to that.
Then that'll be that. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine him making Locke not walk again. I mean, that just seems like it would be too cumbersome for him.
God.
For him to not be able to move around anymore.
Yeah, that one episode when he was losing his legs was taxing. So
yeah, it was really taxing. Yeah, okay. So okay, here's a quick one. I just happened to notice in this episode, Terry O'Quinn seems to have some kind of cold. He's very nasally in this episode. His voice just sounds it just sounds like he has a cold.
I didn't notice.
It was just really striking to me. Everything, it's just, Saeed, what? I don't know anything.
Oh, Locke's got a cold.
I know. It's weird. It's really weird to have I was like, I guess they just had to shoot it anyway.
Yeah.
But his voice just was not normal, so... Anyway, whatever.
Maybe it was Smokey. Maybe it wasn't Locke.
Oh God, back to that.
We got a lot to talk about Smokey, man. There's a lot to talk because he's got some splaining to do. Smokey isn't making a lot of sense now that I've rewatched season 1. I'm like, okay, dude, you got some splaining to do.
Yeah, oh boy.
So I got a couple quick things,
Please.
and then we can jump back to you if you got more. I thought it was really interesting. Locke comes over to Shannon, and she's mourning Boone's death. Aw.
Yeah.
And
right. Wah wah wah.
It was very interesting the way this played out. He comes over and apologizes, very sincerely. And then Shannon looks at him, and then Locke walks away. And then Shannon goes to Saeed and is like, "He's got to pay."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Wow! You decided he needed to pay after he just apologized to you." So did she sense he wasn't sincere or telling her the truth, or I was like, why did the apology trigger her to go say that? Go have Saeed basically. I mean, she basically wanted Saeed to kill him,
Yeah, I mean that seemed to be the implication. And, like, she really doesn't know anything. I mean,
No.
she's just, I mean, nobody does. They're just, Locke lied, about what happened. And so they're saying, well, if he lied, then, maybe he killed him or whatever. But, of course, we know the reality is, he didn't kill him in any... I mean, you could never charge him with murder for what happened.
No.
I mean, he said, get out of there. I mean, he says he's a sacrifice, blah, 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 but he didn't come close to killing him. I think it's weird. I guess maybe it's Jack, like, freaking out or whatever, that makes her think that or whatever. But it seems odd to me that she's ready to kill him without really knowing anything about what happened.
Well, is it really strange coming from Shannon? I mean, she's very impulsive and very vindictive, and I think she's done worse than that. Like and we've seen in flashbacks and other things. So I can see.
She is vindictive.
She's. I mean, she's the definition of a bitch sometimes. So
yeah.
But I
guess so.
I thought it was really weird that like Locke even lied. There was no reason to lie. I mean, granted, there's no real time to explain. I guess that was really the only reason to lie, is that you don't want to sit and explain that you found a plane and Boone went in the plane and then Bloom, like you don't want to explain.
Like maybe you have to explain why he was there in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, you see, we found this hatch and then I had this dream.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he wasn't really thinking and he just needed something to say quickly.
Yeah.
But obviously he made a mistake. But so the next thing, along these lines, I guess I'll skip forward in the episode quite a bit. There's a standoff. Shannon's got the gun. She's aiming it at Locke. I just thought it was very lucky that Locke only got grazed by the bullet.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
How lucky was that?
That was ridiculous.
I mean, is that you think that's an island, thing? Like the island stepped in and helped or something? Or is he
divine
just
intervention?
Yeah, I mean, is he just
Pulp
that
Fiction
lucky?
style? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Saeed jumps in, it is sort of ridiculous. I mean, that's the kind of thing that is, not to give odds or anything, but it's like
Please
one
don't.
in a million.
I mean, to miss, okay. Like I think it's easier to miss than to almost miss. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like grazing, yeah, that's the thing. A total miss would be like okay, but the grazing thing is just like, that's tiny millimeters away from serious damage.
Yeah, I mean, is that? I'm trying to see if any of that, because, from watching Exodus, so many people think it's all about fate, and then a couple other people don't think it's about fate.
Right.
But I'm wondering if the island stepped in and basically let him get grazed a little bit just to something, I don't know. Like to say, hey, I don't know what the island would say with that message, but just to sort of scare him, But I don't know. I mean, he basically didn't think that he was going to die. I mean, from what impression I got, he was just standing there, and he seemed fairly calm, and maybe he was just pretending to be calm, but he seemed pretty confident he wasn't going to die.
Yeah.
Well,
but
then again, he's always doing that, so. Yeah,
that's the kind of... It was actually interesting to me, jumping forward a lot, in the finale, when the smoke monster attacks,
we're going to talk about that now?
Yeah, we better not talk about that now. I just wanted to say...
I got some stuff to say about that, too.
I just wanted to say, like, in this context...
Okay.
That, at first when it comes out, he's sort of, like, walking towards it or whatever... And then at some point, like, a tree, like, flies up right behind him. And then we sort of see him from the thing's perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
And like he really starts cowering and being afraid.
Can we talk about that later? Because that's a long discussion.
Yeah, no. I was just pointing out that normally he really is very calm with everything. Like he'll be in a very dire situation. It just seems to be Locke's like persona.
Yeah.
To be calm.
The whole thing about Locke being afraid of Smokey, and then very quickly after not being afraid of Smokey is a point that we need to talk about.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a bigger topic that I wanted to save, but I I was just pointing out that was a weird occurrence where he was afraid. Of course, then he was also not afraid in other parts. So, anyway, it just seemed relevant. Now I don't even know what to believe.
Okay, so I thought it was interesting. Walt starts asking Mike all those questions about the raft. Specifically, how much can it hold? Which I think Mike says a lot. And
yes.
then he says, what if it tips over? And then he says, what if a shark attacks?
What if a shark attacks? Yeah.
And it's funny because, well, obviously because a shark does attack.
Right.
But it's funny because that's something that I can see a kid saying, because it's something sort of preposterous, but also it's sort of, obviously it could happen. They are sort of in the ocean. It sort of could happen, but it's sort of one of those like, what if a polar bear attacks? In any normal situation you can say that, and it's just a kid being, ostentatious. But polar bears do attack and sharks do attack.
True.
So I didn't know if that was Walt seeing the future a little bit there, or what that was about.
Right. I mean, that's what I was thinking. I mean, when you have the benefit of knowing that that's going to happen. And, Walt does have a vision here in the next episode. So, I mean, if you put those together, it seems like it. But I agree, it's also, I feel like they wrote it to, it seems like something he could just say anyway.
Yeah.
Some ridiculous thing, like you said. So it's sitting in between. But I tend to think it was some sort of precognition.
I'm sorry. I have to show my ignorance here. What do you mean Walt has a vision in the next episode? Am I forgetting something?
Well, I'm using that word. I
know what you mean. Never mind.
Okay.
You mean the okay.
With Locke, and I mean,
it's not
calling it a vision. We don't really know what he did, but
it's a premonition at best.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily anything visual. Okay. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, in his mind, it could have been. That's something I wanted to talk about. So, anyway.
Okay. So that's all I got on this episode, buddy. It's all on you now.
Great. I got one more thing.
Cool.
So I want to talk about... So in this episode, Locke reveals that he was the one who attacked Saeed way back when they were doing the triangulating the signal. And, it occurs to me, that triangulation was supposed to locate the tower that we were talking about before. That was the goal of that.
Yeah.
And so they did try, and they just sort of gave up after that was a disaster.
Yeah, well, because his equipment was destroyed.
Right. The equipment was destroyed. So I guess that's my answer for that. Why they haven't they tried and they weren't able to. The equipment's destroyed, so they have besides just brute force exploring. They have no way of finding it.
Yeah.
So unless they could just see it, on a cliff or whatever,
Well, that whole thing is weird. I mean, Locke says, "Did you really want to go someplace where the message was saying it killed them all?"
Yeah, I know.
It's like, yeah, I do.
It was that's exactly why I wanted to go. What are you talking about?
I mean, we can change the message. We can go see what's going on. There might be supplies there. There might be batteries. There might, it's one of those writing things that I love. As a writer, that you can just have a character say something and it seems to make sense. But if you really think about it, it's one of those things when characters have arguments. It's the same thing they do with Locke all the time. It's like, Locke, what if this happens? Well, what if it doesn't?
Right.
And it seems to be a valid argument, but if you really think about it, it's not.
Yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad reasoning. He claims that it's in everyone's best interest, and
the greater good.
I really don't see how it could be not in their interest to find. I mean, what could they possibly find at a radio tower that would be so catastrophic as to not make it worth it?
I think the implication was that the message from the tower was, it was basically saying, it killed them all, blah, 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 and referring to, where the message was being broadcast from was where they died, which I think is not true.
Yeah, I don't think that's true either.
Locke was sort of implying that the place where they die, where it killed them, is the place you guys are trying to go. But that's not true. That's not what's going on. They didn't die where the tower is.
Yeah,
know,
but
as far
even
as we
if,
can
I
tell.
mean, he should know if he's talked to Saeed that, like, you know, she killed him. So, and when she said that, I guess she's referring to the sickness.
What
So
do
it's
you
like,
mean that she killed him? How do we know that?
well, that's what she claims, at least.
She claims she didn't claim that she killed him.
Of course she did. That's Danielle's whole story. She killed her team because she thought they were sick.
Oh, did she say that?
Yeah, you don't remember that?
When did she say that?
In Solitary, episode 9. That's like the big, like, revelation.
Oh.
I can't believe you don't remember that. That's the big thing. Just the last episode, we talked about our theories about whether, you know, whether she actually killed them because they were sick, or if she killed them because they were crazy, or, like, I had this theory about maybe she killed them because they were going to join the others or whatever. I mean, does that not ring a bell?
I thought that our theory was that she killed them because she was sort of crazy and that there wasn't a sickness. Not that she thought they were sick and then killed them. Like, I thought the theory was that, if I'm making any sense, that she killed them. I thought basically what she was saying, they died from the sickness, but our theory was she really killed them. Man,
Yeah.
I guess,
well, in the
just...
message, she says it killed them all. But when we see her in Solitary, she reveals that she killed them and she says she killed them because they were sick.
I remember she killed Robert.
No, she killed them.
Well, I just specifically remember that she said she killed him because, you know, that scene when Saeed has the rifle and tries to shoot her, and she's like, Robert didn't notice the pin was missing either. I mean, I remember that she killed him. So okay, it's coming back to me. So she killed her whole team. I just spaced out on that, man. Something I don't know, too much lost on the brain, I guess. Hello?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was looking up the transcript just to make sure I'm not insane. Yeah, okay. Saeed says, yeah.
Do you see it?
Okay. Yeah, Robert didn't notice it was missing either when I shot him, but you loved him. He was sick. It took them one after the other. I had no choice. They were already lost. You killed them. What would have happened if we were rescued? I couldn't let that happen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that whole thing with her preemptively. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a big part of her story.
Who cares? It's Danielle.
I'm really amazed.
Nobody cares. Well, the important thing is I remember now that you've told me.
Okay. You're right, but man, wow. I'm starting to, like, you make me doubt myself. I'm like, God, did she? Maybe she didn't. Oh my God. Geez. Okay. All right. Ooh. Okay. So anyway, that's way off from my point here. So okay. So Locke is claiming that it's in everyone's best interest not to go there, right? Of course, like I said, he should know what she claims really happened, and if he knows that, then he wouldn't be as afraid of going there. But besides that, I just think he...
but see, I don't think he knows that. Saeed never told Locke that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you know that on this island, if you know something, you don't tell people.
You're right. I forget. They don't share information.
They do not share information at all. I mean, we already know that. So no, I don't think Locke knew that. And I mean, yeah. Basically,
so I guess
Saeed could have come up and said, "Well, hey, Locke, actually, what happened was she killed, but there was no point, you know, to have that scene." So
we can't assume that anyone knows about that except Saeed. Like, everyone knows she exists, but all that other stuff, like, we know Saeed knows it, but I don't know that we've seen him tell anybody else. So.
No, absolutely not. He's too busy wooing Shannon.
Unless he says something in numbers. I can't remember.
Nah.
Anyway. Okay. So I was wondering, I mean, maybe it's just a weird writing thing, but, like, I was thinking maybe the island told him to do that? You know? I mean, at the time, he was in his, following the island mode. So, I was thinking maybe they told him to stop Saeed from doing that because it just doesn't seem reasonable. So it makes me think he had some actual reason for doing it.
I think Locke did it because he didn't want to get rescued. He didn't want them to find that transmitter and potentially be able to change the message and potentially be able to be rescued. I think that's why he did it. Yeah, I don't think the island, because why would the island not want Saeed and the team to find I just don't. I mean, yeah, I don't think the island had anything to do with it. I think Locke didn't want to get rescued.
Okay.
And I think he had a whole speech. I mean, and he may have said it in this scene we're referencing, where he was basically saying, didn't he say at some point, everyone's too busy trying to get off the island, and this is our second chance, and we need to just basically be happy here type thing? He said that at some point. And I think that's what his mentality is. He's just stop trying to hope that we get rescued and just realize that, this island is good and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. But I agree, that's but he didn't say that, he says all this bullshit about, it's in everybody's best interest, and you really want to go somewhere where they say this, and, he doesn't even mention, I don't want, why bother, we shouldn't get off the island.
Well, but he said that before.
Yeah, okay. All right. So anyway, that's all I got. That's the end of my stuff about this episode.
Yeah, he says you were also focused on getting off the island. You weren't seeing things clearly. It's like what's happening now with the raft, and then they switched topics to the hatch. But I think that's his point. He says you weren't seeing things clearly, which means you weren't understanding that this is a place that can be good to you if you just choose to be happy here. I think that was his point.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, you ready for Born to Run?
Oh, yes.
Yay! So Born to Run, episode 22. With construction of the raft nearing completion, Kate has a special request for Michael. She wants to be on it when it sails. During a winter break, Michael keels over in pain. Jack examines him and discovers that he's been poisoned. Jack and Locke's investigation of the crime leads to a crashing revelation. It says crashing. I thought it should be crushing.
Me
crashing
too.
Revelation about Kate's past. It says crashing. That sounds very British. It's very crashing, darling.
That was simply
crashing.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't know who writes this thing, man.
Crashing? That's weird, man.
So, Born to Run is Kate's BS, and obviously she's born to run.
Yeah.
Because Mama said, I'm born to run.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about this episode and that title, and the whole time I'm thinking, well, it's really not Kate's fault, guys. She's born to run. You can't blame her. She's born to run. So, the beginning of the episode, they're preparing the raft, and we get a new character in ARZT Arzt.
Yeah.
Don't mispronounce it because he'll correct you.
The world famous ours.
Which I think his 2-episode arc was very interesting.
Yeah.
I love this guy coming out of nowhere. Hey guys, ever heard of monsoon season? You guys needed to leave yesterday. And it's really funny to, basically, the raft launches, and obviously, we know what happens. They don't actually get anywhere. And then, we see all of season 2, and there's no monsoons.
No.
There's no monsoons, Arzt.
No, it was just false urgency. He was just wrong. They didn't need to do anything. They could have waited.
They could have waited. That was the thing. I mean, basically, he came on. He's pretty much the definition of a red shirt. Yeah. But he had a lot to do. He, mostly red shirts just die pretty quickly. But he basically got them. He was basically one of the reasons they were rushing on the raft. The other reason, we find out soon is that the others are coming.
Right.
So, one of the big reasons they were rushing with the raft to get it launched is it because Arzt said, hey, you got to leave yesterday. Then later, obviously, he gets blown up by the dynamite, which was good.
Right, and that serves, to create suspense when the other people are handling
exactly.
it.
And another thing he did, and I guess I'll just say this now real quick, in Exodus Part 2, before he got blown up, is basically voice all the little things that we know that the other people on the island had been thinking that, Jack and all of our main losties are this little clique, and they get all the good stuff, and they're always involved in all the decision making, and hey, there's other people on the island who exist, blah blah. And it was one of those things that sort of needs to be said so that none of us fans have to ever think about it again.
Right. It really seemed like the writers talking to the fans, like
definitely
telling us like stuff. Does Jin catch fish for everybody? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, like, why not, Jin? Like,
I know.
Just, spend a couple hours a day, catch as many fish as you can. Like,
Jin's like, no, series regular only.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe guest stars, like, Oh, God. But, so, do we want to delve into Kate's BS or talk about the A story first?
Well, I want to say one thing about ours before we move on. He actually mentions Antarctica specifically.
Yes.
And I just thought, I wondered if that was some sort of foreshadowing or something for the season 2 finale.
No.
It just seemed odd that he specifically mentioned.
It's really not that odd considering that he was making a point.
What he says is true, but just having the scene, what's the only thing south of here? Antarctica? I don't know. I don't know.
If it was more specific, like, then I would, if there was something else, like, south of them, and he said that, like, then I could understand. But, I mean, Antarctica is the only thing south of you when you're, south of Australia or whatever.
Right.
So, like, it's one of those things that, to me, just personally, it's not specific enough to be, like, foreshadowing. Plus, I don't really think they knew what was going to happen at the end of Season 2, near the end of Season 1. So that's just me.
Yeah. I like to believe that they knew enough to know whatever that plot, like, I don't think they knew the plot of the Season 2 finale, but I like to believe they knew whatever is going on at the end of Season 2. Like, there's this Antarctic location that's going to play a part or whatever. I could buy that they knew that at this time. But, yeah, on some level, I agree. It's probably just nothing. But it did stick out in my mind. So, anyway. That's it.
So we want to... I mean, I don't really have anything to say about Kate's backstory besides, like, it was strange. Like, well, first I thought it was weird she calls her mom Diane.
Yeah, that was weird.
And not like mom. And so it made me seem like when she says, Diane's sick or something, and he's like, yeah, I heard. Like, I thought it was like one of their mutual friends.
Yeah.
But it was really her mom.
Right.
And so basically, I guess timeline-wise, Kate's mom was Diane was being abused. Mm-hmm. Kate killed the guy, blew up the house. Then she went on the run, and in the meantime, her mom got cancer.
Yeah.
Which was sort of unnecessary, a really contrived plot line, if you ask me. It basically brought her back to her sweetheart, her old love, who just happened to be a doctor and could help her out. I don't know, that whole backstory was pretty crappy to me, and, she gets him killed, and, I mean, it was one of those things where she gets him killed, but not really. I mean, it was his decision to sort of be there.
Yeah, like, but she still has to take the blame for it. Yeah, but she's not like, we can't say, okay, you're evil because you shot him in the face. Exactly.
Yeah, like she, and the same thing with when she recommends that Sun poison Jin. Like, I wrote in my notes, it's the nicest poisoning ever.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to poison him because, I don't like him. I want to poison him because I love him and want him to stay. Like,
right.
Kate has, like, the nicest evil things that she comes up with.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, she gets her sweetheart killed, but, like...
That's the thing. Like, they want to make her, like, scary or whatever... But they don't want to make her unlikable.
Yeah.
So they walk this line where they try to have her do bad stuff, but it can't be too bad because we're supposed to like her.
Yeah.
So
she gets like, I mean, if she pretty much gets all sympathy on this one because she didn't mean to kill him, and she obviously loves him and stuff, and
Yeah.
It's really on him that he stayed in the car. She told him to leave several times.
Well,
so.
the only thing she's to blame for is continuing to, running into the cops and, doing all that stuff when they're shooting. She's putting him in danger, even though it is his decision. Like, she could have just let herself get caught.
Wow, I also love that scene because it's like the shortest police chase ever.
Yeah,
like she peels out of the parking garage and she turns that corner and hit the car and like you're done.
Yeah,
like that was quick.
Yeah, that was really short.
Yeah, and then she just like hops over the railing and then runs down the little reservoir. Like, how do they not see her escaping?
I know. Well, see, she's born to run. So...
she's born to run, so she's really fast and apparently invisible.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a nice shot though as she ran down the middle of that reservoir, but she really wasn't worried about getting caught because she was pretty obviously in the open.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, why do you always want to run away, Katie? You know why.
Oh, God.
Love that. It's so cheesy, but, like, poignant at the same time.
Yeah. God.
But,
yeah, I thought that was weird because, like, I thought that she just wanted to run away because she was a fugitive for so long. But, like, in this episode, it's like she just wanted to run away in general. And now she just has, like, a station in life where she gets to run all the time.
Well, basically, I think that's what the title means, that even from a young age, she was, itching to run away. And I'm assuming when she says, why I always want to run away, it's because I'm assuming it's her home life.
Right. Oh, yeah, definitely.
And maybe specifically that same guy. I don't know if it's the same guy her mom... the guy that she killed for abusing her mom, I don't know if he's around at this point when she's that young, but...
I would guess it's that guy, but yeah.
Yeah. But anyway...
Just because he pushed her to kill him, I mean, I feel like that it seems in line, but...
I always felt like that guy was pretty new in the mom's life, like a couple years. And I haven't seen that episode... since
maybe she went through a string of guys like that.
Yeah, maybe it was a string of guys like that or something, or maybe we're gonna. I mean, I guess her dad left too at some point.
Right.
So...
Well, no, actually, we learned that was her dad. That was the big revelation.
Who was her dad? The guy he killed?
In what Kate did, yeah. Like, she thought that wasn't her dad. She thought the military guy was her dad.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
But he tells her that he was her dad.
That's what I mean. At some point, the guy she thought was her dad, which was the military guy, at some point he left the home, so maybe that was some turmoil for her. But anyway.
Well, but what I'm saying is, if that guy really was her dad, then he must have at least been around when she was younger.
Well, see, I don't think that's necessarily true. I was assuming that the guy she thought was her dad, the military guy, was the guy who was around when she was younger. That's why she thought... He was
her dad?
Yeah,
okay.
because
that makes more sense.
He's the one that sort of kind of raised her or something, and maybe at some point he left, but that's the guy she knew as her father.
Yeah,
because she wouldn't, I mean, if the other guy was around when she was a kid, then, she would have known that was her dad.
Right. No, but she's like, I think they're like 14 when they're doing the tape. I feel like that's old enough that he could have been around by then.
What, the real dad?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm saying, like... Okay, you're basically saying the real dad was around later in her life.
Yeah.
Because if he was around when she was younger, then she would have known that was her dad. Because basically whatever father figure that's around you when you're little, unless they tell you otherwise, you're going to assume that's your dad.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense for him to be there when she's younger.
I agree.
And then to come back later when she's older.
But what I'm saying is, I think that's who she's referring to on the tape. Because I think she's old enough that he could have been around by then.
Oh, well, she didn't say... I mean, all she says is, she wants to run. So who knows what she's referring to, but...
Right. I know. I think that's what she's referring to.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Just
anyway.
It seems like... It's certainly possible.
Yeah, well, you're wrong.
So...
What else in this episode, man? What else?
So, while we're on the subject of Kate's BS...
and it is BS. Backstory.
backstory. I wanted to ask, why does Kate's mom like lose her mind?
Yeah. Help! Help! Help!
Yeah. Help! Help! Oh, it's okay, Mom.
It's
Help!
okay, Mom. I thought that was like her mom, like blaming her for what she did, because I don't think she ever saw her mom after the accident. Or no, what did I mean? I didn't mean accident. I mean after the brutal killing.
After the accident. See, you like Kate so much, you just call it an accident.
I like her so much that I know that she set the bomb, but I don't think she did it on purpose. No, after
she went to see her like right after she did it, but maybe she never saw her again after that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So after that, like I don't know. I mean, basically, her mom lost her mind. Either she was really disoriented, like Kate sort of told the security guard, like, you know, I'm her daughter. She's whatever, disoriented. Or the mom was scared, like, because the mom had nothing to be scared of from Kate, though, in my opinion. Unless we're gonna get another flashback later, you know, like, I don't know why the mom would be scared of Kate.
I mean, my crappy theory is that at this point in the story, we don't know what Kate did yet. And I feel like they're still trying to build that up as being something bad.
You know what? I agree. I think you're right, because I remember watching this the first time and thinking, why would she be afraid of her daughter? And maybe that has something to do with her past. I agree. I think that's probably the big portion of it. Okay, here's my theory that I'm sticking to.
Okay.
From a writing perspective, that's what it was. It's just they wanted to build up what Kate did.
Yeah.
And then from the story perspective, I think she was, the two parts of that, I think. The first one is just the writers wanting to make it seem big, like a big deal. And the little minor part is that she was disoriented in the context of the show.
Right.
So that's
it also sets up her having to run away.
Yeah.
But
she was born to do it, so.
So it serves... True. So it serves a plot function too. So, whatever. But I just, once you know what she did, it just seems ridiculous.
I just hate, I hate, like, well, I don't hate it, but when the security guard's like, hey, what's going on? And she's like, oh, it's my mom. That's okay. She's sorry. I'm going to go get a doctor. He's like, hey, wait a minute. Nobody, I mean, unless you're, like, a great security guard, you would believe that story and let her go get the doctor. You wouldn't be like, hey, wait a minute, let me, like, why would he call for backup, like, because of that? Like, he gets on his walkie.
That was ridiculous.
Come on, people.
Maybe he saw the wanted poster. Have you ever seen a wanted poster in a hospital? Like, I haven't. I don't know.
It's right next to the cafeteria. It's right next to the Jell-O.
I just thought that was sort of ridiculous. Like, oh, there's a wanted poster and a cop. Like, oh,
wait,
God.
I'm gonna show my ignorance again. There was a wanted poster somewhere.
Oh, am I wrong? I thought there was a wanted poster in the hospital.
I don't remember seeing a wanted poster.
Maybe I'm crazy. I swear I saw a wanted poster in a hospital.
No, I laughed with you and made the joke with you, but I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
I thought you were just saying. I thought you were being funny, but you thought you actually saw that. I don't remember that, man. I don't remember seeing a wanted poster.
All right, I thought I did, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they... Oh, God, I don't remember. I guess maybe I'm just thinking of the scene where she walks by the cop and puts the flowers over her face.
Yeah, that's not obvious at all.
Because you always walk like that with the flowers covering up your face. Yes, well, I'm just walking like this. It's not awkward at all.
I'm just smelling the flowers. Yeah, jeez.
Oh, God, she's so... no wonder she got away for so long.
I know, she's so good. She's so incognito.
Regular Richard Kimball. Anyway.
Oh, that guy, jeez. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Had to.
You had to.
All right, so...
I got one more thing.
Okay, please.
Walt says they have to go. This is obviously, Walt says, hey... I burned the raft. Sorry, Daddy. And then Mike. Then as we talked about off podcast,
Yeah.
Michael's like, oh, okay, all the weeks and days and hard hours of building this raft, that's okay. We can throw that down the drain. We can stay here.
Yeah.
Like, come on, please.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, on some level, I'm like, wow, I can't believe after the whole thing, you're going to listen to me, he throws the comic book in the fire, all that stuff.
It's like,
now
it's like, you're going to go on my raft, and he goes, like, drowns him in the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, and now it's all like, okay, we'll just stay on this island that we crashed on, like, because you want to.
I mean,
like,
I basically thought that Michael was so moved by the fact that Walt would go so far as to burn the raft just to stay that he I think he sort of realized that how much Walt wanted to stay, and so he gave in. I think if Walt would have been like, hey, Dad, I don't really want to go, and then Mike would have been like, well, no, we're going. But he saw the lengths to which he wanted to stay, I think, sort of trumped his sort of default reaction of being hostile and abusive to his little boy.
Yeah, okay, I guess you're right. So, but the main issue here is, why does Walt say they have to go?
Yes, I got a couple theories.
So, I'm ready.
Theory time!
Yes, it's time for theories.
I feel like we need,
Lowdown.
I feel like we need music, like, dun 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 dun, theory time. But that'd be crappy. So, I said, okay, why does Walt say they have to go? Now, did he? Okay, now if we use the angle of Walt being able to see the future in whatever respect, if he knew that Tom and the others were going to capture him, did he want to get captured?
Right.
I'm thinking no. I don't think he knew that was going to happen. And
he sure didn't act like it when it happened.
Exactly. And well, it would be weird, at least in terms of watching the show, if they kidnap him. He's like, oh, cool, finally, you guys are here. Like,
yeah. 5 minutes late. My watch is ticking here, guys. Come on.
No, I don't think he knew that he was going to get captured, and then even if he did, I don't think he wants to get captured. So that theory I just brought up to nix it.
Yeah.
Then I thought, well, maybe he didn't want to be around when the hatch got opened. But then I was thinking, well, and not that he really knows this, because I think any sort of being able to see the future isn't what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you can't see everything. You can't know exactly what's going to happen. You can only get pieces of it. So even if he knew, like, they were going to get into the hatch, or at least they were trying to, and that they would probably succeed, he didn't really know what was going to happen after that. He's not privy to season 2. So, but I was thinking in my own head, if he didn't want to be around when the hatch opened, then, but, nothing bad really happened. Like, nothing, I mean, a couple people got killed, but besides that, like, nothing that dire happened because of opening the hatch. Like, it didn't, like, release a virus, or it didn't, like, make Smokey more angry,
Right.
Like,
and, I mean, I would make the case that the hatch didn't cause any of the deaths directly.
No, it did. I mean, basically, people died, and if the hatch hadn't been open, things would have happened differently. But it's not really directly because of the hatch.
I guess you could say it's because of the hatch in the sense that Michael left because of the computer, because of Walt talking to him maybe on the computer. Yeah,
and then they held Henry in the hatch, and if the hatch wasn't there, they would have, maybe had Henry somewhere else. There was a whole bunch of things, and Michael wouldn't have had, like, a confined space, a solitary space to concoct his plan and shoot the people and
it
all
still
that
doesn't
stuff.
seem like the hatch is to blame, but
it's like Locke said, it's part of a sequence of events. Yeah, and if it wasn't in a part of the event sequence, then things would have happened a little bit differently.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But like I said, nothing bad really happened. Like, when Locke touches Walt, he says, "Don't open it, Mr. Locke."
Right.
Like, you think,
so that's like two things. That's like two things in this episode where he's specifically saying, "No, we have to leave the island and don't open the hatch, Locke."
Yeah.
Like, he 2 times in this episode, he seems to be like saying something for some specific reason,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to. I mean, he wouldn't obviously. He didn't know about the hatch supposedly, so we have to assume he read it from Locke somehow.
Yeah.
But he not only read it from Locke that he had this thing he wanted to open, but he also had this idea that he shouldn't open it.
Well, that's the thing. And I sort of forget. I meant to rewatch that scene, but basically, help me walk through this. Walt comes to Locke. He basically comes to Locke to apologize, right? Or something?
I think he comes to Locke to say that he didn't burn the raft. I mean, sorry, that he didn't poison.
Oh, that's what it was. That's
Michael.
what it was. He came to say he didn't poison Michael. I mean, the big thing that obviously the reason we think Walt read something from Locke is because right when Locke touches his arm, Walt's mood changes, and then he just says it. Don't open it. And basically, he comes to him, and then, because doesn't he? Oh God, what episode is this?
I'm looking at it right now.
I need the words. I need the words.
Okay. Yeah, it's well, you know what it is, right?
I know what is.
You know which episode it is, right?
Is it Born to Run?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to.
That's
see
right. I forgot. He pulls his arm away.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Let's see. Reading the reading song.
I wish these had pages so I could tell you where it is, but.
Yeah, no, I got it. I'm just reading it. I'm trying to think about this.
It's amazing how short these scenes are.
It is amazing. It's 20 minutes on screen, but when you look at it, it's geez.
Yeah. I'm just man. I can't believe they write this, and they're that's good enough for a scene.
Well, because they know what the end result's going to be like. But I was going to say that... Oh, I think my point was I was going to make a case that Walt, since the whole Locke... Sorry. That Walt, since the whole hatch... I'm tired. He sensed the whole hatch thing from Locke when he touched him, because I was wondering if basically Walt came to tell Locke, don't open it. That was also what he was going to say. But I was just going to make the case that basically what he came to say was, I didn't make him sick. And then he was basically going to leave after that. I just want to let you know, I didn't make him sick. And then he gets to tell him this extra thing when Locke puts his hand on him. But yeah, it was weird that he pulled his arm away too. Maybe because, if it's a dead zone thing, the longer you're touching, the more you're getting or something.
Right, and it seemed like whatever he saw he didn't like, and he just wanted it to stop.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that might have been, by the way. I mean, like you said, some sort of bad stuff happened there, but it's, it wasn't anything so horrible that I guess maybe to a kid that stuff looked bad. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean...
Maybe you think he saw his dad shooting the people?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Maybe that's why Walt wanted Michael to get off the island. I mean, I don't really buy that, but
I so don't buy that, but I'm like...
Well, basically it was I got this sense that my dad's gonna do something bad or kill people, and even if he saw a flash of Michael with a gun shooting somebody, he's like, well, if Locke doesn't open the thing, and, but Locke might open it anyway, why don't I make sure my dad's not on the island?
Right.
And he didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, I don't buy that, but...
I don't either, because I feel like they didn't even know, but...
Well, it's one of those theories that I think makes sense, but it just is crappy.
Yeah, that's the thing. It does. It makes sense, but I just don't think it's true. But I also, I want to talk about this from Locke's perspective. Because, Locke is this person that he's very driven by, this supernatural connection with the island.
True.
And, visions lead him places and stuff. I mean, there's a problem with this in season 2 also. And, like, when this happens, he does not take any... This doesn't even see...
It doesn't faze him, and I don't think he knows that... I don't know. You make a good point that... I mean, I think if Walt said, the island told me to tell you not to open it, then that would have made a bigger impact. But I don't think Locke realized... I mean, if Walt got a premonition of what Locke was about to do... I mean, because really the premonition is two parts. It's like, not only is he reading Locke to know about the hatch...
Yeah.
Well, I guess, okay, it's not really two parts. I was going to say he has to know the future, too. But at the very least, he knows Locke wants to get in the hatch.
And he has some sense that that's bad.
And that's the other thing. So that is sort of the second part. Is that he's got a sense that it's bad.
Yeah.
I lost my point, but why would it be bad? Is that what we're talking about? I'm sorry, I was spacing.
Sort of. Well, the point, I switched perspectives to Locke's perspective. Why does he not? Why does he ignore completely?
My point was, I don't think he thought that what Walt said came from anything mystical or anything supernatural. How he rationalized how Walt knew about the hatch, I don't know. Maybe he thinks... I don't know. I mean, pretty soon here, everybody knows about the hatch, So... True. So maybe, I could see, after this scene, Walt is... Sorry. After this scene, Locke is thinking about, like, how did Walt know, like... blah, 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 blah. And then pretty soon here, somebody else mentions the hatch, like that they know about, Jack and all these other people. So maybe he just rationalizes that the word got out about the hatch, or that Walt followed them one day and found out about it. So maybe he just rationalizes it and he doesn't think it's coming for any...
Yeah.
Oh, didn't he say that, like, Walt was special or something?
Yeah.
Like, they're so inconsistent sometimes.
I know. He believes that, and then he gets this direct warning about something because he can rationalize all he wants, but Locke is not that kind of person. He's not the man of science. He should be the first person to think this is supernatural.
He should, but I mean, he's not a big. He can rationalize. I mean, just like he rationalized hitting Saeed over the head. You guys weren't thinking clearly, Like, I mean, that's a pretty bad rationalization. Like that, to think that he couldn't just explain his point of view and get them to understand it. Like,
Yeah, but I'm talking about rationalizing something that appears to be supernatural and explaining it in real world terms. Like, I don't think that's the kind of thing that Locke's, like, big on. I mean, that other rationalization is different. That's just, like, justifying his actions or whatever.
I don't think Locke has any cause to think that Walt... I mean, besides the fact he thinks Walt is special, whatever that means. I guess that means he's good at backgammon. I think...
Dang.
Yeah, well, thanks. The audience roars in laughter. I just don't, like, if that happened to me, I'm trying to, like you said, picture it from Locke's perspective. If Walt just says that, I think it's a hard sell to believe, oh my God, he must have, like, sensed it from me. Like,
the way it plays out, and I don't believe in anything. The way it plays out, I believe it.
You don't believe in anything. I don't really know how to take that. I don't believe in gravity. I don't believe in being nice to people. I don't believe the sun shines. It's like, you don't believe in anything. All right. I guess you don't even believe that you don't believe anything.
I guess not, huh?
Wow, it's a little meta for you, huh?
Yikes. I'm not even a nihilist.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Because I can't believe in nothing if I don't believe in anything.
There you go. Wow, you're in a place that I don't want to be. It's called the
What
island. I'm
saying is I'm very skeptical with regards to supernatural phenomena, and if this shit happened to me, I would be the first person to say, "Oh my god."
That's because you're thinking about it from the perspective of watching it happen.
Even if this happened in real life,
but
this
think
is
about
crazy.
it. But I'm just saying, well, first of all, it's hard to think of things in terms of Locke's perspective. If this happened to me, I would just assume the kid knew somehow. I would explain in a real world fashion. Be like, oh, well, he followed me, or, oh, somebody mentioned it, or, whatever. I mean, does he specifically say the word hatch?
No, he says that thing.
Yeah, he says don't open it. Don't open it. I mean, don't open what? Like, the can of beans? I don't know.
Yeah, right. Nice try. No.
I think the way it plays out for
the
us,
fact that
even
to me, the fact that he says don't open that thing, that makes it even more, to me, I even more believe it's supernatural because he doesn't say what it is.
Well, obviously Locke didn't think it was supernatural, so therefore I don't think Locke thought it was supernatural. How do you like that logic?
Yeah, no, I agree that he must not have thought that, but I just don't think I just don't believe that. I don't believe, it just doesn't seem realistic to me.
I don't think... Okay, here's my thing. And for Locke, I think, in Locke's perspective, he's the only one on the island that has any sort of mystical connections or powers or whatever. Now, that being said, he does think that Walt is special. I don't know what that means, though, so I can't even use that as an argument. Because I don't even know what that's supposed to reference. Like, special how? Like, he's never really said anything, and... specifically, obviously. So I think for him, the only person who's got any sort of mystical powers at all is Locke. And I don't think he's really that even won over by him. Because to him, they're as plain and obvious as, up being up and down being down. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a matter of fact. He's not... blown. I mean, obviously he's taken by it, but he's not like, wow, I know when it's gonna rain, and wow, I don't need a comp. He's not he's not in that mind frame. But anyway, my point being, I don't think he thinks anyone else has any supernatural things. If it happened again, if something else happened like that, I could see it being like, okay, Locke, you really should think that this is a supernatural, mystical occurrence. This is the second time Walt has touched you or you touched him and he said something he shouldn't know. But the first time it happens, I think it can be easily rationalized because you just don't... He shouldn't... I don't think he should assume that Walt could read his mind. I mean, that's a big assumption. And Locke doesn't even have that power to read people's minds, to know what's going on by touching them. He doesn't even have that power, so why should he think that Walt does? You know what I mean? So it's there's two sides to it. I agree to some extent that it's obviously sort of mystical and supernatural, and he sort of should have known. But then again, he didn't seem to know, and I think there's evidence. It makes sense that he didn't sort of guess that too. So. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to be on the fence on that one. Well, I'm not going to be on the fence. I'm going to be on the side that I don't think he knew and I don't think he should have known.
Okay. Well, I don't think he knew, but I think he should have known. But the other thing I wanted to point out was that this kind of stuff happened in season 2 also. Charlie had his visions, about the baby, and Locke completely disregarded that and assumed he was using drugs. And then Echo had a vision as well, and he also didn't believe Echo.
Well, but that was basically when Locke lost his faith.
Yeah.
That was basically when he was losing his connection to the island and getting all confused with the hatch. And, I mean, but it still doesn't explain why he doesn't, why he's not willing to believe them. It doesn't really explain that, I guess. Because it had happened to him before. He had a dream too.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. If he had this dream that showed him, this stuff that he couldn't possibly know, just normally, why is it preposterous to him that someone else might have a similar,
Maybe he wants to believe that he's the only one that's special, which I can believe because Locke is a big baby, especially in season 2.
That's true. I agree, and I think, Henry Gale's playing that up when he said we came for you, whatever. Yeah. It's all about you,
he wants to believe he's the only one who is special, I think, so.
The other thing I wanted to throw out is that the others were really... I mean, not only do we have the episode special, but the others would talk about the fact that Walt was special also.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Using that same word, and so I feel like when the show uses that word, what they mean is he has some sort of special, like, supernatural abilities.
Yeah,
I think that's what that means.
I agree, but I think the point is that I think the others know what Walt's powers are, or at least after all the tests they did to him in season 2, I think they know what his powers are. I don't think Locke does. I think Locke might sense something interesting in that this boy's very keen or something like that. But I don't think he knows what the powers are, has any inkling. Because I think if he did, if he really thought Walt was special, I think he would have spent a lot more time with him in season 1 when he had the chance.
Yeah, that's
a
good point.
I think he would have convinced Michael that he was trustworthy and would have been able to spend time with Walt and take him under his tutelage and sort of go on a journey with him if he thought he was special in the way that he sort of appears to be.
Yeah.
But then again, I think Locke is sort of selfish and he's like, oh, I'm on this quest and this is my destiny. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, this is my thing. And so he's just very selfish about that. So he doesn't want to share it.
Yeah, I agree.
So, Exodus Part 1. Are we ready to move on?
Not quite. I got a few
damn
more.
it.
Sorry, I just got a few more. We can probably fire through this stuff fast.
Please.
So, number one question is,
can I say one thing?
Okay.
Hey, everyone who's driving to work right now, have fun at work. Sorry.
Oh, wow, that was weird.
Well, a lot of people like to listen to us on their way to work, so I just thought I'd like to enjoy your train ride or your time in traffic in your car or however you get to work. Have a good work day.
And I would like to wish everyone, I don't know, continued success who are working right now.
Those who are listening to us while they're working, because we know there's some of you out there who are doing that.
And we're not worried. We know you're working.
We know you're really working. Even though you're listening to us and playing solitaire, I know you're busy doing that QED report. Believe me.
Oh, yes. I think I see Lost TV pulled up, but I'm sure that has something to do with your job as an analyst.
Exactly. I think got a lot of depositions to go through, but, go ahead and look up the latest images of Evangeline.
Oh, God, yes. Isn't she dreamy? She is.
Well, she's Canadian.
Yes.
They're all dreamy and cold, because it's cold up there.
Oh, God. And,
all right, so back to the podcast.
Yeah, sorry. No, that was a good thing, because that's what people do. Anyway, so here's my first question. Why does Kate want on a raft so bad?
I think it's obvious. Next question, please.
Next question.
To
me, it seems illogical because if they get caught, she's going to be the first. I mean, they know, like, when a plane disappears, they know who was on the plane. They know she was on the plane with a marshal.
Yeah.
If they get discovered...
Did you actually watch the episode?
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to the scene when Sawyer was talking? I know you don't like to listen to Sawyer, but he explains why she wanted on the raft pretty well.
I did not buy his...
Dude. She had Joanna's passport and burned the picture so that basically when she gets rescued, she can tell them she's Joanna, and basically they're going to say, well, it's most likely her because she's got the passport and we can't really verify it right now because there's no picture, but they're going to assume she's Joanna. I thought what Sawyer's conclusion was very apt and on the money, and Kate didn't deny it.
And they're not going to talk to anybody and be like, yeah, that's Kate.
I mean, she's assuming that. I mean, there's going to be so much commotion and hubbub once they get rescued. I mean, first of all, once the raft, the raft would get to the shipping lanes, and then a ship would come, and then that ship would take, that would be some sort of cargo vessel. Like, no one's going to really question who they are on that. Once that gets to, the where the destination, wherever it's going to go, she can just be like, hey, I'm Joanna, and then get out of there as quick as possible. There's not going to be a lot of talking to authorities going on. I mean, she's born to run. She can get away.
Yeah, okay. I'm just imagining, they know she was on the plane with the marshal. they know, they keep track of that stuff. Like, it's not like they're going to forget that she was there.
True.
You know?
I agree.
And so, like, if they find a plane that's crashed, they're going to, assume she was there. And
yeah, but that's the thing. When basically they say, hey, we got survivors from this plane crash, there's only going to be a certain number of people within the law enforcement who are going to know that she was on there, like a fugitive was on this plane. Like, I think most of the law enforcement people aren't going to know that. Like, the first couple of people that they talk to, the first levels of police or rescue teams or whoever aren't going to know who was on the plane. They're just going to, like, if the Coast Guard rescues them or whatever, the Australian version of the Coast Guard or whatever, they're not going to know who was on the plane. They're going to rescue these people and do their job and send them back to Australia or wherever they're going to go. And then they're going to, like, potentially talk to police or potentially, talk to the airline authorities or whatever after they get, like, rescued. And by that time, she's got time to escape. Once she hits dry land, she's got time to escape.
So I guess the idea is, like, if she gets on the raft, she can be more proactive in trying to get away.
Exactly, because that's the thing. That's what, go listen to Sawyer's thing. He said it very specifically. Once, like, for instance, if she doesn't get on the raft and the people on the raft get rescued, then that's when the authorities in Australia and America or whoever's concerned about this is going to say, oh, wow, we found our plane, okay? Then they're going to take a look at the flight manifest. Then they're going to say, oh, we had a fugitive on there. So when they send the ship to go get the people back on the island, they're going to know she's there. They're going to be looking for her. Whereas if she gets rescued before anyone is looking for her, then she's got a chance to escape. So he was right on the money. She didn't disagree. She had, the evidence, she was caught red-handed. So I think his speech answers all that.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So, and you also answered another question I had, which is what she. I thought she was trying to fake a passport. Like, I thought she was trying to, like, burn the picture off, and then she was gonna, like, insert a picture of herself. And I'm like, Kate, that's not gonna work. They're gonna see the burn marks.
Kate. She's born to run, but she's not born to make passports. No. She basically burned the pictures so that, and she was going to say it got damaged in the.
Yeah, they just conveniently burned exactly the picture and nothing else.
Now that was a folly. She should have definitely burned some. How a passport would get burned? If it's supposed to be in your luggage or what? I don't know. I guess you can buy that, but
yeah, and no one else's passport is burned. But
she should have burned some. She should have burned some more.
Yeah, that was weird, man. Okay, fine, whatever. I also wanted to mention, right when Michael gets poisoned, Walt runs by Kate and Son, like the conspirators, and I just, like, when you know that they're the ones that did it, it seems like they're trying to, like, give you a hint or whatever.
They do. Pay attention to the camera when stuff like that happens. Like, when they basically, like, when they come to the raft when it got burned, and everyone's like, oh, it's burning, they cut to Walt, Yeah. And Walt's got this look on his face, and I'm thinking, yeah, you did it. You did it.
Yeah. So it's just like, in the episode, you're just like, oh, Kate and Son, they're just hanging out.
Hanging out. No.
But they're all conspiring. Okay. Anyway.
I would like to say that Jack got very lucky in figuring out that Michael was poisoned. Basically finding the evidence, because basically the little powder that they put in the drink, whatever sort of plant poison that was, if they had diluted it better, it wouldn't have left any residue.
Right.
And then Jack wouldn't have had any proof for his theory.
True.
I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah. Lucky for him, they're not very good at what they do.
Yeah, they're not very good at poisoning people.
Yeah. That was, oh God. So when Walt comes, like, and says, whatever, then they're like, oh, I guess the plan didn't work. And then, then they have to go into, like, damage control mode.
Yeah, exactly.
It's it's weird to see when they did it. So, anyway.
They did it.
Another thing I want to mention is the outing of Kate that Sawyer does at the end.
Yeah.
It's, whatever. It's a silly scene to me because I'm like, you guys are all going to forget about this in an episode or two. Like,
yeah, wow.
Everybody, Claire's shielding the baby from Kate.
Like, I love that! She's like, no, Aaron, don't look at this monstrous woman.
Yeah.
Don't look at my baby. It's like,
It's
why are
like-
you shielding her for? But it's such a TV thing, man. It's such a movie thing to do. Like the evil person that's everyone looking down upon, and oh baby, don't look at this woman.
I know, and like Kate like delivered her baby like a few episodes ago, you know.
Oh,
And
where's
she's
the love
already
now?
just I know, like she's already just given up on her.
Well,
Okay,
it's because it's Claire. If you
I
ask me,
know.
Claire doesn't even remember the baby being born.
you're right. You're right. You know, with Claire, anything goes.
Where'd this baby come from?
Oh
Jeez.
God. Yeah. Okay. You know, you make a point.
You know-
And also, like, Shannon just comes walking by, like, out of nowhere in that scene. It's really weird. Like, she's not even around really in this episode.
Yeah.
And like during the outing, she just comes walking by, you know, when he's like revealing, and then she gives her a dirty look or whatever, along with everybody else. But it just seemed really weird and out of place. Like, oh, we got to put Shannon in the episode. Just have her walk by at the end.
Oh, you know, I was wondering, speaking about births, if anyone ate the placenta. Well, just because it's, you know, supposedly nutritious. I mean, they are sort of
God. Oh,
nutrient
God.
starved. I mean,
Oh God.
it would be gross, but I think if you like put it on the Barbie.
Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so bad.
It's just a placenta.
Oh God. You can't
It's
say
the, it's the after. You don't want to eat afterbirth.
no. Thanks.
Because I like the name. It is what it is. It's after the birth.
After
okay.
the birth, yeah. Oh my God.
All right.
Oh my God.
So
okay.
now are you ready to move to Exodus?
Holy shit. Yes. That was the end.
On that note.
Please, yeah, that was a great note to end on.
All right.
Oh my
Episode
God.
23, Exodus, Part 1. Danielle Rousseau surprises the castaways by showing up at the camp with an ominous warning.
The others are
The
coming.
others are coming. I'll never tell. The raft finally sets sail with Michael, Walt, Jen, and Sawyer on board.
I just figured out what you said. Sorry.
Oh, I'll never tell, yeah. As they depart, black smoke mysteriously appears from the other side of the island. I think it was already there before they left. A harbinger of the imminent arrival of the others.
Yeah.
The smoke
sort of.
was already there before they set sail. That was the whole point when they were rushing. Right? Yes.
Yes.
It was already there, believe me.
Or wait, yes. I think like they're messing with the boat when they see it. Like they're maybe they're rolling it or whatever. Like they were all together doing something with the boat when they saw it the first time.
But it's not as they depart, though. I mean,
No,
the smoke was
I
in
agree.
full
I agree. I
force.
don't think it's as they depart. But
It's not because I made a note about the fact that everyone started helping them after the smoke came. You know, because Jack was like, "Okay, everyone go. We're gonna go do the hatch thing, and you guys do whatever you can to help Michael get this raft off the island. You know, launch."
Oh, okay. It's that first scene where they're moving the boat on
Yeah.
the thing, and like I guess Sawyer messes up one of the levers, and stuff breaks, and
Yeah, but if you ask
and-
Sawyer, it wasn't his fault.
and then that's because Michael couldn't keep the raft going straight, and
Exactly.
then that's when Walt says, "Look," and I wanted to point out that like this seems like an echo of the episode that I think it's in this position in season 2, where it's right after the funeral, and they all gather to look at the boat that appears.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar. Like, look, and everybody looks, and it's in the same position in the season, and it just seemed like another example of them sort of reusing a thing. So
It's a easy plot device. Have everyone look at the same thing, and it's very grandiose. Ooh, and then cut to commercial.
yeah, they love that.
So in this episode, obviously this is part 1 of the 2-part season 1 finale. Which there's not a lot to talk about, although I have like little things to bring up that I think we'll spend like 5 hours on.
Yeah.
Well, I got a medium amount of things to talk about.
I have a medium high amount of things to talk about.
Medium high.
Yeah. medium, high.
Low, medium, high is your 3 categories?
No, see, there's
Well,
warm.
I mean, that's the 3. There's what? Warm?
There's warm, low, medium, high, and high.
Oh, you're doing a temperature thing.
Yeah, it's a stove.
Oh, okay. It's a stove. Well, I was doing like an amount type thing.
Yeah, that
So
makes
that's why
more sense.
I was confused when you said high. I'm like, high doesn't really correlate to amount unless it's amount of heat. But anyway, you wanna start off? Because I got like everything in my notes are so scattered.
Yeah, I know. Mine too. So, oh boy, I don't know where to start with this.
Okay, I'll start.
All right.
No, I was kidding, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, here's a question maybe we can spend an hour on. How did the others know that Danielle's baby's name was Alex? I just wanted to throw that.
Who's Danielle? No. Good question. Okay, I think first we should talk about the little things.
Okay, is that too big of a question? I felt like that was.
I think that's gonna lead into another big thing that a big question I had regarding the whole thing with the smoke and the baby stealing and everything.
Okay.
I think that's an issue to talk about, and because I think it's gonna get into Danielle's story because she's got some splaining to do. So let's save Danielle's shit for later.
Okay, okay.
I can say shit because we're explicit on iTunes.
Yeah, that's right, fuckers.
Yeah. But I won't say it ever again.
Me either.
So here's some little things. Let's just go through our little things first, the little tidbits, the little questions, and then we'll get into the big stuff because I think a lot of the big things tie together. So I'll just mention the little notes I have. There were 6 people on Danielle's team, which we may have known before, but she said it again. She was 7 months pregnant when they landed on the island, and she delivered the baby by herself, which means that within 2 months she had killed them at some point. 1 week after the birth of the baby, the others came. Which, can we go ahead and assume that the baby died? And I guess the baby's supposed to be Alex, though, that grew up with the others.
Yeah, the baby didn't die.
Well, but I feel like the baby died, and she just doesn't want to believe it, and that's why she thinks the others took it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds nice, but it's just not true.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, I would believe it too if they didn't already show us Alex, you know? So.
Yeah. But how do we know that's her Alex?
It's absolutely her.
And
no question.
My question was, how do we know that?
I would be willing to bet like any amount of money that that's her.
You're still not answering my question. I mean, do we have any real proof besides the fact that that child's name is Alex?
She's the right age. They made her a sympathetic character.
No, I said proof.
She looks enough like her.
I said proof.
And she's with the others who, you know, Danielle claims took the baby, so.
I agree, but you know what? I think the fact that there's no plausible way that the others knew that the baby's name was Alex lends it in the side that that's not the same kid.
I think that's just a plot hole.
I think it's coincidence.
I think you're really crazy if you don't think that's her Alex.
I think that
it's so
I think
Alex.
that the writers can make us think that. I think the writers can lead us to that direction.
Nah, there's no way.
And then we find out, dude, you're telling me that there's no way they would give us a red herring like that, and then in season 3 we find out that Rousseau's baby really died, and it's supposed to be all sad and like.
And this is just this. There just happens to be an Alex who's the right age and looks like she could be her daughter, really and is a sympathetic character.
First of all,
no way.
I don't think they necessarily cast by looks. I mean, to me they don't look that much alike. But anyway, so I don't really think that's a factor. She's roughly the right age. I mean, I think the girl looks older than 16, you know, but I think we found out, isn't the actress like way older than 16 or something? She's in
her 20s. But I mean, you know,
she obviously they have 20-year-olds play 16-year-olds, but I mean, just going by the age of the actor, to me she doesn't look 16. I think the only thing is she's got the same name. And to me, I think I just want, okay, I do think that's the same kid. To me, there's only one real piece of evidence that they're the same. Well, there's two. I'll give them two. The fact that it's Alex and, she is with the others who do steal babies. I'm just saying, I think there is a possibility that that's not the same person. I don't know why you're so sure that it is when we don't have that much evidence. I mean, nobody's ever said it. Nobody's ever talked about that the older Alice's backstory. Like, there's a lot of other things that can go to make that theory work, and we don't have the evidence. So I'm not sure why you're so gung-ho saying, oh, that's her, when we only have, two pieces of evidence, and one has a big plot hole. The fact that, how would they know the baby's name? I'm just saying, right. I think there's room to doubt that. I'm just saying I think there's room to doubt that. And to say that there's not room to doubt it, I think is a little naive. But anyway, let's move on.
I mark my words, that's her. If it's not her, then I will, come on here and say, man, wow, I can't believe they did that. That's ridiculous. But I am 100% convinced. If they really made that not her, like, I would be more shocked than just about anything they could do, because it's just, to me, it's just ridiculously obvious. So anyway,
okay, so I thought it was really interesting that Danielle first says they're coming for you all when she tells them the others are coming. But then later in Exodus Part 2, we find out that she heard the others say they're coming for the boy. So she obviously lied when she told them they're coming for you all, when she really knew they were just coming for the boy. So I guess I'm getting into Danielle stuff, which I didn't want to do. But I guess that whole thing... Okay, let's save that, because I have a theory about that whole thing. Sorry, I'm reading my notes in order, and it brought it up. So... Let's see. Jack's dad died of a heart attack, which was interesting because I didn't remember that.
I almost thought he was lying, but I guess that's true because I think maybe they say it in that episode where he goes and claims the body, like the alcohol induced a heart attack. But part of me felt like he was like not telling the whole truth. Mm-hmm. Like it wasn't like a normal oh man, he's just old and he had a heart attack. It was like, a heart attack induced by extreme alcohol abuse. You know? So.
Sawyer meets Jack's dad, like when they were at the bar. That was 1 week before the flight out. Now back to what we mentioned earlier. The case that the marshal had with the guns was apparently supposed to be stowed in the crew luggage compartment up front. So that conversation we had about, when Kate and Sawyer find the luggage underneath the people's seat, we sort of assumed that was the seat in front of the marshal and Kate, and it should have been on the right side seat, or should
I actually thought that he checked it. So.
Oh, is that what you thought?
Yeah, because I thought they said that. Like, I thought they said that they made him check it, or like maybe Kate said it, or I feel like that came up. And then I thought it was supposed to have been checked.
I think I said it back then, is that they wanted him to check it or something like that, but he said no. And as you see in this scene, he basically convinces them why he he's basically convincing them why he needs guns, and specifically like 5 guns.
Right. So I think is very silly, but
I think she was saying, okay.
I don't see why more guns protects you more.
Yeah, I guess she's so crafty she'll be able to get like 4 guns away from him, but with that 5th gun, like there's no way she can get 5 guns away from him.
Because it's like you have 2 hands, you can't shoot more than 2 guns at once. I can't,
Basically. Yeah, it's one of those things where they have a whole song and dance speech, and then you feel convinced, but it's really because the writers needed 5 guns for those episodes when they need a lot of people armed.
Yeah, you're right. That's why. If there were 1 gun in there, then they couldn't have.
Yeah,
okay.
Believe me.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but anyway, the point was that they did explain that the case was not under the marshal's front seat, but was supposed to be in the crew luggage compartment up front. But then again, that's not a luggage compartment, so they were still sort of wrong in how we where we find the case in that episode early in season 1. Because if I'm not mistaken, the crew luggage compartment is basically where, if you caught that quick scene when Charlie is trying to stuff his guitar in the next episode.
Oh yeah.
That's the crew luggage compartment. So that's where the case should have been. But of course, if that's where the case should have been, then they probably wouldn't have ever found it, because who knows where that piece of the plane went.
Wherever the case may be.
I guess it would have fallen near Charlie's guitar. If it was in with Charlie's guitar, if they would have put it there.
Did he get it in there?
I think it looked like he was trying. I guess we don't know if he ever got it in there, but it looked like he almost had it.
Okay.
Try a little harder, Charlie. You got it, buddy.
Okay. Stuff ends up in weird places. Like we said at the time, I mean, the place where it was, it seems like it should have been there if he had it, like, in front of him, but...
Well, if he had it in front of Kate, that's where it would have been.
Yeah. In front of Kate. What I mean is, like, with them,
Yeah, exactly.
Not, like, stored away in the front of the plane.
Anyway, but that Marshall didn't seem like the kind of person to listen to anybody, so even though he says it, the airline guy's like, oh, it's got to be stowed in the crew luggage department, I'm sure the Marshall could have just been like, hey, I'm going to put this near me because, if it's up there in the front, I'm not going to have it when Kate goes all crazy on me, so.
Yeah, and I'm going to shoot her with 5 guns.
5 guns. Well, he's got 2 hands, 2 feet, and I don't know.
Yeah. If you can shoot a gun with your foot, I guess you deserve 5 guns.
Have you met Daniel Day-Lewis? Wow, that's a My Left Foot reference.
Oh, wow, that was really obscure. I was thinking Last of the Mohicans. I thought, like, he shot a gun with his foot in that movie for some reason.
You can count on me for those mid-90s references.
Wow, My Left Foot, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, we found out the Marshall chased Kate for 3 years. It's funny, like, so many times when we hear numbered related things, like, they did this, it was this long ago and this many months, and it's almost always the 6 numbers.
Right.
But when it's not, I'm like, why didn't you guys just make that a number?
Right, yeah. Especially they were so close to 4.
Yeah, it's like, how come you couldn't have made them chase them for 4 years, and then it would have fit in with everything that's going on? But
yeah.
I don't know, maybe in the long run, things that aren't related to the numbers don't matter, and things that are. I had this theory when I was watching the episodes, that all of the 6 numbers relate specifically to each person. I didn't have time to work out my theory, but for Locke, the number 4 is how many years he was in a wheelchair, or when he first had the accident. And maybe 8 is whatever, and 15, you know what I mean? Like, each of the numbers correlates to something big with them. 23 relates to the $23,000 that Kate had on her head, for her reward. And then 42 might be the age at which, the guy who she killed died or something. So I was just trying to concoct that little theory that maybe all 6 numbers relate to each person, in some way.
Okay. I may or may not have, I always say that, I may or may not have something to say, and every time I say that, it's always may. So.
Yeah, you always have something to say. I love that. It's like, you want to tell me you got something to say, but you don't want to tell. You're like, you want to keep me in suspense.
I don't want to commit, but the reality is if I didn't have something to say, I would never say this.
Yeah, especially I may or may not have something to say on that topic. Yeah.
Yes. In the spoiler section, there's been a big thing to do with the numbers in the Lost experience. So.
Oh God.
So we definitely should at least mention it. I don't know if I buy it, but anyway, we'll talk about that later.
So, a couple other little things. I thought it was really interesting. Danielle is leading the dynamite expedition team to where the dynamite is, so that's Black Rock. And when she sort of gets to the dark territory, and she says, dark territory in French. Mm-hmm. And if you notice, they cut to Kate. They cut to Jack because he says, because he basically says dark territory. He translates it, and then they cut to Kate for 7 seconds. I counted it. Look, it's a long cut to Kate as she's just like staring, and then they cut the lock for like half a second, and then they cut back to Danielle, and the scene continues. But it was just really, I mean, this is just an editing thing, and I guess it doesn't really mean anything, but like a couple times during this season, they've cut to Kate on like really weird moments, and they've like cut to her for a long time. And I just thought it was weird. They're like, this is the dark territory. And they cut to Kate, like maybe she already knows, or, you know, I don't know what that was supposed to mean. But a little tidbit.
Yeah. I didn't notice.
Danielle's team got infected at the Black Rock, which you got to wonder what that really means.
What did you say?
Danielle's team got infected at the Black Rock.
Oh, I thought you said inspected. Okay, right, infected.
Because
did she really say that?
She said that.
What the fuck is that about?
Why would she take them to a place that her other people like got infected?
How would you even know? I don't.
Yeah, how would you even know? That's another question.
Like, you know, they went there and then they were infected, so she's like, oh, we got infected. I mean, usually sicknesses don't happen so quick that you can say, oh, that's where I got infected.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I was wondering, I feel like the sickness might be something specific where she could say that, but I don't know. I mean, if it even exists.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I after learning a few more things, I'm starting to believe the sickness exists.
Oh God! Well, first of all, I'm going to come back to that shocking revelation, but let me just clarify. It's the dark territory where it all began, because Jack says, you know, she goes le territoire fond.
Oh,
and then
okay.
Jack says the dark territory, and then Danielle says the Black Rock is not far. This is where it all began, where my team got infected, where Montan lost his arm. So
right.
it's the dark territory where they got infected, not specifically the Black Rock.
You know, we gotta get a Danielle flashback. How did he lose his arm? Does that have anything to do with the sickness?
I think that has to do with Smokey. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they were in this dark territory and they encountered Smokey.
Okay, and it took his arm? Wow. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I just thought that, you know, it just seems like a throwaway line, but just, you know, I mean, people don't lose their arms for, you know, for no reason.
Yeah, that's what Art says. He's like, you know, I wanted to help, but that was before Montan lost his freaking arm.
Right. Yeah, I know. I was reading that. That was, oh God. He's so the audience in this
He is. He's a
episode.
good little character. I like this character. But that's the thing. Okay, so let's come back to Danielle, though, because we got a lot to talk about her. At least I do.
Danielle? Oh, boy. She is a book.
What else? Little things I want to mention. I questioned why Hurley went on the dynamite expedition.
Yeah, that was weird. It was like Hurley rarely goes. He only goes when it's his episode.
Yeah, and I don't remember them talking about who was going to go like they usually do. And all of a sudden, Hurley's there.
Yeah.
And I mean, basically, I can only imagine that he's there to sort of to react to when Arndt dies or gets blown up, and basically be there when they're going to blow up the hatch.
Yeah, he needs to be there to see the numbers.
Yeah, he needs to be there to see the numbers, and that's the only reason I can see why, you know, from a writing perspective, that he's there, because he never goes on expeditions.
Right. I mean, he shies away from everything. He just stays outside, and you know, he's not fit. He only needs to go when it's something he's really concerned about himself.
Yeah.
He's not the adventurous type. So, yeah, that was weird. I really think it's just so they can have him at the hatch.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he does provide, like, you know, he just reacts to stuff. And, you know, he has that scene with ours, too, you know, while everybody else is exploring. So, you know, they used him being there, but he really shouldn't have been there.
I also want to mention on this little expedition, basically, when Arndt left, he was like, hey, you know, I'm going back because this is freaky and stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, that's when Smokey came.
Yeah.
And basically, Smokey chased him back to the group. And I'm wondering if that was on purpose, because Smokey didn't really do anything but sort of scare them. You know?
Yeah, you know, that...
Which brings me to another question that I want to talk about later when we get through with your little things. Is we got to talk about Danielle, because there's a lot, and then talk about Smokey, because Smokey, in terms of what he did at the beginning of the season, is different than what he's doing now. Like,
Yeah.
he's really big on scaring people and like that. Like, before, like, if you came in contact with him, you're dead.
Yeah.
Like, you're just gonna die. And now
Except
it's
Locke.
just except Locke. Well, and then now it's like, well, I'm just gonna scare you a little bit. Well, I'm just gonna traipse the jungle. Well, you know, it's just like, what is he doing? You know?
Yeah, I know.
Rhetorical question. So the other thing I wanted to say, that Sun makes a dictionary for Jin. Oh yeah, okay. I wrote that little note. I guess it's in the next episode when Michael. I'll just say it now. When Michael asks Jin what he knows, and Jin's like, "Okay, well, I got starboard. I got. Let me see. I got aft." And Michael's like, "Yeah. I got port." And I got eat. And I think, to me, it was I was making a joke in my head. Michael just seemed very unimpressed. Like, damn, like, all this work and effort to make a dictionary, all you can do is give me, I mean, you can point to starboard. You don't have to, like, learn that word, you know? So I thought that was funny. Like, she didn't really give him a whole bunch of good words, but you had me at starboard, son.
Oh.
Let's make up and never fight again.
No one was left unmoved.
Yeah, it was very moving. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
So, I'm done with my little things, except I don't believe that Danielle never saw a hatch. But okay, your turn.
Yeah, I was gonna... Oh, man. I had to point that out, too. What the fuck is this? I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I've been over here for 16 years, and I've only seen trees.
Yeah, oh, man.
I've got a theory about that. It doesn't really pan out, but I got a theory to mention about her in this hatch situation.
And I want to combine that with the idea that she's never seen an other, and just say that, like, she just... I just have to conclude she lies a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't buy any of that stuff.
Well, like not seeing an other, I could only believe if the others have like I said before, if they don't want to have anything to do with her, they don't need her for anything, then I can see them sort of staying away from her, you know. And depending on what's really going on the island, the others might not be on the island all the time. I mean, obviously we'll see in season 3 where their home is and where where they call. But presumably they might not be on the island all the time, and maybe they're just on the island in season 1 and season 2 because of Walt or whatever, because the Lofties are on there. But I can see, it's possible that they really weren't on the island that much in the 16 years that she was there. And that maybe, every year or two or every whatever, when they get on the island or whatever, that's when she hears the whispers. But they're not, like, always there, so the possibility of her running into him could be low. So, I'll tentatively buy that, but it's a hard sell.
She says the others were the carriers of the sickness, first of all.
Yeah.
And the others took the baby. So, like, the fact that she concluded... Okay, so all she hears is supernatural whispering, and she assumes that that's the cause of the sickness that killed everybody, and those whispers are people that carry diseases, and 2, her baby just disappears, and she assumes the whisperers took it.
I can answer all your questions in one word.
Okay.
And by one word, I mean several words. I think that basically how someone can take your baby and you never see them, I can only imagine that she was sleeping and the baby got taken. And she assumed the others did it, which is probably a good assumption. So that's
Where did she even get that name? Like,
the others?
Like, what? Why? Like, all she hears is whispering. Like,
well,
if I just heard...
You mean, why does she call them the others?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess my question is, why do you think that's important that she calls them the others?
Well, I guess it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the others call themselves the others, or you know what I mean? Like, she's the one who started that phrase. No one else says that. I mean, because the other, Kelvin called them the hostiles. So
you're right. Yeah,
I don't think it's really important that she calls them the others. They are the others. Plus, it sounds cool. I think, okay, so I basically think, going in the guys that she never saw them, I would have to say her baby got taken, at night or something when she was sleeping, so she never saw them. Mm-hmm. I think, while we're on Danielle, your other question about, The other thing is she claims that she heard them say, they were coming for the boy. Now, why she was able to hear that, or why they let her hear that, or why they told her that, I have no idea. So that was weird. So I thought maybe if she is somewhat privy to, like, what's going on with them, because when she says that she heard they were coming for the boy, I assumed it was like she heard whispering saying, we're going to go for the boy tonight, or basically like the others communicating with themselves, and she's sort of hearing it. It's not like necessarily they're telling her, like, we're coming for the boy tonight, Danielle. It's basically she's eavesdropping. So I could see if maybe she overheard something talking about the sickness, maybe the others communicating with each other mentioned the sickness, and so she assumed they were the carriers, or maybe they even said, like, one of us is infected, and she heard, you know what I mean? So basically, the answers to a couple of your questions, I think, is that she sort of heard it through the whispers, because she seems to hear a lot of whispering, more than most people.
Yeah.
Now, since we're on Danielle, I guess we'll just get into it.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about season finale stuff that I mean, that whole thing with they were coming for the boy, like, I didn't even notice that the first time I watched this episode. Like, that just slipped by me somehow.
Aren't we on the season finale?
No, we're technically on Exodus Part 1, which, is the episode before the season finale.
Oh, I had in my notes for that one the Danielle. Oh, never mind. I see why I wrote that. Never mind. Okay, yeah. She says they're coming for the boy in the second part, but my point was in the first part she says they're coming for you all.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it seems to me like a revelation that they communicate via the whispers, but. Okay, by the end of season 2, she's seen it other. All right? Mm-hmm. She can't claim that, BS anymore.
Yeah. Well,
in the other meaning of BS.
That story.
And that other would be Henry Gale.
Yeah.
At the very least, besides the fact that they set up camp and, they were in that medical hatch. Yeah, she helped Claire escape too, so she should have seen the others then also.
Mm-hmm.
So she's seen the others, and like I guess it wasn't a big deal for her. Like even though there's these mysterious people who she hears whispering, and she assumes they kidnapped their baby and gave her whole team this disease, and blah 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 blah. She sees another, you take them.
I think it goes back to my two groups of other theories.
Oh jeez, not bad.
Let's resurrect that dead horse.
Oh man, that horse is glue.
Yeah, well, I can glue a horse together. I don't know, paper mache a horse.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding, but I think not that I believe it, but that could explain it. Maybe there's two groups, and she's like, okay, well, that's Henry Gale is the kind of the other that I don't care about. It's the others, but I don't believe that. I guess. I mean, no. In terms of, we're talking about that episode season 2 when they find Henry Gale. I mean, she doesn't really seem interested. I guess because it's like if she was interested, what would happen? What is she gonna do? Basically, all she could really do is threaten him to like, where is Alex, or want to kill him or something. And that's just she couldn't really do a lot. It's not a good reason, but she couldn't really do a lot anyway in terms of the plot.
I think that may be the reason, but it's still like it just doesn't seem consistent with like, wow, here's an other in the flesh that I've caught. I'll just give him away.
Did she? Maybe she didn't really believe he was an other. Maybe she just said that.
Oh my God, she just said that, and she's like, he will lie, but he is an other, and that was just wow. Wow, Danielle, you're crazy.
And
she was right in her lie, like. Man.
Ooh, hard sell.
Yeah, like that's just weird. Like,
yeah, I don't know, dude.
She caught a random person, and she's like, "Here's another," but I don't know that he's. Oh man. Anyway,
yeah.
That's why I don't buy that she's never seen the others before, and I don't buy that she's never seen a hash before, and I don't buy that she killed her team because of the sickness.
Although now you just said you believe there is a sickness.
Yeah, I kind of believe there is a sickness, but...
And what changed your mind, by the way?
Ooh, what changed my mind?
Because our trivia question was predicated on you not believing that.
Yeah. Well, the trivia contest is over, so I
Yeah.
feel like I'm free to change my mind. I guess I'm not 100% sure that it exists now, but I'll say that I'm at least considering the possibility, whereas before I was 100% sure it didn't exist.
But why? What was the change of heart?
Well, I guess it wasn't anything that happened so much as like I read a few theories that talked about the sickness, and they sort of seemed plausible. And I thought about like what references we've seen to the sickness in the show, and the way they sort of set it up, and trying to piece together like the season 2 finale, seems to suggest that there isn't a sickness, but then the others had that vaccine, and and there's Danielle's story, and they were doing something to the baby supposedly because of it, and I guess based on reading a few theories that sort of tried to explain it, which I didn't buy the theories, but it put the idea in my mind that there really could be some way where they explain why the sickness exists and we have this other stuff. I think it's possible.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Danielle's the only one who references the sickness, right? I mean, the hatch does have quarantine on it, and they always and Kelvin. I think Kelvin talked about it too, right?
Yeah, Kelvin talks about it
because you have to wear the suit to go out, but that was all a lie.
And he gave him the vaccine, and he's like, "You better hope you have enough time or whatever." And
I got it. It just dawned on me. Okay, I don't think the sickness exists. Okay, and this is why. I think to answer your earlier question about Danielle and why they think she's the carriers is because if Dharma / the others are running this, the Swan Hatch, and basically this, in the same situation where Kelvin is telling Desmond, hey, there's a sickness, you got to take this vaccine. If the others are talking about that through the whispers, then Danielle could overhear and basically hear that they're doing this thing with the vaccine. They're doing this thing with this sickness. And that explains why she thinks they're the carriers. That explains, it also makes the sickness not true if it's the same sickness that doesn't really exist, because we know that Kelvin was lying.
Are you saying Kelvin is an other? Because I don't believe that.
I'm not saying he's an other. I'm saying that Dharma created this need to do the vaccine as a farce, just like the need to press the button. Although...
I think it's possible they created the sickness and the vaccine.
Okay. I don't think you need to take the vaccine. And if you don't need to take the vaccine, I don't think there's a sickness. Because Kelvin, why would he tell Desmond to take this vaccine and not go outside without a suit and then do the same thing, go outside without a suit, Now, your question to me might be, then, why did Desmond continue to take the vaccine? Oh, wait, he wasn't. I guess that was a flashback. I was thinking the beginning of season 2 when we see him in the hatch taking the vaccine.
I think that was current. I think they zoomed from that straight up to the...
Yeah, that was current. And that was right after he killed Kelvin.
I think that's not consistent.
Yeah,
it's not...
Really,
well, it wasn't right after. It was, 44 days later. However long season 1 was.
Well, I think, that's weird. Because, why would Desmond continue to take the vaccine after finding out he doesn't really need to?
Yeah, I think they messed up.
Unless it's a separate issue, unless the vaccine, whatever's in the air is one thing and the vaccine protects you from something else. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense.
Although at the time when I first saw the episode, in the first episode of season 2, I thought he was taking the drugs to stay awake.
Yeah.
I thought he was using them, because he has to stay awake to press the button and stuff. And it seemed to me like he was taking the drugs, for that reason.
Yeah, I don't think that's true though.
I don't either. I'm just saying that's
Yeah.
what it seemed like at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, we learn later there's this whole thing with the vaccine.
Yeah,
But I feel like at some point there could have been a sickness that, like, Dharma unleashed for some specific reason, and they gave.
I mean, I can not really buy that, but like, I just don't see why they would release a sickness. I mean, obviously they can come up with a reason that'd be plausible, but I can't see why they would, considering that they're on this island doing experiments, and I just don't see what the purpose would be to release a sickness on the island. And then you have...
I think it might have been to get rid of the others.
To get rid of the others. But then you have Kelvin, who was one of the Dharma people, and he should have known about that, right? And the sickness in his mind doesn't exist. You know, I mean, because he's not wearing his...
I think... Well, it's hard to say.
None of our people are sick.
I think Kelvin, right. Well, I don't think it's around anymore. I think Kelvin was keeping up appearances to convince Desmond to stay in the hatch. I think that was motivated by that completely. I think, when Desmond wasn't there, I don't think he was going out in a suit. I think he was doing that just as a show to keep Desmond in there.
Yeah, but you know what's weird is that when he finds Desmond on the beach, when he comes to get him, he's in his suit.
Yeah, I know.
Did he just preemptively do that to set up this whole farce?
That's what I think. Yeah.
You know?
I don't believe it, but that's what I think. Yeah. Wait. Oh boy.
I know.
I don't believe it, but I think it. No, I do. Yeah. I feel like he saw him there, and then he's like, okay, I found my replacement, and he goes and gets the suit, and he's like, and to set up the whole thing.
The idea of using the sickness to get rid of the others, I mean, it's interesting. I don't see. I mean, you'd have to paint a bigger picture for me though, for me to like buy that, because if Dharma has stuff going on this island, I mean, if they're doing zoological research on this island, they're going to need to be out in the open, Like, I mean...
Well, I think they had a vaccine also.
They had a vaccine.
Yeah, they had a vaccine for themselves.
Well, but with a vaccine, you don't have to take vaccines, like, in that amount all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Like, vaccines
that part's silly.
It's like a one-shot deal. Maybe you have to do a booster every couple years or something, but, like, what kind of sickness would you want to put out there where once you're exposed, you got to take this vaccine forever? Like what did Charlie say? Like every... I mean,
that's not what a vaccine does. I mean, I think that's them writing, that's the writing being messed up.
Yeah.
But I really think, well, I don't know this or even totally believe it, but I think it's at least possible. I'm entertaining the idea that there was a sickness, it was unleashed, they had the vaccine, and at some stage, it was gone. And, like the others obtained the vaccine. Like, I feel like there was a war there, like some sort of, like the others defected or whatever, and, and the creation of that was a part of this conflict.
I just don't buy that. Like, the amount of time it would take to engineer a virus or whatever the sickness is a very long time, and then to create a vaccine for that's also a very long time. And I mean, like, you just, the amount of time it would take to create a virus like that is ridiculous, unless you're using something that already exists and you have a vaccine to. But then obviously this isn't a real world vaccine that they're using, because vaccines don't work in real life the way they're working on the show. So it shouldn't be a normal virus that already exists out there. And I think there's easier ways to get rid of a bunch of scallywags that's on your island. And potentially, Smokey is Dharma's security system. So
maybe.
I mean, maybe. And then you got Smokey at your disposal. So it's like, I don't really want to buy that they unleash this virus or this sickness just to get rid of the others. Like, because just the amount of time it would take to do that, is quite a bit of time. Seems like there'd be easier ways to get rid of a group of people that defected. I mean, how many people could it be? You know, I mean, it couldn't be more than 100. If
What,
that,
the others?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it couldn't be. I mean, we'll see in season 3, I guess. But
yeah, I'm gonna
couldn't be that
guess.
many.
I'm gonna guess there's. Yeah, I'd say there's at least. I would say it's probably like the whole original team. I would say maybe like 100 something.
If I mean, in the scene with Tom and Jack in the standoff, and they light up the flares, that's maybe 50 flares.
And I know, well, I don't think that was every other, but
Yeah.
I think they've picked up. I mean, they've picked up a few people over the years. You know, I think they picked off a few from like future Dharma, you know, members. I think, you know, so I think their numbers might have grown a bit since the original time, but yeah, I mean, I agree. They're not a huge group, but I feel like they were waging war, and I feel like it was like a biological weapon type thing.
Yeah. It's got some interesting merits to it. That theory does, but I don't have. There's not enough to make me buy it yet. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
you
We'll
know,
see.
I don't. I'm not convinced by it either, but I just like I read this a few times, and I'm like, I could see it. I could see. It makes sense in my mind that there exists a scenario in which the sickness exists that they, you know, that could actually occur. Like,
And why would the sickness go away over time?
yeah, I mean, you know, that's a problem.
I mean, yeah, I don't get that. And then we go back to Danielle. You know, she takes them to the place where her team got sick. And does she know? I mean, and maybe that goes with what you said about, you know, with the virus, you know, not being around anymore. Because she, even when, you know, when Saeed says, I'm not sick or something, she's like, I know. You know, and maybe she knows because it's not around anymore. And maybe she's willing to take them there because it's not around anymore. I mean,
It's also weird to me that she didn't get sick.
Yeah, well, that's because she's got a baby. I don't know.
You know, like...
Oh, my God. I just thought of something. Wow. I think I'm starting to like this sickness for the others thing a lot more now. What if the reason the others were really interested in Aaron is because the reason Danielle didn't get sick was because she was pregnant? And maybe the others don't have a vaccine, and maybe they really need it. Maybe there's, I don't know, whatever reason they need the vaccine, and they're trying to figure out why Danielle didn't get sick. And so when she delivered the baby, they took the baby. And then now that Claire's on the island, they still haven't figured it out. So that's why they were after Aaron. And that's why they, you know, were doing whatever they did to Claire when she was pregnant, too. Is because maybe being that was in a movie, too, where somehow being pregnant didn't get you sick. But,
Really?
yeah, what do you think about that? That explains why Danielle didn't get sick.
Yeah, it does.
There was some movie or something. Wasn't that like, no, that wasn't Outbreak. There was some movie where like, because the woman was pregnant, like her body was producing like special types of antibodies or something, and that prevented her from whatever. And then sort of, maybe that was a Star Trek episode. And then like then they used that process to like, no, it was a movie. They used that to like create a vaccine for everybody else. That was some movie. If anybody in the listening audience knows what movie I'm talking about, please email us, because...
Outbreak?
No, it wasn't Outbreak. Nobody was pregnant in that thing.
Okay. I didn't think so, but
Yeah.
it was a movie with an outbreak. Okay, right, but the only thing that... I mean, I want to believe your theory because it supports other stuff that I believe, but the only thing that bothers me about it is... wow. My mind blanks for some reason.
Because there's nothing.
What is it that bothers me?
That you didn't come up with it first?
Right, okay. It seems to me more like they're interested in kids, not that they're interested in pregnant women.
I agree. But, well, see, I think there's, if you, okay, with what's going on now, like just plainly going on, I think they're interested in kids that might have powers. Obviously, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you want to throw in the theory that that Dharma created this sickness to combat the others, then that's when my little theory comes into play.
But then it's like, why wouldn't they take Danielle? You know, shouldn't she be the one they should study, not the kid?
Maybe they did. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And I mean, Claire, too, you know.
Yeah.
Claire, too.
Well, maybe they realize that it's... Well, I mean, they realize it's the fact that she's pregnant, so maybe, I mean... Maybe it's just more to do with the kids, because the kid is what prevented it from getting sick.
Okay. Well... But it seemed like they didn't care about the women at all.
Yeah.
It was all about the kids. You know, like the only reason they messed with the women at all is so they could get to the kids. And like the kids, I mean, it didn't seem like the kids got a chance to even not get sick, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. That's not a great theory.
So, you know, I want to buy it, but yeah.
I think it ties into some things that's going on. I think it explains why she didn't get sick.
Yeah. Why she didn't get sick. Yeah. Yeah, I want to believe that. And then we have this whole thing with, like, Charlie bringing the vaccine at the end for the baby.
Yeah.
And, like, what is...
We already talked about how stupid that was. Hey, you want to take this stuff and give it to your baby? There's no reason to think any of us are sick, but hey, give it to the baby.
Yeah, I tried it myself. It's great.
Yeah. He didn't even try it, though, did he?
Oh, he said he did. I don't
did
know.
he? I mean, God, he'll try anything.
I know. He just say, hey, what's this?
Inject it in my arm. I'm used to it.
Yeah. Oh, and it was fine for me. And everything that's fine for adults is fine for kids, right?
Exactly.
God.
Jeez. He'll make just as good of a dad as Claire will a mom.
Yeah, I know. God, it's gonna be a miracle if that kid lives.
Yeah, God.
It's ridiculous. The others need to take it.
They do need to take it. We're not taking this because we're mean. We're taking this for the baby's safety. We're the others stands for like child welfare organization or something.
Oh God.
Oceanic. I can't come up with anything.
Yeah.
Oceanic teachers and health education resource something. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so all right. I think maybe we're done with that topic. I just want to say, I don't even know if I should say this. I feel like we're so far afield from this stuff. The rest of this stuff in my notes. This is gonna seem out of the blue, but the other, smoke.
Yeah, the black smoke.
Yeah. Like they, did they do that?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. I don't think they did that.
I mean...
First of all, there's no reason to do that.
Yeah,
Here's my theory what happened. In Exodus 1 and 2, this is my theory what happened, okay?
Yeah, this is really an Exodus 2 theory, but that's all right.
I think with... It's hard to put it together, but I think this is what happened. Basically, Danielle wanted... Well, see, that doesn't even work. I was going to say Danielle wanted the baby. So she concocted this whole thing about the others coming with the black smoke. So she went and put the black smoke out there and then concocted this whole thing about the others are coming to make everyone paranoid, to make a diversion so she could get the baby. But then, of course, why would she take the baby there and expect the others to be there? See, that's the thing. There's a disconnect between if the others really originally had black smoke, and that's when they came, between now, because this doesn't seem like the others did that smoke. Like, it just, why would they do that? Why would they burn something like that? Unless to me it's some sort of signal, like one group of others, I mean, the same group of others, but I mean, like, one part of them, like, is on near that where the smoke was, and they light a signal saying we're gonna do this, or our plan is gonna go off tonight, or the signal means something to whoever's on the other side of the island, part of the others group. That's the only thing I can think of if it's a signal. Because I originally thought the black smoke was like campfire smoke. When I first watched this episode, I thought it meant that the others were camping out on the beach and that they were in the area and they could go like attack or whatever. But obviously, it's not campfire smoke. They were burning something very specific to burn black smoke like that all day long.
Yeah.
I don't really know what they were burning, but it was more than just like tree branches. So I thought I had a theory, but I guess I don't, because it doesn't. It falls apart with why Danielle. Basically, the end of Exodus 2, when she has the baby and is seemingly expecting the others to be there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, why would she? Yeah, I mean, she just didn't. Yeah, that's the thing. And I have to know that there was a mention that there weren't footprints around the torch thing or whatever that was.
Yeah.
I
think Charlie or Saeed said there's no footprints, which to me basically meant, well, no one walked over there. But I guess that's supposed to mean like the smokestack just appeared or something, or there were no footprints and it should have been because... Well, see, I thought they meant there were no footprints and there should have been because Danielle should have been over there. But I guess they're saying when the people set up the smokestack, there should have been footprints from that?
That's what I thought they meant.
Okay.
I thought it was another one of those references that occasionally occurs that the others don't leave footprints.
I'll buy that they don't leave tracks. I'll buy that they may not wear shoes most of the time or something, or when they're chased through the jungle, they're really careful about how they walk and what they step on, what they don't step on, so you can't track them very easily. I don't buy that when they step in sand, the sand doesn't move, or that's just against the laws of physics. If you step on sand, the sand is going to move, unless you are supernatural and can counteract the laws of physics.
Right, which I guess the others probably can't. But I still think they have this like idea of the others. I think there's something to them being like possibly supernatural. I mean, I don't think they are supernatural, but I feel like they threw in enough to make us think that they were, or that they could be. That like,
to me it's a throwaway line because he just sort of says it, and then we get then like Danielle, then you hear the baby, and it's really quick. They don't really harp on it, but you're right. It goes in the category of them trying to make the other seem supernatural.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, they sort of, I mean, when it comes down to it, when they show them, it's like, yeah, the others, well, if they really were supernatural, why didn't they do this, this, and this, And so it just doesn't hold up. They don't seem to actually be supernatural. But
maybe there's two groups of others, man.
No.
Maybe there's a supernatural group, and they, like... I don't want to believe it, but I want to believe it, because it's still not cut and dry, There's still things that one group seems to be able to do and another group seems to be able to do,
Yeah, but every other we've seen so far, they've pretty much tied them all together, and I just...
Yeah, I agree, but there's stuff that doesn't tie in to the people we've seen,
Yeah, I know. Well, to me, I think it's just an inconsistency. I think we can just add it to the list of stuff. Henry Gale's grand plan of taking somebody's name and leaving the wallet, and things where it's like, if they thought about it for a second, they'd say this doesn't make any sense. But I think it seemed like a good idea at the time.
But that's like a continued thing, though. It's not just one thing or two things. That's several references to them being specifically supernatural that doesn't add... I mean, the Henry thing was just stupid. That was just like... I mean, actually, in terms of how it played out, it was good, because then they get to go and dig it up, and Saeed gets to say, hey, but look at this, like plot-wise, it made sense. Logically, it didn't make sense, I can't imagine what they're doing with the others. Hopefully we'll find out season 3, what's going on with this. I mean, maybe it's just that some of the others have powers like that. Like, for whatever reason, they don't leave footprints because they... I don't know what power you could have where you don't leave footprints, but...
they're footprint free, man.
Yeah, I just... Footprints in the sand, like I said, with tracks, I can buy, like, you don't leave tracks and it's hard to track you or impossible to track because you know how to, move through the jungle a certain way. But in sand, I just don't buy it,
I can't do anything, but you can't follow me when I don't do anything.
Yeah.
That's the big power. Watch out.
We'll see.
I'm seeing a movie for them in the future.
Only if Tarantino and Rodriguez directs.
Oh, God.
Because 2 directors is better.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's the Coen brothers.
Well.
So,
let's get back to Lost.
Yeah. So, what?
Are you ready to move to Exodus 2? We're already there, kind of.
Yeah, I know. We're already there, but I want to tie up some loose ends with Exodus Part 1.
Okay.
Just real quick.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound desperate.
Wow, that was...
I was like, oh.
That was... Okay, one thing that's quick is... I know it's premature to say this because this is, Season 1, and so we haven't seen Season 2, blah, 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 but I'm just really tired of that scene where someone comes up and they're like, so, you leaving? Yeah. I'm going with you. Like,
yeah.
I never want to see that scene again. It happens in this episode, and, like, I'm just sick of it. It's, I guess it's obligatory or something, but I'm just so tired of it. It feels so, like, what's the word? Wheezy. I mean,
It feels wheezy?
Yeah.
Wheezy?
Wheezy.
Like the Jeffersons wheezy?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Wheezy, like Wheeezy.
What does that mean?
It means like really like let's see. It's you're wheezy. I think it means you're I think it's like when you have like a respiratory problem. But basically what it means in this context is just really old and tired and like, overdone.
Yeah, I'm looking at the definition for wheezy, and none of those is that, but okay.
Yeah.
I'll add that to my repertoire of words. It means old and tired. Okay. The dictionary doesn't say it means that, but I trust you over Merriam-Webster. Why not?
All right. So
Wheezy.
So the smoke monster. I mean, I know we have to talk about it again in the next episode, but I just wanted to point out specifically in this episode, it sounds like it's walking. Like,
yes.
It makes distinct footsteps.
When we first hear it in the pilot, it's making a very sort of walking sound. You hear thuds as if it's walking.
Yeah.
I assumed that... I'm under the assumption that Smokey can change shape, and that when it's trying to be menacing, but it doesn't necessarily is about to kill you, that it sort of, for lack of a better word, becomes a dinosaur. Because to me, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a big 2-legged creature plodding through the jungle.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking it either replicates those sounds, or it actually becomes something that can make those sounds. Or the third thing being the writers just have that because it's cool. But I think it's weird how like we'll see Smokey be a cloud of smoke, and then later we hear it thudding through the jungle, and it shouldn't be thudding through the jungle if it's a cloud of smoke. So I can only assume that it can sort of change shape and like become something more menacing. We've already said maybe it was the polar bear, or maybe sometimes it's Vincent or something. So that's what I thought of. I remember hearing the thuds in this episode, and I was just like, well, maybe it's a dinosaur, right? It sounds like a T-Rex to me, but I don't know, man.
You can tell the particular type of dinosaur.
I mean,
by the,
if you've seen Jurassic Park, that's what the T-Rexes sound like when they're plodding through the jungle. A big, huge creature on two legs.
Okay.
Because if it was four legs, you'd hear it. You could tell if it's two or four. You could tell.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds
Very
like a
good.
big two-leg creature. It sounds like a T-Rex. So.
Very good. I'd also like to offer that as piece of evidence, number one, that Vincent is not the smoke monster, because we see Vincent in the very next scene, way on the other side of the island.
I agree. I did notice that. I don't think that means he's not Smokey, though. And remember, I specifically said Vincent might be Smokey. Smokey might be Vincent sometimes.
True.
Not all the time.
I'll give you that.
I still even in this episode when you see Walt, Michael tell Walt, hey, don't worry about Vincent, he'll be okay. Dogs fly in the cargo hold all the time. I'm thinking, how can a fucking dog in a cage survive a crash? And even if it survives, it should still be in its dog cage. I mean, I guess obviously the cage broke, but
yeah,
I just don't believe the dog's gonna survive. So. Until we find out what Smokey is, I like to think Vincent is Smokey, because I just don't believe he survived. I think Vincent was bad and he died in the crash.
I just want to offer that
bad doggy.
I just want to offer that as evidence that at the very least he's not Smokey all the time. I think a real Vincent exists. Maybe
And let's just throw in the mix there that the writers do screw things up, as we've talked about a lot. So
there is that.
It's in the maybe it's not true pile. I don't think it's in the not true pile.
I was offering it as a piece of evidence. It's absolutely not conclusive, but I just noted it as it's a specific scene with Smoke Monster, Vincent, back to back. So.
Yeah, and then I'd have to see that scene again and think about the time frame. I mean, was that supposed to be contiguous, or at the were those scenes happening at the same time, or how much time how much time was lapsing in between? I know it was a cut, but how much time is really elapsing? I mean, even if it's 5 minutes, I can see that still being Smokey, because Smokey can traipse through the jungle pretty fast.
Yeah, but I think he's I think the next scene is where Walt gives Vincent to Shannon. Walt had Vincent. I mean, I don't think, Vincent couldn't have gotten away to go attack the people if he was with Walt. You know what I mean?
Well, but who knows when he was with Walt?
I don't think he was out of Walt's control, because if Vincent, ran away and then came back, I mean, I just, all right,
that dog runs away all the time.
I understand, but when it runs away, it doesn't just run away. Okay,
yeah.
I give up, but I just that's let that be on the record.
Okay, it's duly noted.
Okay. So the last thing I want to say about this episode is, how does Danielle know that the smoke monster is a security system?
I agree.
And why does she say that it protects the island?
I agree. Basically, I'm going to answer your question.
Because, everybody has assumed that that's true, and I forgot where that came from, but she just says that, and it's she's Danielle. She's not,
I think she's correct.
I agree, but
I'd like to offer the evidence of the blast door map, because I think, and I can't think of any real evidence, but it seems like Smokey is usually in a particular area, and on the blast door map, it did it say dark territory, or it said it had some reference to an evil territory in that sort of bottom. The bottom right corner of the blast door map, the second quadrant, I guess that would be. It said it made a reference.
Actually, that would be the fourth quadrant. We go counterclockwise from the top right. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, counterclockwise? Oh, I thought I knew that.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 counterclockwise. Because the angle 0 to 90, you want that to be 1, and then go straight over to 2. Because of the way you rotate normally, it's when you do radian measure. Anyway, whatever.
Wow,
Not measure, but radians. Yeah.
That's
anyway.
terribly interesting.
No, I don't even mean radians. I'm saying the wrong word. Polar coordinates.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
speaking of math, I just wanted to throw out quickly the probability of a 50-number lottery with 6 numbers and the numbers being drawn in order is 1 over 6 factorial. Boom. So just I figured it out. So there
What does
go.
that mean for people who don't know what 1 over 6 factorial is?
Oh, sorry. 1 over 6. Okay, so 6 factorial means.
I don't exactly want you to explain what factorial is. Just give me the number.
Oh, you want to know what the number is?
I mean, that's what people want to know, right?
I guess Google can tell me. Let's see here.
God.
720.
20
So
what?
1 over 720. And so if you compute that
That's
here,
0.00138888888.
that's the probability that the numbers will be drawn in order.
So it's a 0.13% probability.
Right. Correct. Approximately.
So it's not even a whole percent.
So yeah, it's a fraction of a percent. So obviously, the majority of the time they will not be drawn in order.
Yeah.
So it's highly unlikely. Basically, if you think about it in terms of permutations, you can count it very easily.
I
Anyway.
always think about it in terms of permutations. What I also think about is what I was talking about, which was something. I don't remember now.
Sorry,
You asked, what were you, oh God, what was I talking about?
I
I was explaining.
Oh, Danielle, you were explaining why Danielle knows about the. And you were referencing the Blastor map.
Yes. So I was saying that I think basically on the Blastor map it says like heightened Cerberus activity in this region.
Yeah.
And so I think basically she thinks it's a security system because basically when she goes in that area, having been there for 16 years, that's when she encounters it. It's not sort of everywhere or sort of like in a random place and, hey, I might see it here or, hey, I might see it there. She realizes that the dark territory is specifically where she sees it. That was my assumption.
Primary nexus of Cerberus-related activity.
Yeah.
But she says it protects the island. She didn't say like it protects a specific part of the island.
And then that's the part she's wrong about.
Okay.
She can't be right about all the parts.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, protects the island. Protects the island from what?
Yeah, I know exactly.
You know, like, I really thought she says protect the island, but what I really thought that meant was there's something specific it's protecting. You know, like I really wish we had some sort of map to see where people were in certain episodes, like what part of the island they were on when the pilot got eaten, what part, you know, not eaten but killed. What part of the island were they? You know, like I'd like to see, because I think that this theory might be proven correct, that they were in this sort of near the dark territory or something like that. And even like when you hear Smokey in season 1, it is basically threatening them. Like this is their first night on the island, and you hear it thudding through the jungle, basically for being very foreboding. You know, which is what you would expect it to be if it's guarding something. Or especially guarding a specific area. Mm-hmm. And you know, many times they have said they didn't want to go in certain areas because of Smokey. So
true.
So that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. But yeah, why protect the island from what? I mean, maybe Dharma. I mean, if you want to go with your theory of the this war between the others and Dharma, maybe Dharma created Smokey, or the others created Smokey, you know, to each one to, you know, I don't know. Maybe there's 2 Smokies. Maybe they fight each other.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, no, I think...
One's a big dinosaur and one's a cloud of smoke.
Oh, God.
Who's going to win the Battle Royale?
Wow, maybe we'll see that in Season 5.
Now, that would be
really
cool.
Run out of ideas.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's the dinosaur versus this cloud of smoke. Who will win?
Who will win?
Place your bets.
My bet's on Kate.
Yeah.
She's born to run.
Oh, God. Isn't she, though? I wanted to say something about the smoke person.
That
thing.
smoke thing. Ew.
But it's escaping me now.
I got some more to say in the next episode.
Yeah, let's move to the next episode. My mind
Yay!
is really failing me.
Because we're moving on up to the next episode. Episode 24, Exodus, Part 2. As the castaways brace themselves for an attack by the others, Claire's baby is kidnapped, leading Charlie and Saeed on a dangerous chase into the jungle. Wasn't that dangerous? While the threat of the others bears down on the castaways, the raft crew continues their flight from the island. Interesting choice of words. But when the hope of rescue appears on the horizon, they will soon learn that appearances can be deceiving.
Oh. Well, oh boy. Where do I start with this?
You only have 3 choices. You can run, you can hide, or you can die.
Die!
I hated that. It's one of those things that sounds awesome the first time you go through it.
Yeah.
But then on second viewing, I'm like, first of all, you're stupid. Second of all, it's faulty logic. It's like, I'm like, okay, well, Danielle, okay, if I choose option 1, which is run, does that mean I can't hide?
Right,
and if I choose
know.
number 2 to hide, does that mean I gotta walk to where I'm gonna hide at?
I know.
And then
and just because you hide doesn't mean you're not gonna die.
Exactly.
But you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that scene from the season 2 finale where Jack's like, "No, you can't go. If we run, they'll kill us all."
Yeah.
You know, it seemed like in the same spirit. It's just like saying some stuff because it sounds good, but it just makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Because those aren't really 3 viable. It's like, okay, you're right. Those are 3 choices, Danielle. Can you give us some real options here?
Yeah,
we're trying to be constructive. She's like, well, Charlie, you can slap Claire, or Jack, you can kick Locke.
God.
It's like, okay, those are choices, but those won't help us.
Yeah, I know. It was horribly unhelpful and inaccurate. They didn't even get anywhere near the camp.
They never came. And that was the thing. Like, first of all, the others didn't even come. Although, I guess to her credit, she says she heard they were coming for the boy.
True.
So I guess she really thought they were coming. I mean, if we believe that, and they obviously did come for Walt.
Right.
If we believe that what she said, so she really thought the others were coming. And so I guess it wasn't a big farce for her just to... Yeah, I guess she was okay.
The first time I watched this, I mean, first of all, I didn't even notice that line, but that's like a revelation. It's a thing where it's like they were coming for the boy, and she thought they meant Aaron.
She thought they meant Aaron, but they really meant Walt.
Yeah, like that's like a thing. Like when we hear that, maybe some people in the audience are supposed to say, "Oh no, they mean Walt."
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like when you hear that line, if you believe her that line was correct, then you might think, "Oh, well, that means they're coming for Walt." But I just thought she was wrong. Like she misheard them, or she didn't hear them, or she was just crazy. That obviously they weren't coming for Aaron. But I think the people out there who sort of believed her and was like, well, they said they were coming for the boy, and they didn't come for Aaron. Well, who could they be coming for? And they go, well, and that would have been a nice revelation to have during that part, but I didn't have that when I first saw this. I didn't even catch it the first time.
I didn't even notice the line at all. Like, it just passed over my... Of course, I never noticed anything, but, I mean...
You never notice anything, and you don't believe anything either.
I know. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. That's all.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes, Obi-Wan.
Oh, God. I also wanted to point out that it seems to indicate that I said this earlier, but I just want to,
Please say it again.
I need to put this on the record. It seems to me the whispers are some sort of communication.
I think we're going to be correct in our telepathy theory.
Yeah, it seems to be leaning that way.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because I feel like before, I mean, with the exception of maybe Sawyer's thing with, it'll come back around, like, generally you just don't understand them. and I always got the impression they were just there to scare people.
Yeah,
They didn't really serve a function, you know. But the fact that Danielle's she hears a specific piece of information that is true.
You know,
so
I'm sorry, I left to cut you off, but I was just gonna say, I wonder if she can understand them more, or like with more frequency, because she's been on the island so long and have heard them for so long. Like, it doesn't sound like a bunch of gibberish like it normally does to her, because she's heard them so many times that she can sort of dissect what they're saying. That's just a little addendum theory.
Yeah, okay. Maybe that is it. It's like learning a language or something. Hey, Jen.
Stabad. God.
Oh God.
If I have to hear that word one more time.
Yeah.
He never gets to use it either.
No, at one point he does.
When they're trying to find out where the boat's coming from?
Yeah, he asks like starboard aft, and then he says it. It's like, wow, that was so useful. You could have pointed.
You could have pointed, or just shrug your shoulders.
Yeah, that was.
He could have said. I mean, Michael speaks Korean apparently, so.
Oh yeah, I know. He understands Korean.
Yeah.
He doesn't speak it back, but whenever Jen says something, he's yeah. Oh, I know about that, but what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
You know, like
Jen's always saying something. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was just about to do that. Oh yeah. Well, I already did that."
I know, Jen, but what do you want me to do about it?
Yeah, exactly. Can I just, since we're on this episode, did you notice that line with, like as I said earlier, Michael and Jen are talking about the dictionary, and he's like, "Your wife did this for you?" And Jen's like, "Son, yeah." Mm-hmm. And then Michael's like, "You don't know how lucky you are," or something like that. I'm like, what is this thing with Michael and Son?
They had a little scene too.
They did their goodbye scene. Like, they didn't want to hug, and they dude. We're gonna find out that baby is Michael's. There is some sort of scene we're gonna find out in season 3. I guarantee you. Well, don't hold me to it, but we're gonna find out that something between them, because from what we've seen of the show, there's no reason for them to act the way they act, and for him to say lines like that. Like, they've never had a really serious connection that we've seen on screen. I feel like the writers are waiting for some big revelation that something happened between them. And I mean, maybe it won't lead to, that being Michael's baby, but like it's not being very congruent. Like, from what we've seen, and the little subtext is not lining up. Yeah,
I know. There's something there. I mean, they've gone to that like Son Michael thing too many times. I mean, it's intentional. I mean, they're doing that for some reason. If it's just because they thought it'd be interesting or whatever, and maybe it really won't play into the plot at some point, then okay, whatever. But it's there. Like, if you watch season 1, there are numerous Son and Michael like moments or whatever.
Definitely.
Where stuff happens, and if you're looking for it, like, you can trace them through the season.
There's as many moments of Michael and Jen being weird. I mean, Michael and Son being weird. Michael and Jen's a different one. Michael and Son being weird as there are people asking Sawyer for stuff.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh God, Sawyer. He's oh God.
He's the man with all the stuff.
Yeah.
So let's get into this episode. Why does Locke know about slave trade?
Oh God.
He's like, oh wow, this obviously was a mining ship, and it obviously came from the east coast of Africa. The west, what's the west coast of the east coast of Africa?
East coast.
Mozambique, most likely. I'm like, why do you know that?
Yeah, it's just another. It seems like a theme. It's just like with the Son of Michael thing. Like, they've done this so many times. They have Locke just know something for no reason. It's like,
he just should not know. Like, it's really not that specific. I mean, it's fairly specific thing to know. I mean, obviously, it's got mining tools, so whatever, so it looks like that. But like for him to just sort of say, "Oh, it came from Mozambique," like, it means basically you knew where mining ships mostly came from during the slave trade, and like you know what I mean? Like why to know that it was Mozambique,
Right.
It's such specific information, and there's no reason that we've seen that he should know that. And it's like, why is it? Do they just basically? Because obviously the show has to give the audience some like just factual information so that can sort of satisfy our own curiosity, and maybe they just have Locke be the person. I mean, there's other things like the fact he knows how to use a gun and stuff that doesn't fit to this, but maybe there's just some times when like the audience needs to know something, and so they just have Locke tell us, and that's really the only reason because someone has to say it, and so they just have Locke do it most of the time.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of, because, I mean, unless we're going to find out he was like a history teacher or something, like, in one of his many jobs, like...
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, it's just like that, that scene when they find the Nigerian money, and he's like, oh, this is a Nigerian... Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He knows, I mean, you can, like we said, you can read it, but he knows what the money is. He seems to just, like, recognize it, Oh, yeah, it's the good old,
yeah. Like... maybe he's got some African connection thing. Maybe he spent time there or something that we'll find out. Maybe that's how he lost his legs. Ooh! I love coming up with theories off the top of my head.
I also want to point out that both of his visions, the one in season 1 and the one in season 2, concern Echo. And I think that's weird.
Well, I was going to say, my little theory I just came up with, because we don't know how Locke got in the wheelchair yet. Yeah. And I think, what if when he, maybe this doesn't fit into the timeline, you can tell me if you remember.
Okay.
But what if when he was denied going on the walkabout in Australia... oh wait, he was already in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say maybe he decided to go to Africa. Well, maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially because like the guy in that office gave him the ticket to the plane.
How about in reverse? How about before he went to Australia, he went to Africa, and that's a little less plausible because we saw that he was gearing up for the walkabout.
Yeah.
Well, he was gearing up for the walkabout. He was already in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
I tried to have him be in Africa, but I don't think it's gonna
work. I mean, they could have him be in Africa, but it just would be pretty weird because, like, as far as we know with Locke, he's just sort of a boring office worker. Like, he's never been outside of California or wherever he lived.
Yeah, well, maybe, okay, how about this? How about, he was a boring office worker, blah, blah, blah. His daddy took his kidney. So sad, so sad. And then, like, he got into all this, like, outdoorsy safari stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
And his first trip was in Africa. And he did something there. And then that's when he got into the wheelchair. And then he came back and, had the box company job or whatever. And then and then he decided to go to, maybe he didn't do what he wanted to in Africa or get the experience he wanted or whatever, and that's why he went to Australia for the walkabout. I don't know. It doesn't quite fit, but I think if they have some connection to him in Africa, it won't be surprising.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a connection between him and Echo.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to make one. They don't have a personal connection, but the dream thing, yeah.
Yeah, just the fact that both of his dreams are directly. I mean, in one of them he was Echo and he saw his brother, and in the other one he saw the plane that had his brother in it. I
think, but see, the first one doesn't really count for me in that theory because, I mean, if you take Locke's word for it, that that whole plane thing was about sacrificing Boone, and the plane thing was specifically for the sacrifice. So it wasn't about this Nigerian plane. It was about Boone needed to be sacrificed and dying.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, you could say that was the purpose of the dream, but like the content of the dream was the well, it also showed Boone. and his mom.
Yeah, I mean,
but
it only showed the plane and Boone and the mom. Like, it didn't. I mean, it didn't. To me, the dream would have to be more specific with Echo's brother or something to be along the lines.
But to me, the fact that it showed him this plane that's like very intimately connected with Echo's story, it just seems like you know.
But they connect everything anyway, though. That's the thing. Everything's connected. Everybody's seen everybody, and everybody's this and that. I mean, if they didn't connect that plane to somebody on the island, that would have been surprising. So.
Okay. Well, but like, I'm not convinced that he's right about Boone. I mean, I feel like he got it wrong, and like, you know, at this point he's way off, like, you know, what he's supposed to be doing. And so, like, maybe he was supposed to focus on the plane and not like, and Boone wasn't supposed to die. Of course, then why did he get his legs taken away? You know,
I mean, I think he was right about Boone and the sacrifice, and it was a test and all that. Now, whether the island wanted him to actually do it, I think, is a point of contention. I mean, the island could have been like, well, let's see if you'll do this, and then being surprised that he actually did it. I don't know. That's sort of a moot point. But and the thing with the second dream, when he's, you know, he sees himself as Echo. I mean, Echo's. He sees himself as Echo, and then he gets up and Echo's brother's in the wheelchair.
Right.
To me, that doesn't really. To me, that was the island just trying to get to him, and it was a cool thing for us to watch with the revelation of, hey, that's him, and hey, he's dreaming, and so I don't really think they're that connected. I feel like there would be more going on with them non-dream wise if we really thought they were supposed to have some sort of connection to each other. Because they're not even really friends. I mean, like.
Well, no, they became sort of enemies.
Yeah.
But I still, I don't know.
I mean, they are both sort of men of faith and stuff like that. They do have that connection.
Yeah. And Echo kind of took over Locke's role in season 2 when Locke was busy, you know, doing the dishes.
Yeah. Oh, God. Hey, I'm sure Henry was like, hey, Locke, you better do those dishes before Jax comes back.
He's not going to be happy if he sees spots in those pans.
Yes, please. I hope you rinse them twice.
You know he likes his dinner to be hot when he gets home.
Oh, yes, sir, Jack. Here's your dinner.
Oh, God.
We've been talking for a long. I guess people have to be like. Is anybody out there like wondering how we can talk for so long, like not on drugs?
Not on drugs. That's the key.
That's the key. Well,
don't do drugs, kids. It's bad.
What's a drug? I don't really know. Is it this heroin I'm taking? I thought it was weird that the heroin like, I don't know, I'm not a really big druggie, so I don't know what heroin, comes in. First of all, I'd like to say, I didn't know heroin had a, solid form. I always thought it was, liquid. I thought you shot heroin up.
No, you cook it.
Yeah, but don't you cook it and then you cook it and then you put it in a needle.
Yeah, you cook it, then you put it, yeah, exactly.
Okay, exactly. But that's not what Charlie does.
It was actually, I don't know if this is true, and I hate to bring this up, but it was actually a plot point in Pulp Fiction that heroin is supposed to be packed in balloons, and in the movie it gets packed in a plastic bag as it is in Lost, and that makes Uma Thurman think that it's cocaine because that's the way cocaine is packaged, and so anyway, according to Pulp Fiction, it's supposed to be packed in balloons. So. Okay.
I thought it was weird because Charlie just sort of eats it. He just rubs it in his gun. I guess that's the dirty man's way to do it. Maybe it's not as effective or something, but
Charlie eats it?
Yeah, Charlie. If you notice, like he was in the bathroom doing drugs on the plane. Like,
That I thought you meant in the episode. Okay.
no.
In the flashback.
I mean,
Okay.
that's how he usually takes. That's the only way we've seen him take the heroin is orally. And so I assume the heroin that we've seen, you also take orally. Like I said, I always thought heroin was a liquid thing you inject. But Charlie doesn't have any needles, like unless he stole one from Jack. But like, you know what I mean? In the early parts of the episodes when he's still doing it, like he always just like rubs it in his gums or whatever.
Yeah,
he does.
actually, I think I read somewhere that they were gonna have him shoot up, but the network wouldn't let him do it.
Oh yeah.
They wouldn't let him have a scene where he was shooting up, so they came up with a compromise of having him just kind of like use it orally.
Oh, I guess I mean I don't know, but anyway, my point was, I thought it was weird how the way Charlie's heroin was packaged is the same way it was in the Mary statues.
Right.
But I guess maybe, as you're saying with Pulp Fiction, there's a standardized way to package heroin. Although they're not using the balloon method, but
yeah, it's not the way they said, but yeah. I think drugs do have. Yeah, maybe we can at least take that drugs have a standard packaging method.
You heard it here first, folks.
I mean, not that I know it. I'm not really a drug user, but
well, you do a lot of reading about drugs. You're like, well, I read that they were. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't reading about. I was reading about. Okay, anyway.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
It's not like I was like, ooh, let me find out something about drugs. Oh, look, it just happens to be related to Lost. Okay, I'll read this. But I was really looking for drugs. I mean,
so remember my theory about Danielle?
Just ignore me and plow through.
Remember my theory? I was trying to come up with a theory on the black smoke and all that a little while ago. Well, now I remember part of my theory. Basically, I was thinking, when she finds out that they have a hatch and she wants to know what's in there, and maybe she had found it before or found another hatch and can never get it open, and so she wants to basically have these guys blow open the hatch, and she's thinking to herself, well, how can I convince them to go blow up this hatch? Well, I'll go, start the smoke and then tell them that the others are coming, and maybe that'll make them want to get in there. But it's really a faulty theory because you got the whole baby situation thrown in there.
Yeah, that really hurts that theory.
But
then you have to ask, if it is the other's fire, why did they light the fire?
Why did they light it and like no one was around, and like what would, like I said, I can only imagine the smoke. I mean, what other reason to light a big smoke like that that's going to burn all day and be seen for miles, if not for a signal, some sort of communique?
Hey, do you know how to spell communique?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how to spell it?
Communique?
It's like COMMUN. What?
COMMUNIQUE. That's the weird part. The K at the end.
Ah, right. Okay. Communique like French or something.
Yeah, like it really should be communique or something.
Yeah, communique.
Communique, but yeah.
A communique.
Actually, I think it has the E has a little thing about it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay, what a weird tangent.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like,
no problem. I don't care.
I've heard that word a few times, and I was trying to look it up, and I couldn't figure out how to spell it. I was spelling it like CAE anyway at the end, and so yeah, I was like, I was really hoping you could just tell me how to. Okay, anyway, back to Lost. So the others, yeah, they what? What were you saying?
I was saying I was trying to come up with this theory about what was going on with the smoke, and I was basically trying to make it where Danielle was the one who put up the smoke. But it just doesn't make... I mean, it doesn't make sense for her to do it with the whole baby situation, and it doesn't make sense for the others to do it other than it just being a signal. And what would the signal mean? I guess the signal means, like, we're going to go get the baby tonight. And
do they really, like, need that? I mean...
And that's the thing. Do they really even need it?
If they're telepathic, or just in general, like, they never do that, you know?
I mean, they have a boat. You think they might have a walkie-talkie, too, you know? Like,
yeah, I'm sure they do. And, it seems like just, like, a weird contrivance. that like, because they've never really done that besides that, you know,
Yeah.
they've never lit fires and, it just seemed like I remember the first time I saw this, I really liked it. I was like, ooh, look, it's a fire, like somebody's coming, ooh.
Yeah.
Like, it seems really scary. And,
It's very anticlimactic when she's like, the others are coming, and they cut to commercial or something, but you're like, they're not coming.
I know. It's so depressing, like, when that's the thing. Some episodes are fine but like some episodes where nothing happens eventually, like they can't trick you again with those things.
Here's a question. Well, maybe Danielle had it right. Now, I don't know why they would light a smoke when they're going to come and abduct a child, but say that they do. Maybe
they certainly didn't do it with Claire. Of course, then in that case, Ethan was like a mole.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So assuming that they do this smoke for no apparent reason when they're going to abduct a child, and they were going to come for Walt, maybe the reason we never saw them actually come for Walt was by the time they're going to get him, Walt was already on the boat. The raft had already set sail. So basically my point is if Walt was still on the island, we would have saw the others come get him from the camp. But Walt was already gone. And so that's why they went on the boat and to go look for them out there. So maybe she was right. Maybe they were going to come, but by the time they got there or whatever, I don't know, Walt was already gone. So they didn't technically come to the camp.
Well, okay, I was going to ask about that specifically. Like, so okay, all right, so maybe we can fit that into a theory. So I was going to ask if the others were just like floating around, looking for Walt randomly. I mean, did they have any sort of direction?
You mean in terms of where they? I mean, they were relatively close to the raft. When they were. I mean, yeah, they were relatively close to the raft. They were really close, actually. I mean, by the time when the raft goes off of radar and then comes back. I mean, when the boat comes off the radar and comes back and comes to them, it's like less than a minute or two, maybe a couple minutes of travel time. So they were pretty close when they were just wandering around out there before Michael lit the flare. I think they were specifically out there looking for Walt.
But so why didn't they take him sooner? I mean...
Because they didn't have the smoke ready. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, it seems like they've had ample opportunity to take him at any other time. Like, it just seems weird that all of a sudden they're like, okay, we gotta take Walt. Oh, damn, he's on a boat. We gotta go get the boat out.
I guess because it's a TV show. I mean, that's the only explanation I have is that...
So you think they knew he was on the boat and like...
Oh yeah, I think they knew he was on the boat because Tom was already in his makeup gear, so that means he expected to run into non-others.
Yeah.
So I think they were out there specifically looking for him. And I gotta say, I so love the scene when they take Walt. When everyone's like, "Yay, we're rescuing!"
Yeah, I
yay!
know.
And Tom is like, "Oh man, what are you guys doing?" And hey, you on a plane crash?
Whoa!
Like he's totally acting, and like it's so funny because he's just as evil as he wants to be, but he's like,
I know.
"Whoa, you guys look hungry! Like who wants a pizza party?" Like,
I love his answers because like at first, like I remember when I watched it the first time, like at first. It seems sort of normal, but I think before he even says, like, but we're going to take the boy...
It gets creepy quickly.
Yeah, before he even says that, it's like, at some point, it's like, oh, how about that? Oh, you don't say. Like, It gets really scary the way he's, like, answering his questions or, like, saying, like, responding to him. At a certain point, it's like, okay, this has gone from, like, a fun, like, yay, we're rescued to, like, something's wrong. You know? Like,
no, it was pretty quickly something's wrong.
Yeah, like, you sense that he's not being friendly at some point, and it's like, before he even says anything about taking the kid, like, yeah, the way he delivers it's good. It's a really good
I would
scene.
like to say, I don't expect, like, the raft crew to, like, think of this in terms of, because, they're excited about being rescued, but... In hindsight, I think it should have been a little bit strange that Tom and them were speaking English, like American English, considering that they're most closely to Australia and like, Tahiti and the other country, like, where they speak French and stuff.
Fiji? Is it Fiji?
Is it Fiji? Maybe, yeah. And so, I mean, I don't expect them to catch that, but if I was thinking, I thought that would be, and I was in that situation, I'd be like, it's a little strange that these guys are Americans, like on this little raft in the middle of nowhere. That's a little strange. But anyway,
sort of southern too.
Yeah, a little southern,
which is weird.
From Virginia,
I got when I first saw it, I got the impression that they were like they were these weird like they were kind of like people who live in trailers, but they just live on a boat.
Okay, that's like, a really weird thing to think, man.
And they just float out. I know, but it's the first thing that popped into my head when they showed up because they were dressed sort of raggedly. I'm like, oh, they just live on a boat.
They just float around. I mean, you can't really do that. You don't have like
resources. I know. It was a very silly thought, and it didn't last long.
I thought they were just sort of like small town fishermen or something. They were just out. But it's like, why would they be out at night, But I just thought they were like, they just sort of kind of look like fishermen, but...
Yeah, that's a lot more plausible, but I thought they were living out there.
So I'd like to mention, since we're talking about it, that the raft was 15 miles out from the island when they spotted the signal.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
I don't know, but that's what it is.
Good.
And,
how they measured, I don't know, but good.
I don't know either. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about the raft and the boat, why did they blow up the raft besides to be cool for TV?
Yeah. Someone brought that up. Good question.
I mean, I guess so that they can't sort of escape. I mean, I guess they're really concerned about them escaping and bringing people back to the island too. I guess that's one of their concerns. So
yeah, I think they just wanted to make sure I think maybe they were just trying to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Why would you want to kill them? I mean, we've talked before about the others, and they think they're good, and in their eyes they do these bad things, but it's really not that bad. But, like, it seems very needless to kill 3 people just to take this boy, especially when you already have the boy. I like to think that they were just, maybe these people might die, but we just want to blow up the raft to make sure they don't get rescued and potentially bring people back to the island. If that's even possible, so I don't know if that's even possible, but...
Yeah, that's the thing. If we're to believe the season 2 finale, unless they were heading in the right direction, they wouldn't have...
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been able to leave anyway.
Yeah, that's true, especially with Desmond talking about the fact that he got out to sea, but it brought him back, and he had like a real boat.
Yeah, exactly. He had a real boat, and so I can only presume that they weren't heading in exactly the right direction, and that even if, and the others should know that, so, because Henry knew that, so they shouldn't be worried about them getting rescued.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, like, they say they're going north to the shipping lanes, but it's like, they didn't really know where they are, so, I mean...
Yeah, haven't we theorized that they're on the... Where did we say they were? I don't even remember. The south side, right?
South side of what?
The south side of the island?
They're supposed to be on the south side, because the Tailies landed on the north side, and the other's camp was on the north side.
Right.
They're supposed to be on the south side.
In which case, if they wanted to go north, they'd have to, basically go around the island.
And they didn't.
They
just sailed away. They sailed further south.
They were just going to go to Antarctica, I guess.
They were going to Antarctica.
Oh, God, that would have been great.
Yeah, unless they headed sort of east or west and, was going to go north eventually. I don't know. But my point is, depending on how... I understand there's shipping lanes north of them, but... Depending on how far south they are, those northern shipping lanes could be pretty damn far.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It would be a miracle for that piece of shit that, one little log,
You called it a piece of shit. That was a very impressive raft.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it is a piece of shit, compared to the Queen Mary, But like,
I think it's a piece of shit compared to any like actually constructed boat.
That's true, but it's a pretty. I mean, besides the fact that the rudder like broke off, besides the fact it broke off for no apparent reason, I couldn't have built a boat like that. I mean, that was a boat, man. That was like very impressive. Very impressive. Well, moderately impressive because it wasn't that fancy, but
I'm gonna say I agree. It's very impressive, but it's just like when a kid builds a great Lego house. It's like, good job.
Oh, I gotta quote you on that. Good job, buddy. We can't live in it.
Yeah, but who cares? It's a fucking Lego house.
Oh.
What can we do with it? You know. So, because they hit just a little log and it knocks the rudder off. Like, if they actually made it to shipping lanes with that, I mean, oh my god.
Oh man.
That would have been completely preposterous. So that thing was doomed to fail from the start. I think even if the others hadn't shown up, they just would have died.
Yeah. They really. I mean, it was basically, hey, we're just gonna have to hang out on this raft for like forever, and without being, and they have a finite amount of food. I guess Jin could catch fish, but I think in deep sea, like catching fish in deep sea is a lot different than catching it near the shore.
Yeah, they even say that. Like somebody says, like, oh, was it Kate? I think somebody says like, you packing fish? Well, can't Jin fish? Why do you need to pack fish?
Yeah,
and then they say something about blah, blah, blah. You don't know anything about... So, yeah, presumably fishing would be different.
Yeah, definitely.
In that water than on the
I don't
beach.
think the fish are the same type, and I don't think they're that close to the surface. And
right.
Like, yeah, you might catch a shark, but...
Oh, God. A Dharma shark. Okay, okay, I think they're just being dramatic for TV.
I think they're just being dramatic. I agree. They're just being dramatic for TV.
In terms of who the others are and all that, I mean, yeah, any means necessary, but that just wasn't necessary.
You've crossed the line, others. You've crossed the line. Steal as many babies as you want. Don't blow up rafts.
Oh, God. Yeah, so, whatever. Man. Okay.
Okay, we got 5 minutes to wrap this up.
I have, just a few more things.
I'm kidding.
I don't think we've discussed the smoke monster enough yet.
No, I got a couple more questions about Smokey, especially him and Mr. Locke.
So, I don't know whether I should throw out these trivial things first. Or
yes, trivial.
Okay, all right. Sawyer took a gun on the raft, right?
Jack gave him a gun.
That
was it. Remember, Jack said you might need this. That's when they had their heart to heart, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, right. When Sawyer tells him about.
I met a man who said his son is good, and he didn't like his daddy, but his daddy loved him.
I just have to say, in movies, I love, and I guess TV shows, I love how they do this where, characters say these things. In real life, if that happened, I would be like, wow, I think I met your dad in Australia.
Oh, you mean... Yeah, given the whole story version of it,
yeah, the whole thing, and I met this man, and he was on a bender. Let me tell you,
he was on a bender, something good. Yeah,
and he was a doctor too, and his son was a doctor, and he told me,
what? If anybody actually said that in real life, they would be the best storyteller ever, because it's a great story. You're captivated, you're weaving in, and the whole time, Jack is like, what does this got to do with me? And then a little thing here, oh, this guy's a doctor. Okay, still, what does this got to do with me? Oh, has a problem with his son. Okay, where is this? And it draws you in like a good story. I mean, if somebody, and see, I'll give Sawyer credit because he is from the South, and they're supposed to be good storytellers. So I'll give him a little bit of credit, but you're right. It is a big script contrivance to instead of saying, a couple weeks ago I was at this bar and I talked to this guy, blah blah blah, I think he's your dad. It draws him in, and it's a very story thing to do. But
and I realize when you say that, it just kills the whole
oh yeah,
Because the whole thing is it's building, and Jack is like, he's giving away these little things one at a time, and he gets to sort of slowly realize what he's saying, and instead of just like, I think I ran into your dad in Australia,
and he said he was proud of you. He wished he could call you, and then Jack would have been like, oh wow,
and then Jack would say, oh man, wow, that's but it wouldn't have like affected him so much because he wouldn't have been able to like slowly get into the whole thing, and there was a phone in this bar, and he said,
and the phone had a piece of gum stuck to the bottom, and then the chairs were Art Deco from the 50s. But they were all rusted, so no one cared. The bartender's name was Jimmy.
And the bartender, he didn't want to give me another shot, but I said, give me another shot. And then this man says, they don't think Americans can hold their liquor. And then he looked at the camera.
And then he looked at the camera. And then he realized he's an actor and shouldn't be looking at the camera. And then he looked at me. All right, come on, dude. Let's go.
Sorry. He almost killed it when he said his name was Christian.
These people listening to us have to get back to work.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. We want to be done in time for you to go to lunch.
I know. Well,
that's our goal.
I think I think we're done. Maybe for their smoke break. Hopefully, no one smokes. But
smokers aren't allowed to listen to Lost Lowdown.
They're not allowed.
No. I'm banning them.
That means I can't listen.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's all right. You don't have to listen.
Yeah, I don't smoke though.
Oh, okay. Okay. Next trivial thing. I was gonna ask why he took the gun, but I guess he gave it to him. But why did he give it to him?
That specific reason, just in case someone comes and tries to steal Walt.
Okay.
I mean, no. Right. Basically, he says in case anything happens. I mean, realistically, it's funny because I think realistically, it's a good precaution for him to have a gun. But realistically, there shouldn't be any case that he would need it. Like, you wouldn't think that anyone might try to take Walt or be sort of aggressive in any way. So it's like, why would you really need a gun?
Yeah.
But so it's weird. It seems to make sense, and then it doesn't seem to make sense. Then of course it's a TV show, and of course they ended up needing it. Not that he really got to use it, but I was just thinking that scene would have went very differently if Sawyer would have got off a couple shots first.
Yeah.
Like, if he didn't get shot, he could have hit Tom or hit somebody else, and they could have potentially
put up a fight
and won, and then this would have been a weird season 1 ender.
Yeah, would have. You didn't get Walt.
They come back to the camp with a boat. We left with a raft. We came back with a motorboat.
You might be asking yourself, how did our wooden raft change into a boat? Well, we have a story to tell.
Sawyer hit it. Well, first we were sailing, and then the rudder fell off, and then...
Well, you see, it all started with a log and a dream.
Oh, my log and a dream. And that log became 2 logs that got tied together with rope. And with a pinch of hope and a dash of determination, that became a mast.
And then I says to myself, I can make a mast with that tree.
And then I says to myself, I says, if I take these sheets, I can sew together some integrity. And by integrity, I mean a sail. And that sail can take me to the future. Okay, I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I did want to ask how they made the sail to begin with. That sail seemed to be one big piece of cloth, and I don't know where they would have got that from.
Oh God, me either. It was plain cloth.
That's what
Thank God for cloth smugglers.
That's. Oh my God. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the cloth they wrap the plane in when it gets cold. It's a big plane. It's a plane cozy.
Oh, the plane! It's the plane blankie.
It's a plane blankie. It's a planky.
The planky. Oh God. The plane gets cold.
Not a Twinkie.
No. Oh God. Oh God.
I like Twinkies too. I think Locke was lying.
He was. It was so patronizing. Oh, you. Yes,
He's
I
like,
like Twinkies too.
Yes, fat man. I like Twinkies too.
Oh, aren't you cute? Yes, yes.
Oh,
we all
God.
like Twinkies,
Yes,
don't we?
you're obese. Your obesity is humorous.
He seemed like such an ass when he said that.
Yes. Everyone likes Twinkies. It's like, shut up, Locke. No one likes Twinkies, especially you.
Oh God, that was so weird.
I did want to bring up that thing we mentioned on off podcast about the relationship between Michael and Jin.
Oh, all right.
Michael is C-3PO and Jin is R2-D2.
Right.
Like, nobody knows what he's saying, but Michael gets to translate, but then he's always berating him. Oh, I know, R2.
R2, watch your mouth.
Yeah, it's like, okay, Jin, yeah, I know. Jin's like, bada, 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 bada. And Michael's like, yes, I know, I'm already getting it. Luke's on his way. Like,
right. What do you mean we have to go find the leader of... It's
like, beep, 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 beep. What do you mean we have to go help Luke because he's trapped in the Fortress of Solitude?
That's what I love, that he always had to repeat what he said, because it's like, even though he understands, the audience doesn't.
Yeah.
And so, like, there's no reason for him to repeat it, but he always says, what do you mean we have to...
Yes, R2. I know that Han is trapped in carbonite and we've got to go help rescue him.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, I find it so shocking that Michael can understand Jin to that extent, like, quickly.
I feel like Jin basically... Well, first of all, I think they do a lot of pointing, and and I think the big thing is that working on the raft, they're pretty much always on the same page. Like, they know what needs to be done for whatever. I don't know why Michael knows how to build a boat, and I know Jin grew up as a fisherman's son. I don't know why he knows how to build a boat either, but whatever. I think it has. I think they're on the same.
Michael had the construction background. If that
I don't buy that. I know that. I just don't believe that's I mean, maybe you're good structurally. You know, like, what needs to be there, but in terms of anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
So I was just thinking that they're usually on the same page, especially because Jin, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, Jin will say something. Jin will say something, and Michael's like, yeah, I know, or because I feel like they're always on the same page. So it's not that he's necessarily understanding Korean, but he knows sort of like what Jin is going to be fussing about, or what needs to be done next, or and some of the things like, yeah, I know this needs to be tighter, because he sort of, they do a lot of pointing, and and like I said, with the second raft, when they had to do the second raft, they learned a lot from each other on the first one, and communicating. And so they know. So I think that's what it is. I think he's not necessarily picking up Korean so much as he knows what Jin's bitching about.
Yeah.
Like, he just knows, okay, yeah, I know, we got to be faster. Oh, yeah, I know, we got to get the mast up. Like, and he could be wrong. Like,
I know.
Wrong.
Jin's like saying something completely unrelated.
Yeah, he's like, no, I don't mean hurry. I mean take a break. It's hot out here.
Oh God, yeah. It was a lot funnier when we brought it up originally, but
yeah. Well.
Anyway, yeah. Just if you rewatch it, just think of Jin as R2-D2 and Michael as C-3PO, and see if it isn't humorous. I think it is.
It's deadly funny. Or should I say, what was that word? Crashing.
Crashing. God, I can't. Whoever writes those things is crazy.
I can't wait to read the season 2 synopsis.
I know. That's gonna be fun.
I hope it's the same crazy writer, because they do some weird stuff.
They really do. They're nuts. All right. So can I finish my trivial round here?
Please finish your trivialities.
Okay. Here's another trivial thing. The white guy who comes up to Jen in the bathroom and starts speaking Korean and threatening him and stuff.
Yeah, I love that guy.
I do too. Can you pass me a paper towel? Oh, you don't.
Oh, you don't speak English? Well, I speak Korean, motherfucker.
Yeah.
his accent. I don't know if they dubbed him, but his accent was really good. Like,
Yeah.
his Korean was really good. Like,
I saw a couple times when he was talking, like you couldn't see, it was like from behind.
Yeah.
There were some times where you'd see his mouth moving with the words. And
yeah.
so it's like, yeah, I agree though. Well, then again, it's hard for me to judge a Korean.
I mean, that's the
accent.
thing. I don't really know, but it was the delivery was really good, and then the pronunciation. I mean, from what I know, was really good. He didn't seem like a non-native Korean speaker speaking Korean. He seemed like
Right.
a native Korean speaker speaking Korean.
It did sound very convincing.
Yeah. It seemed like they may have dubbed him over, but I don't know.
Yeah, I got the sense he might have been like they had him mouth it and then they did ADR or whatever.
Yo sonyo ko Kyoto. Like, it was just it was really good. It was very menacing too. So.
Yeah, oh, it was very menacing. Aquí en your paper towel.
I love that.
It was weird.
Like, it makes me think that if he basically, when he's speaking Korean and he says paper towel like in English because it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Like, how come Jin didn't know what he meant the first time? Like, why is he gonna know he said paper towel now? And he should have known paper. If paper towel is paper towel, then
Right.
And I feel like they have a Korean word for paper towel.
One would think so.
You
It's
know?
pretty absurd. It's not one of those like Americanized things. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like I don't know,
Like TiVo or something, or
iPod or something. Yeah, it's not one of those things where it's like they wouldn't need their own word for it. Like,
that was
everybody has like something like a paper towel.
Yo, kitty, paper towel, yo. It's like, it was
I
weird.
know. It's so weird. You're paper towel in the middle. Like, it's always disconcerting to me when it's like other language, and then random English word shows up. Like,
Yeah.
It always sounds weird. I wonder if it sounds that way when we use other, like, when we say deja vu or something, if that just sounds like some kind of weird, like, ooh, their other language is popping up out of nowhere. Anyway. What I actually wanted to ask, because I realize I'm running out of steam, was he sort of, like, threatens to... He says, because, like, Jin was planning to run away, right? Like, that's what we discovered
Supposedly.
before. And, like, he says, you better not or you'll lose her or something like that. Like, it seemed like he was threatening to kill her. And, like, I mean, would her dad really, like, have her killed?
I think there's two things there. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't think he would have her killed so much as maybe take her away from Jin, like make it where Jin would never see her again, or just kill Jin.
Oh. Okay. Because I would find it way more plausible to kill him than her. I mean,
yeah, I think it makes it. Yeah, I mean, it makes it seem like he's meaning like will kill her, but they really shouldn't mean that because that's his daughter. So I think it really means like you'll lose. Like he says you'll lose her. He didn't say like we'll kill her. You'll lose her, meaning like we'll take her away from you.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, but it made me realize that like if they get rescued, like Sun and Jin have kind of a dangerous situation waiting for them.
They might have to go on the lam with Kate.
Yeah, exactly. They're not in good shape.
It's gonna be a It's gonna be a fun threesome. They should make a TV show, a spin-off sitcom. They should do that. Like at the end of Lost, at the end of the series, like they get rescued, and then like Kate, Jen, and Sun go get like an apartment in New York. That'd be a cool sitcom. And they open up a pizza place.
Oh jeez, pizza.
Yeah. Starbud, no, pizza oven.
Oh, he's still cute. Oh, you've been here 5 years, Jen.
No.
Why are you still saying Starbird?
You just got your master's in English. Why do you keep saying Starbird? Well, I was going to ask the question. I wanted to go back a little bit and wonder, like, the little thing that got, the white guy, I'm sorry, Caucasian, who
Please.
Sorry, I felt the need to be a little more PC. Now the whitey who was in the bathroom, he asked Jin for a paper towel in English, and I sort of in the back of my mind wondered if he was testing to see if Jin spoke English. Like, I wonder, I don't know why, but I just sort of, because he seemed like he was sort of tricking him, like, you know, because he knew Jin didn't speak English, but he asked him anyway. And it seemed like he was sort of tricking it. So I wonder if Jin had secretly learned English or something. If Jin was like, oh, yeah, here's a paper towel, then the guy would have been like, oh, what are you doing learning English or something? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with the show, really, but I just thought that in the back of my head.
I think that's possible, although I feel like really it's just a writing thing to like...
Yeah, no, you're right. It's just a writing thing.
You know? But, yeah... I wonder if Sun's dad, like, knew or figured out about her plan to run away and, like, knows that she knows English and all that.
I would think that he knows that she was going to do the English lesson. I mean, like, he just seems like a guy who's going to know everything about everybody, especially his own daughter.
Yeah.
You know, and for her to go meet with this guy that many times, and for, like, I mean, originally it was like they were set up to be, you know, on date, going out or married or whatever, but then he met somebody else. So I think at the very least, if the father is, you know, knows that son is meeting with this guy, and then he finds out, well, this guy's engaged to some American woman, why is my daughter still meeting with him all the time? Then he might figure it out that she learned English. How Pike what is it, Pac?
The way it sounded like Pike to me.
Pike, how Mr. Pike found out that they were planning to run away, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that seemed like a plan that was hatched with Jin and his dad. You know, in that scene where he goes and visits his dad.
So you're saying Jin's dad is Brzezinski?
Oh, I wish.
Well, I agree.
Really weird.
But
his name's Redzinski. Oh man, that's wow.
Yeah, you heard it here first, folks.
The only Korean named Redzinski.
Yeah, well, I'm sure a couple of them moved to Russia. I think I had something to say about that. That's the thing. It's really Pike that's giving him the opportunity to run away. Like,
that's
why can't someone else go deliver those watches?
Well, that's what I was asking in that other episode. It seemed weird that he sent him on that errand. It really didn't seem like... It just didn't seem like the thing he would have him do. Like,
yeah.
You know, maybe it's just an excuse to get him on the plane, but
maybe there's something more to come from this. Maybe the watches are very specific for some reason. Maybe they have a geolocator in them and nobody knows about it yet.
Oh, God.
I mean, because some watches actually have that. Some watches
I wonder if Michael still has the watch. I don't think I ever even saw it.
Some watches do have, like, GPS locators in them, though. Some of the, like, really expensive ones. Like, I think I read that, what's his name? The British guy who owns Virgin? Michael Branson, I think. I think he has, like, a watch, like, and this is really special, crazy high-tech, because he's, like, a billionaire or something. But he has, like, a watch where, like, if he there's a button on it, if he presses, that, like, the Coast Guard will come rescue him no matter where he is. Or, like, basically, like, there's people monitoring that watch. And so when he presses this button on his watch, like, it signifies that he's somewhere, like, stranded. Because, you know, he's a big adventurer. Like, he's stranded somewhere. And anywhere on Earth, like, people will come and get him. And it's basically built into his watch. So... I don't know, maybe Michael should take a look at that watch and see if there's any funny buttons.
Yeah, if there was something like that in it, that would save him a lot of trouble.
I know, just press the button.
Wow. But Jin gave it away. No, you.
No, you. Because it's not real gold. It will turn your hand green.
Oh, so touching. Okay. So, yeah, whatever. It's just, like, I forget, I guess. Like, I'm aware vaguely of people's, like, backstories and what they're dealing with and all that, but, like,
it's a lot going on. It's hard.
That, like, if they go back, yeah, like, they're just not in good shape. So, anyway, it just seemed, whatever, interesting though. Okay. Trivial thing, Charlie's, like, drug girlfriend or whatever.
Yeah. Drive-Thru is the best band ever.
Oh, God.
That was a good scene. That was very scary.
It was very scary?
Yeah. Like the depths of their addiction, I thought that was
Oh,
very
okay.
scary. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like horror
Scary in
just
that
like,
sense. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
like they
So I
were
was gonna say
really,
there's some scarier scenes in this episode than that, but
yeah.
yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah, from that perspective, yeah, and I love how at the end she's like, "You're pathetic."
I love that. After she just like was in such a tizzy about getting these drugs, she's like, "You're pathetic. You're pathetic." And I think it's one of those things that the writers love to do is to try to get their message across. But the way that they do it is sort of weird. Like, I mean, basically, we want to get the idea that Charlie is pathetic. I mean, he's a druggie.
Yeah.
But coming from her, it just seemed a little.
Yeah, because she looked extremely pathetic with her,
Yeah.
like, you know,
She's walking
whatever,
out with her panties on and like no clothes, you know, like, and she's just like all gone crazy.
and writhing around trying to like wrestle the drugs from him. Like,
yeah,
you know, I mean, he's one form of pathetic for hiding it, but like that's just sad and desperate, and you know, and then trying to exit on a high note. Oh, you're pathetic. Like, come on, she's not in a position to be high and mighty.
I think they should have. I mean, not that I'm better than the writers, but for me, I would have had her like make more of a point. Not that he's pathetic, but give a reason why. I mean, for her to say he's pathetic because he's a drug addict is okay. That's neither here nor there because you're one too, honey. Surprise,
Right.
surprise. But I think like maybe it would have been hit at home if she would have been like, you know, you're so pathetic. Like you think you're in this great band, but look at you in like this hotel room with me, you know, someone like me, and like you know what I mean. Like just to make it more specific, I think
Yeah.
would have made the point a little bit clearer. Like you know, your band hasn't sold. You know, hasn't had a number one you know, ever, you know, besides that one, or you haven't hit the Billboard charts and whatever, and, you know, you got, you know, I think they could have been a little more specific and it would have driven the point home more, but whatever, we got the point. He is pathetic. He's Charlie. He's Mr. Pathetic.
Yeah, he is, indeed. Okay.
Come on, Liam. Let's get the band back together. Yeah. No, Charlie.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. I think I really got it. Here, this one's... Yeah.
Yeah, I got a new tune. It goes like this. A dee dee dee, a dee doo doo. No, Charlie.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm almost done with my trivia questions.
Cool.
If you light gunpowder on someone's face, will that really, like, seal a wound?
I love that scene, by the way.
I do too, but I wonder if that like is.
I think it
remotely
will. I mean,
realistic.
basically, it's like cauterizing of any sort of open blood vessels. I mean, that's what you do. That's what cauterizing is you apply heat, and it seals the blood vessels. So I think, I mean, basically, like if he had like something hot, like that, you know, sort of that could stay continuously hot. Like I don't know what, but if he had like a piece of metal, he could have just basically like put the metal in the fire and then like put it on Charlie's wound, and that would have basically like, because it would have basically burned all the blood vessels together and sealed it up in the flesh and like, you know, burned it all together, and it would have stopped the bleeding. So yeah, I think the gunpowder thing would have worked. Yeah.
I just felt like gunpowder was too explosive to light on your face.
Well,
Like-
if you saw how it happened, it sort of ignited and burned. It didn't just like pop, like you know, like bullets obviously pop when they fly out of the thing. But when he lit the gunpowder, it burned like, you know, it was incendiary. It burned for a little bit. It didn't just like sort of like blow up. It just sort of like burned.
Yeah, I just felt like it would like light up his eyeball or something. Like I don't know.
Nah.
It just seemed wildly unrealistic. Oh, okay, maybe that's fine. Okay, next, here's the last thing. Wow, sorry that took so long.
Don't try that at home, by the way, folks. Don't put gunpowder on people and light it.
Yeah, here at the Lost Lowdown, we recommend only the blowtorch method for cauterizing wounds.
Please. And by blowtorch method, we mean don't do it at all.
Right.
Because we're going to get a whole bunch of people going out there blowing up stuff with blowtorches.
Sorry, I guess I don't want to get sued.
Please, we have interest to protect.
Indeed. Okay, so Jack's dynamite chivalry.
I love it. I love it. It's not in your pack, it's in mine. Don't think about it, just go get it.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You know what's really cool is like if you notice that scene where they're crossing the little pond and they're like stepping on the rocks, he puts his hand on his backpack to like make sure it doesn't like jostle too much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know, at this point we don't know that he's got the dynamite. But it's just like they planted that little clue, and of course when Smokey comes out, he takes his backpack off immediately to run.
Yeah.
Kate doesn't.
Yeah, that was bad.
Like, that's the thing. If she had the dynamite, she would have blown up. Like, and Locke was running too, but, like, they really should have...
Locke dropped his pack, though.
No, he didn't. Not right away.
He did eventually.
But not at the beginning. He dropped his pack when he wanted to go back towards Smokey. But when Smokey first came, he ran the other way with everybody else with his pack. Because he was behind Kate. And so basically it's that shot where Jack is in the foreground, Jack takes off his pack, Kate and Locke already have turned around and run, and then like Jack follows. But they both have their packs on, and then when Locke sort of stops, and then like he says, "Oh, I should go talk to Smokey," and then that's when he drops his pack. But Kate keeps hers on the whole time, and it's like, you would have blown up. Like, seriously. He saved her life, if you ask me. Because she's too stupid. That's the thing. The same thing in what is it, in season 2, when Kate's like, I want to come. And they're like, no, you shouldn't come. And she tails them anyway. And she gets caught by Tom and them. And it's like, it's a big I told you so. It's like, I already told you shouldn't come. And now, look, you got us in this predicament. We came with all the power, and now we don't have any power because they're captive, you know? She's stupid sometimes, dude. She really doesn't think.
Okay, so I will buy that he did that because he thought she would be wildly irresponsible with it. Okay, that I will accept as justification.
Although that's not my point.
It's not.
I mean, that my point. I think his reason for doing it was he thought it would be safer with him, and he wanted to make that choice. He won't leave stuff like that up to fate, like up to chance, up to drawing straws. That was his point. That's why he did it. I mean, I think, with the perspective that we have, that it was a wise choice for him to take it, because obviously how things went, she was moving around way too much, and she probably would have blown herself up. But I just think he thought it was safer with him.
But I mean, why?
Which I guess means he thought it was unsafe with her. I guess that's what that. I mean, ipso facto.
Because I'm just saying, if she's volunteering,
yeah,
he's a doctor. He is much more valuable to the camp than she is.
Yeah, but Jack doesn't think that way. He's put himself in danger quite a few times. He doesn't. He's when you're a hero.
Oh God.
It's like he's willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good, even though I said it. But at the same token, like, he doesn't say, well, I shouldn't put myself in danger because I'm valuable. He thinks, I need to put myself in danger because I think I can maybe handle this danger more than someone else. Or I'd rather someone else die, even if they're not a doctor or less valuable in certain respects. I'd rather I take the responsibility and maybe die than them. And that's
wouldn't that be great? He dies and then everybody else dies because there's no doctor. Like,
if you think about it, they haven't needed a doctor that many times. I mean,
I understand, but
they'll be okay without a doctor. I mean, plus Sun knows a little plant herb stuff, so she can help if you got a headache.
But what I'm saying is, like, just practically, I know, like, on the show it's like whatever, but just practically speaking, it's very helpful to have a doctor around.
True. I agree. But that's the thing. If you really, I mean, Jack is selfless to a T, and even his, and like his father says, he doesn't know when to, he's selfless to a fault. He doesn't know when to stop, and he's not the kind of person who's going to say, well, I'm a doctor. I've got valuable skills. Why don't you take the dynamite just in case I blow up and no one has it and there's no doctor around? He's selfless, dude. I mean, he's a hero.
But there's a sense in which he's not being selfless by risking his own life. You know? I mean, risking his life is risking anybody else getting medical care from him. You know, there's a sense in which he's not being selfless. He's just being
he's being
chivalrous.
so selfless that it affects other things. I mean, I don't think it had to do with the fact that she was a girl or, you know, a woman.
Really? He didn't have a problem with Locke carrying it.
Well, he agreed with... Well, first of all, actually, if you think about it, he said he wanted to carry it. There was only going to be one set of dynamite. And then Locke said, well, we need to have two just in case. That's the only reason there was two sets. Jack originally said he wanted to carry it. So it wasn't about her being a woman. It was about he didn't want to put people in jeopardy. That's his thing. If it was Hurley, like if it was all guys, he would have done the same thing, man. He would have been like, if it was Saeed who got the short straw, he would have been like, he would have totally did the same thing, man. I'm 100% convinced. He's that kind of person. It's not about chivalry at all. It's about him being selfless and his.
I think he lets Saeed carry a bag. I mean, you know.
Okay, with Saeed, he might feel comfortable doing that, but I think if there was going to be two people to carry it, he wanted to be one of the two.
Yeah. But I think it's specific to Kate. I don't think. I think other people he'd be more inclined to let him.
If it was Charlie, no.
Maybe not Charlie.
I mean,
Charlie.
I think if it was anybody but Saeed, like I mean, that's the thing. I really even think with Saeed, like I said, I think if they had to be two sets and there had to be two people carrying it, he was going to be one that wants to carry it. I mean, he said in the beginning, like I said, he said, I want to carry it, and Locke was like, well, that's fine and all, but we need two.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then Kate's like, I want to carry one. And yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with chivalry. I just think, I mean, to me, it didn't. I wonder what Kate was trying to prove by carrying one. That's really my big question. Is like, what did she think? Like, did she just want to prove that she was, you know, able to help, like, or like, you know, what is her reason for wanting to put her life in danger?
Back to the Kate is a mole theory. She's doing it to, you know, prove to them she's, I don't know, committed or something.
Oh, no one believes a commitment from a woman.
Yeah, I know.
All the women are out there like, what? Oh.
Oh.
Well, ladies, if you're like me and you've been married 10 times, you know what I mean. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, God.
Everyone knows women can commit.
Temporarily.
I was going to make a joke out of that, but I wound up with a weird statement. Okay.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to stand by it.
Hey, everyone knows it, and I believe it.
Okay.
So
Trivial hour's over.
We got about 8 minutes before we hit the 4-hour mark. Granted, you know, with editing, it'll be a little bit different, but
yeah.
So you're done with trivial? So are you going to go to your big things now?
The only big thing I wanted to talk about was the smoke monster. Okay. So
I got a couple trivial things.
Okay.
The flight departed at gate 23.
Good.
Just so you know.
Flight 815, of course.
I did want to mention, because when Hurley goes... okay, yeah, let's talk about that real quick. Hurley basically had so much stuff plugged into his hotel plug that it blew the circuit or whatever, or blew the plug, the outlet, and all his stuff was off. Now, if you ask me, something like that wouldn't be that localized, because, I mean, if it was... I feel like it would have blown a couple... It would have blown whatever was on that circuit. So I feel like other hotel guests would have been affected, and they would have saw it, and it had been an issue, and they would have come to his room to fix it, and the smoke detector would have went off, and all that good stuff that would have happened in the real world. But anyway,
I agree 100%.
Do you think that?
But you forgot he has bad luck.
Yeah. Do you think that was a bad luck thing?
Absolutely.
Well, because usually bad luck happens to other people. It's not like he's like the bad luck happens to him though. It's usually other people.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Ugh.
I mean, he
And
wasn't.
then he gets the flat tire, man. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. And then and that's the thing. Like the lady says, like it doesn't look like you were meant to be on this flight. Like
And then he's on.
Like he oversleeps because of the power went out. His
Right.
car, I mean, I've never seen a car do what that car did. That was a Land Rover. Like, for it to whatever they were trying to make us think it did, that was weird. It just stopped working.
I thought he blew a tire, but
No, it did not blow a tire. If you look at the shot, they show you the instrument panel and the electronic readouts are flashing and stuff. Like it seems like an electronic issue. He didn't blow a tire.
Okay.
He did. He pulls over. He didn't blow a tire, did he? No, he didn't blow a tire.
I just thought that subconsciously. I don't think.
No.
I don't think you actually see a tire. or
Yeah,
anything.
because if he blew a tire, they do the shot where the tire is flapping.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
No, his car just mysteriously died, and then he gets there, and then here's something other. I also think it's preposterous. They let him check into his flight at the wrong terminal.
Right.
I don't buy that at all.
Without even sort of realizing it until he was checked.
Yeah, I mean, she I paused on the computer screen when she's checking them in just to see what information they had there, and it says Sydney to L.A. It's obviously an international flight.
Yeah.
And she's in the domestic terminal. I just don't buy that she wouldn't have said, because those people don't want to do anything.
Right.
Even their normal job they don't want to do. So why she would check this guy in and not tell him sooner was beyond me.
She was sort of bitchy though.
She was weird. Do I have to weigh you?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, just her whole demeanor was very weird.
Well, she's Australian.
Yeah, is that it? God.
They like to do stuff. So
You're on the wrong terminal.
was that supposed to be an Australian accent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't though. The other thing I want to mention was so small that I don't want to say it, but I just thought it was because sometimes continuity-wise the show gets it wrong.
Oh
But
boy.
I did want to mention that they got this whole thing. This is something I would expect them to get wrong, but they didn't. Hurley shows up to the airport with 2 bags, right?
Yeah.
On his little computer screen that I saw, the lady, you can see that it says he's checking 1 bag and it's going to have 1 carry-on.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he leaves and he's going to the terminal, he's got the 2 bags in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he goes to when he goes to security, he's got I think he's got 2 bags.
I thought he had 1 bag
Yeah,
by the time
he gets to security, he's got the 1 bag, and then he gets on the plane with the 1 bag, which makes you assume he checked that bag.
Yeah, I don't know when he had time to do that. It seemed like he was just running the whole time, but
Yeah. Well, at some airports, when you check your bag, there's a little, thing to the side from the counter where these guys are standing there with the big scanners, and you just give it to them, and then they'll get it on the plane for you.
Yeah, I've seen it.
But the other thing is, when you check into a flight that late, your bag doesn't get on the plane because the plane's already been loaded with luggage.
Right.
That's the thing. So usually they don't. I mean, if you're checking something, usually they don't let you check it if you're 5 minutes from departure because your plane's already done loading. But anyway.
The other thing worth noting is that ours was in line.
Oh, I love it. He's like, "You're opening your computer now."
God.
He was all over that episode. He was in
Yeah.
He was in line and he was somewhere else too.
Yeah, he was somewhere else.
It seems like they just put him in there just because he had just died.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's sad.
Yeah, and then we get to see him and blah blah blah. But just the fact that he was in line, right there. I mean, it didn't seem like it was that urgent. Like ours wasn't in a hurry or any, he was, I guess.
Oh, you mean, yeah, you're right. He should have been in a hurry. Because Hurley was supposed to be the last person on the plane. Oh, he was the last person on the plane, though. Because he had to go to the back of the line.
Yeah, he had to go back to the line, but it
He
seemed like
obviously, see, that's the thing. Hurley obviously had time. I mean, he made it. He just
Yeah.
made it. So I think Arntz was a little bit late, but not that late, you know?
Yeah.
But Hurley had to wait, you know, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he checked the bag. You know, a lot of people pointed that out as a continuity error, that he lost a bag, and the idea that he checked it really seals that up.
Yeah, I don't think it was continuity error. I think, well, I guess it could have been, but just the fact that on the screen it said he was checking one bag, and then at some point he just has, you know, just the one of the two. I think
Yeah.
he sort of checked that bag.
I guess that other one's gone forever.
The one he checked?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, who knows? They'll find it one day. It's got Twinkies in it.
But it shouldn't be on the plane, so it shouldn't have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
it
they
shouldn't
could.
be on the plane. It shouldn't be on the plane, but it, you know,
Yeah, I know. That's what I was just gonna say. It's probably on the plane anyway.
yeah.
He'll probably find it in the first episode.
So, you want to talk about Smokey?
Yeah, that's the big topic, the final topic, maybe.
We got 2 minutes.
All right, quickly, Smokey, what's his deal? What is the deal with this Smokey character?
What are you, Gilbert Grape?
Gilbert Grape?
Sorry.
Weird.
I don't know, man. What is the deal with Smokey?
So, you seem to. Okay.
I feel like I ran out of stuff to talk about. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know.
I just want
Smokey's
to talk. I
cool.
want to talk about the fact that he takes Locke.
There's a lot to talk about there. Sorry, I forgot.
So yeah, like that's the big thing that happens in this. Like in the previous episode, he just comes and scares him and stomps away or whatever.
Stomp.
Yeah, and then in this episode, he shows up again. Like Kate and Jack like see it, I guess.
They see it, do the little thing, the little traipsy jungle thing.
And she's like, "Yeah, I saw it." It seems.
I love that. Oh yeah, I saw that. You don't even have to ask me.
Yeah, that was good. It kind of reminded me of that thing with Claire, like screaming, like where she was like, "Yeah, I heard it" or whatever. It just seemed like an echo of that. But
It reminds me of the thing with Kate and the horse.
oh yeah, there's that too. Yeah,
They're always Kate's always around to hear and see stuff.
I guess so.
Because she's a mole.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say it ties in with the K's and mole theory. So then the monster attacks, right? And like everybody runs except Locke and Hurley. Hurley sort of stands there for a while. And then Locke like starts walking towards it.
Yeah.
Right? And then like a tree explodes behind him or whatever. And at that point, he sort of like falls on the ground, and then he starts like cowering.
Yeah,
like,
and basically you hear that. You know what's really weird is that, particularly in this episode, and I don't remember hearing this particular sound, but there's a cranking sound.
Yeah, I heard a lot of cranking. It
And-
sounded like a
and-
chain. Like
Yeah, like especially in the shot where the camera cranes over Locke, and it's sort of Smokey's POV.
yeah,
And it's like this like something is cranking the camera towards, you know, not the camera, but Smokey
Yeah.
towards Locke, and Locke is scared. And this is what was really weird, was that he was intrigued. You know, he stops running, he turns around, he drops his bag, and then he goes towards Smokey, and then, you know, like you said, the tree explodes, he falls on the ground, and then Smokey comes up to him and he gets scared,
yeah,
and then he like tries to run away, right?
yeah,
And then you hear this other cranking sound, and then like a trigger sound, like and then, you know, it catches Locke and drags him. And
Yeah.
to me, like, it was almost like someone was cranking some sort of like grappling device. Like you hear it cranking, and then you hear like a release thing, like it goes, and then it grabs Locke, and then you hear the cranking back as it pulls him.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm not saying that there was anything mechanical out there, but it was very weird how sort of real world that whole little scene was. You know, like with the cranking and like the little thing that pulls Locke back. You hear this cranking sound the whole time, as if something is being reeled up. Like there's like some rope behind on his feet that's dragging him. You know, and it's being reeled up. And I'm like, is that supposed to signify something? Like, is
I mean, I didn't see rope, but it was really quick when he got pulled.
Yeah, no, I didn't see rope either, and I don't know what was pulling him. But I'm wondering if like there's some sort of maybe even like cloaking type technology going on here. That because like basically what happened to Locke when he got dragged, you know, like I said, it could have been some sort of like grappling device, you know, because we heard it, but we just didn't see it. And I'm wondering if maybe even the others have some sort of cloaking type stuff that's going on. Maybe that's why they don't leave footprints and you can't really see them or something, you know. I don't know. And maybe, I don't know, maybe Smokey is some sort of implementation of that or something, or I don't know what, but it was weird. It was definitely weird. The big thing being why Locke was scared when Smokey came in his face.
Yeah.
And then when Smokey was dragging him in the hole, he's like, "Let me go, I'll be okay."
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, 2 seconds ago you were scared of this thing, and now now you don't think it's gonna hurt you.
Even though, like, yeah, it's dragging you down this hole. I mean, realistically, I don't see how he could not be hurt. Like,
that's the thing, like dragging you down a hole, even if it doesn't kill you, how do you think you're getting out of the hole?
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like a weird thing. Like and why was he afraid in the first place if he didn't think it was going to hurt him? And, you know.
And I'm thinking maybe it looked like fear, but maybe it was more, I mean, it looked like fear, but maybe it was like a surprise thing, because I feel like if this was the same thing that happened to Echo when Smokey sort of looked at him, you know, like, I guess that's the other thing. You know, Locke said he was being tested, and maybe, you know, maybe when Smokey came in his face, he was scared, and he basically sort of failed the test, because maybe Smokey showed him images from his past or something, and Locke didn't do whatever he was supposed to do or have the reaction he was supposed to have, and he got scared and whatever. And then
Echo. Sorry.
Well, and then he realized shortly, you know, a couple seconds later, when Smokey starts dragging him, that what that was really about. You know, maybe it scared him at first, but then he realized what it was really about. But with Echo passed the test in the beginning. Like, the Smokey came up to him, and Echo wasn't scared, and it flashed images from his past or whatever, and Echo was okay, and then Smokey just left. You know, so like Echo passed the test the first time, Locke sort of failed the test, but didn't realize what was going on, and then that's why he was thinking he was going to be okay, because he understood what this test was about.
So I just want to point out that, like, one of the first things Echo says after he faces down the smoke monster is that he wasn't afraid of it.
Yeah.
As if that was significant in why it didn't hurt him.
Exactly. I agree, because I think, yeah, maybe that was the thing. Yeah, like I said, I think it fits in. Like, Locke was scared of Smokey the first time, and then he realized he had nothing to fear, and so he realized that was going to be the key to not getting hurt.
Right.
But maybe Smokey had already decided to kill him at that point. I don't know.
Yeah. Now, I want to point out that in the official podcast, I haven't brought up that for a while.
The official who?
Yeah, but who remembers that? I'm ready for it to come back, guys. Come on.
Put your pants on.
Yeah, we're ready for a new season of Pants and Tomatoes. They specifically referred to that scene, and they specifically said that when the smoke monster encounters Locke at the end of season 1, which is this episode, it's a very different encounter from the one that occurs at the beginning of the season in episode 4. In particular, it's not happy with him at the end of this season. Whereas before, let him go, no problem.
Yeah.
So, like, I think this is an indication that Locke is on the wrong path at this point.
Yeah. I think it goes in what we were saying about the island wanting Locke to do something very specific, and he got sidetracked with the hatch.
Yeah.
And everybody, even Walt was saying, "Hey, you're on the wrong path, buddy."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Walt said it. Everybody's trying to warn him. Hurley says, "Don't do it," and he just plows on through.
I love that. He's like, "Don't do it." Like Hurley's ranting for like 20 minutes.
I know.
And
I know.
And it wasn't like Locke was about to light it and Hurley said it, and it was sort of too late because Locke had already sort of lit it. Locke waited a couple minutes, like he was waiting, listening to Hurley say, "Don't light it, don't." And then he basically decided, if I think he just basically said, "Okay, Hurley's telling me not to light this thing. I need to get in here. If Hurley comes over here with this compelling reason not to light this, they might not let me light this thing. Let me just do it now and ask questions later."
And he's like, after all this, I'm not going to not light it.
Yeah.
And he just wasn't going to accept. But it was ridiculous because Hurley did get to say it like 50 times before he lit it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I know you heard me. And he just decides, like, okay. And really, at that point is where, like, I was already not liking Locke as much, but at that point, he really lost me.
Well, if you think about it, I don't really know what, even if Locke had stopped to listen to Hurley, there's not a lot of things Hurley could have said, because even at this point, Jack wanted to open it, to put the people in there potentially. I mean, basically, all Hurley would have been able to say was, okay, there's numbers printed on this hatch, the same numbers I used, the lottery with, and it's been bad luck.
Yeah.
And for Jack being a man of science, nothing too compelling.
Right.
Like a bunch of happenstance and coincidence,
And Locke loves ignoring everybody.
And Locke would have ignored him anyway. So I think it would have delayed it for like a couple minutes, and they would have been like, well, we still need to get in here. We got to get the people.
Yeah.
But whatever.
I agree. Long term, he wouldn't have stopped it. But it just bothers me that he just lights it and sort of doesn't even give him a chance to explain.
Yeah.
It really annoyed me that he did that. I just didn't like it.
I think it's weird that, obviously we think about the show a lot and we catch, the little details and we read stuff on the board and listen to podcasts and all that stuff. So we're privy to a lot of the subtleties that most fans aren't. But it's really funny that, it's sort of obvious that Locke is on the Locke goes from being one on one path and gets off of the path and all this stuff, and which seems pretty important for his character. But the majority of the people who watch the show aren't going to get that. You know what I mean? Because the evidence of that is so subtle. Most people aren't going to say, "Oh, I love Lost," and man, and when Locke goes off the path, like nobody knows that. Nobody knows. Most people don't know that's what's going on if they don't take the time to delve into it. So it's really funny that they're spending so much time and energy with the different paths and what the island wants and stuff, when most people aren't gonna appreciate that.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the average Lost fan, I think, is just like, they know who the characters are, and they're like, "Oh man, I love when Hurley cracks wise.
Charlie's awesome.
He's a
I love
Stitch."
it.
And,
Don't look at. Are you looking at me, bum?
There's nothing I love more than a good Sun and Jen episode.
Aww.
It just makes me appreciate life, and They just get into the characters and they watch it like a normal drama. And like the mystery stuff that comes up, it's like, oh yeah, that's interesting, but they don't think about, it's just there,
Yeah.
I think it doesn't become the thing they obsess about. Like when we talk about stuff, like we spend like much more time talking about all these mysteries, and then the other stuff is what we call trivial stuff.
Yeah, the romance and the relationships can whatever.
Yeah, that's all like, yeah, whatever. So let me mention some random thing about this scene for no reason, but like that, I feel like most people are more focused on that, or at least that's what they like latch onto, because that's the stuff that's easy to grasp, and it's just like any other show.
Yeah.
With relationships and blah 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 crap changing, and so.
I also meant to mention that Jack was in seat 23B and Ayla was in seat 42F.
Oh God!
And I think B stands for boy and F stands for female.
Really?
No, well.
That's funny. It's weird that it's not G, but
Anyway, so I think there's a lot more to talk about Smokey in like another podcast.
yeah, I mean, I think Smokey's going to be back in season 3, and we'll get the chance to revisit this topic. And we probably didn't do enough with it, but I think we have addressed the main issue that occurs in this episode: weirdness with Smokey, the lock thing, So
yeah. And of course, in this episode, we see the bird, the big giant bird.
Oh, the Hurley bird, yeah.
Which in season 2, it's a lot more scary and greener looking and bigger.
And yeah, in season 2, it looks like a dinosaur bird, sort of.
In this one, it looks like a big eagle or something. But
yeah,
in season 2, it looks like a prehistoric. Like, that's the missing link between dinosaurs and modern birds, is that thing right there.
Yeah, it was really weird. It was weird to see it, because I really didn't remember it at all.
I didn't remember. It was such a trivial little thing. I didn't remember that at all.
I can't believe people were so obsessed with it.
I can't believe people thought it said Hurley.
Yeah, people are crazy.
Yeah.
They come up with the weirdest things. I'm amazed at when people latch on to weird things sometimes, too.
Like us.
They just see, like, some weird thing in the background and, like, oh, that explains it all. It's, yeah, I know, like us. You're right. I lose again.
Pay up, Monton. Give me your arm.
Oh,
Give
God.
me your arm.
Oh, God. So...
Spoilers?
Is that, yeah, time to do some spoilers. So, woo! It's been a long podcast. I'm not going to spend too long on this.
Thank you. Everyone thanks you.
This will be a short segment. I'm also getting to the point. What I'm about to say has, like, what's the word? It's spoiled me on spoilers. Like, I'm almost to the point where I don't want to know spoilers anymore.
I barely ever want to know spoilers. I like being surprised.
Me too. And I'm starting to think maybe we need to stop doing this. So let me read this post.
Anyone who doesn't want to hear spoilers, stop listening now. We're going to go in the spoiler section. Thank you for listening thus far. Go back to work. You've got an Excel spreadsheet to do. I know you do.
And I just want to say, strictly speaking, what I'm about to read does not contain spoilers. It's a post from someone affiliated with the show about spoilers. So.
All right, that's a weird qualification.
Yeah, so actually you could listen to this, but yeah, whatever. This is the spoiler section.
Yeah.
So, okay. So this is a response by Greg Nations, who is the Lost Script Coordinator.
That means PA.
So according to the Season 2 DVD, which I watched recently, one of this guy's jobs is maintaining this lost, like, encyclopedia, sort of like, all the facts that have occurred, so that if they say, blah, blah, blah happens, it doesn't contradict.
Yeah, those things are really important on shows.
Yeah. So that's one of this guy's jobs. Anyway, I just wanted to say that so people get an idea of who this is. So he has a good idea about what's going on in the show, and he's not involved in writing it, but he knows what's happening, and he's a behind the scenes guy. Anyway, okay. So someone asked him because we revealed in the last few episodes what who the first 4 episodes are going to be about. What the centricity is. And so someone asked him on the fuselage, why isn't there an Others flashback? Why is all this stuff about Claire and whatever, like Son and Jim? Like, I thought, this was going to be about the Others, blah, blah, blah. That was the setup, okay?
Okay.
Just so what I'm about to say makes sense. Okay, so here's what he said. The question of the development of the Others is really based on one thing: what you guys think is going to happen in the first 6 episodes. A good many of you have seen me lurking in the spoiler section, so I'm reading the same thing you are. Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, spoilers were leaked on the net that included episode titles, writers, directors, shoot dates, and roles for upcoming episodes. Fans were very smart and perceptive, and they were able to guess, weeks in advance, what the episodes were about. Much like a cop show, we were able to work backwards and figure out where the leaked information originated. There's a service that helps distribute casting breakdown information. We realized the information leaked was the information released in breakdowns. So, if we change the information in the breakdowns, maybe the foiler information would be leaked. And lo and behold, it was. So what do you think the moral of this story is? One guess could be that in 3 weeks, a lot of fans who think they know what's going to happen will find themselves lost.
Well, to me, I love it. I just love the show about 1 billion times more now. But I'm pissed that he said that. I wish that was something he said after the beginning of season 3. Like, I mean, I guess a lot of people aren't gonna. The people who are reading spoilers and believe them are the people who are gonna read that thing you just said.
Right.
And I really wish that's something that he wouldn't have said. I really wish, because it wouldn't have been so cool, so much cooler if we're like, oh God, we're gonna deal with a Claire episode, and we go and we watch the beginning of season 1, and we're like, holy crap, this is another flashback, or holy crap, this is, something crazy, and what happened? The spoiler said this, the spoiler said that, and then maybe he comes out and says this information. Then we're like, wow, like they played us the whole time.
Right.
And it's still somewhat impressive, but, now it's sort of, we're spoiled again, like, because now the thing that we thought was true that we shouldn't have known because it's a spoiler might not be true, and so we don't win either way.
All right, that's an interesting take. I want to point out a couple of things about this.
Okay.
First of all, he said foiler. I just think that's interesting.
You mean plural?
What?
What you said? He said spoiler?
No, he said foiler with an F for fake spoiler.
Oh, foiler.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I didn't know you said that word at all.
Yeah, I tried to emphasize it, and he didn't even react, and I thought that was weird.
I'm sorry. Read it again with the foiler. I didn't notice that you said foiler.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Are you basically saying the stuff that they created for the leak is the foiler because it's a fake spoiler?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're just saying he called it a foiler.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that he used this put an F and so it means fake that.
Yeah.
I just thought that was, because he's using it like we were using it.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely. Well, it is a foiler. It's a fake spoiler.
I know exactly. I like
that.
that.
Are you saying you think he listens to the Lost Lowdown?
I'm not saying I think he listens to Lost Lowdown, but let's just say.
Let's just say, Greg, you have 2 G's in your name because I just looked you up.
He does have 2 G's.
What that second G does, I'll never know.
I think 2 G's means his name isn't Gregory.
Oh. Who cares?
I think his name's just Greg. Not
who cares?
Gregory.
That's such a weird qualification. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. That's not the only thing it means, but I just think it indicates that anyway. Okay, so what he is saying here, as we said, is that sometimes they release fake spoiler information to these casting or whatever services.
Yeah.
And so some of this stuff that we've been talking about may not be true. And so I read this after I started to read other spoilers that were conflicting with the spoilers we've already given.
Ah.
So, and it threw me for a loop. It was like, episode blah, blah, blah is going to be a blah, blah, blah flashback. And I'm like, what? But, wait a minute. And this character's coming back, and then, what? So it was freaking me out, and then I saw a post, and someone was like, "Did you hear what Greg Nation said about spoilers?" And I was like, no, I didn't. And so so I had to go read it, and then once I read this, it just threw me for a loop. I was like, oh man, I don't know what to believe now. Like, I've got all this conflicting information, and then he's saying some of this stuff's fake. And so it started me thinking, like, man, wow, maybe I can have a clean slate and not read any more spoilers and not be spoiled on anything.
Yeah.
Like, maybe this can, like, save me from being spoiled. Because I'm starting to, like, not want to know. Like, it's
I
like,
mean,
I'm so,
it's a nice service for our Lost Lowdown fans, I think, to be able to hear spoilers for those who like it. I don't particularly like I mean, I like little things like, okay, episode 1's gonna be about Claire or something, or episode whatever, like little things like that don't really ruin the plot. I don't mind, but I don't really like big plot stuff. I'm not a big plot spoiler. Like, oh, Desmond's gonna come and do something. Like, I don't really like that stuff. So I mean, if you want, we can just not do spoilers. I'm sure people listen to us, not for our exciting spoiler section.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have a couple of new spoilers, but then again, I don't know. First of all, I don't know if they're real, and second of all, I feel bad about revealing them, especially one of them that, like, if it's true, is just really crazy.
Is this the thing about the numbers?
Oh, that's another can of worms. No, it's not.
Well,
it has nothing to do with the numbers.
You could always say a spoiler, and then we can, like, decide, like, guess if it's true or not. Like, oh, we don't. Nah, that sounds true. Oh, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
But I would like to hear these big things you're talking about, simply because they seem so big. But is it like? I guess I want you to tell me without telling me.
I know. I'm gonna say. I don't think I want to do those spoilers I have in mind. I can definitely talk about this numbers thing. That stuff is webmaze stuff. So you could call it a spoiler, but it's not a spoiler like this other stuff is.
You mean we found out something in the web, in the Lost experience that's a big deal?
Yeah.
Like, I want to know what it is.
To say the least.
Like that Hanzo is Jack's dad or something. Something big like that?
Yes.
Whoa. And is it supposed to be true, though? Like,
yeah, well, that's the question. The question is, how much of this is going to be used in the show? And I don't know the answer to that question. It is officially sponsored.
So is the Lost Diary.
True, but I will say they had Rachel Blake do that thing at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And that was with the real creators. The Lost Diary, I could say, is just an ABC thing.
Yeah, that's true.
They're actually participating in the online thing to some degree at least. So I'll say I don't know. But I'll say there's at least some evidence that it's true. But still, like, this stuff, I just want to throw it out there, and it's not stuff from the show. It's not stuff that's supposed to be on the show. It's just stuff that's come up in this Lost experience. So
But that's not the numbers thing you want to talk about.
It is the numbers thing.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a numbers thing. Yeah, the numbers thing. Yeah, it's not a spoiler. So there's this new orientation video that has been slowly.
So this is the big thing you didn't want to say, but you're gonna say it.
No, the thing I didn't want to say was spoilers about the episodes.
But you said there was a numbers thing that you're okay with saying, and then there's a big thing you didn't want to say, like big thing, like a Jack's dad being Hanzo type big thing.
Yeah. Oh, well.
So I just want to know, which one are you saying?
Actually, I'll say in terms of bigness, I guess it's not that big, but. It's
as
like,
big as Kate being a mole?
Yeah.
Does it make me not like Saeed?
I don't. That has nothing to do with Saeed.
As long as it doesn't affect my relationship with Saeed, I think we're okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's something from the last experience.
Do you feel better knowing it? Do you wish you didn't know it?
On some level, yes.
Okay. Then I don't think you should say it.
On some level, I do wish I didn't know it. It was more fun not knowing. And actually, on some level, I hope it's not true.
See, well, don't tell me that one.
Okay, so let me just say this. I won't say...
If any fans want to hear that thing Justin wants to talk about, email us at lostlowdown at gmail.com, and he'll tell you what it is. If anybody wants to know. I don't want to know, so I don't want him to say it on podcast right now. So
well, and I'll even tell you this. Pop over to YouTube and pull up the new orientation video.
Oh, go to YouTube, search for Lost orientation video, the new one, I guess.
It features Alvar Hanzo himself, and he reveals something that is, if true, is pretty big.
Is it? Oh, God. Does it have to do with, like... Okay, never mind. I'm going to go watch it.
You're going to watch? Well, if you're going to watch it, why don't I just say it? Or would you rather watch it?
I'd rather watch it.
Okay.
Maybe you misinterpreted it.
It depresses me a little bit, I have to say.
Is it because it's a revelation that means it's not as good as you would like it to be? Like it's a crappy thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that crappy, but it's just like, I wanted this to be more than that. Like, I wanted it to be crazy. It's sort of like the question mark, they go to the question mark and it's like, this hatch is like, oh, that was kind of cool, but I wanted it to be more than that,
Is it... Okay, but it's about the show in general. Like, it's a big overall thing about the...
Yeah.
Is this
definitely.
Okay? Now, is this the Lost Experience Sri Lanka orientation video? Is that what I'm looking for?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
That's the one.
Sissy French Fry catches middle work on camera in Sri Lanka while showing a nude. See, I gotta watch this. Like, I can't.
That's the second part. The first part is the orientation video, and the second part is that behind the scenes weird thing.
This says Act 3.
What?
This says the Lost Experience Act 3, so I don't know what Act 1 and Act 2 is.
What does that mean? God.
I don't know. This is what it says. Anyway, so tell me the other thing that's a big deal, but not that big a deal.
Oh boy, I don't even know what that is.
I guess that's the numbers thing.
No, the numbers thing. Well, the numbers thing has to do with this video. It's part of it.
Oh, okay. There was two things. There was a big thing you didn't want to tell me, and there was a numbers thing which you said you didn't mind saying.
No, I think the numbers thing. I think the numbers thing is the big thing I didn't want to tell you.
We've got it on audio. I can rewind.
No, well, maybe I said that, but
Okay.
but I think the numbers. I mean, I can't even think of a bigger revelation than the numbers thing. Or can I? Let me see. What else did he say?
Now, is this orientation video, apparently there's... You told me before they were releasing it in fragments.
Yes, it's complete now.
Okay, because I see 15 of 70 fragments, one of these, but this one is, I guess, the whole... Because this is a 6-minute thing.
You should get one that doesn't say any number of pieces because it's the whole thing.
Okay.
But of course, one warning: there is one of those things they love to do in those videos where it kind of jumps out at a key moment. So, but that's not a missing piece. That's just the way the video is.
Oh, yay.
So, yeah.
But it's 6.5 minutes.
Okay. What?
I mean, is that how long it's supposed to be?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds reasonable. I mean, it's probably it.
Dude, I don't know if I want to... I just sort of scanned through the video real quick. And I just saw images, and I don't know if I want to watch it.
Yeah, I would tell you that on some level I wish I hadn't watched it. because, well, yeah, for me, it's not as good as the show, you know, and I just, I like the stuff that I learned in there. I would rather learn in the show.
Oh God.
You know, if they show that video in the show, then I'll say okay, whatever. But for now, it's yeah. I mean, I hate I wish I hadn't told you about it.
I wish he hadn't either, because now I'm in a conundrum, because part of me wants to watch it, part of me wants to learn from your mistake and not watch it.
Yeah.
But I really don't see how this can really tie into the show too much if they're releasing this. Like if this was in the middle of season 3 when they released this, I could say, okay, well, maybe they're going to tie it in or something. But, you know, several weeks before season 3 starts, they have this big thing come out. Like, and I know the beginning of the episodes, shouldn't be about this thing, right? Here's a question. Does watching this video tie together any big theories or any big plot developments from season 1 and 2? Like, can you say, oh, okay, now that I watched this video, this is why this happened, and this is what the failsafe was, or this is what the numbers were about with the hatch? And I mean, does it answer questions like that, or is it more backstory type? This is what Darwin was doing on the island, and this is what blah blah blah.
It's more of the second thing,
Uh-huh.
but it does answer a question or two.
Can you tell me what question it answers? And then I can decide if I want to know the answer to that question. What's the biggest question it answers?
Probably the biggest question it answers is, what do the numbers mean?
Oh, God. That's a big question.
I know.
Like, does it tell you where they came from? Does knowing what they mean sort of tell you where they came from too?
Knowing what they mean ties in with where they came from. It tells you both where they came from and what they mean, and why they were being transmitted, why they were on the hatch, why blah 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 blah.
So basically, I can watch this video and never watch the show again.
Pretty much. Why bother? Why bother?
Why bother watching the show? And that's the thing, I can't, because the creators told us we'll never find out what the numbers are about. And now we get this video that tells us.
Yeah, it's depressing to me. The only thing I'm hanging on to right now is believing it's not true.
God. And it's not even a compelling reason, right? Like,
I think, realistically speaking, it's not awful. But just like I said, just like the question mark, I want more. I want more than that.
Well, another thing, I could see this maybe being, not to burst your bubble, because I hope for your sake it's not true too, especially for my sake, because I might watch it. But I'm thinking that because you said before that we're not going to be dealing with the others after the first part of season 3. So
you know what? And let me add to that.
It could have been a foiler.
The creators are just contradicting themselves left and right.
Really?
They say one thing one week, and then the next week they say something else. I've seen several quotes that say this season will be all about the others, and exploring
it's
them.
All others all the time.
Yeah, if back then they were like, yeah, there'll just be a little others at the beginning and then other stuff, and now they're saying this is the season of the others. And a while ago they were all like, oh, it's going to be all about romance and relationships, and now I hear them saying, no, it's going to be all about action adventure. It's just going to be like they're going to be exploring.
They just say, it's just like when JJ said season 2 finale was the best season finale ever written. They just say what anybody will print in a newspaper or a magazine or online. Like, they just want a quote, and they just want somebody to go, ooh, yay, it's going to be all about romance. Ooh, yeah, it's going to be all action adventure. And they'll just say, apparently, whatever. Like, who cares?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's been wildly inconsistent, and so at this point, I don't know what to believe. I mean, I think the first episodes are clearly going to deal with the others specifically. But will they stop after that? I don't know. Some sources say yes and some say no. So
I mean, I could see them wrapping up I mean, I think it's hard to wrap up the others in 6 episodes, but they could do it. And then, because with that break, I feel like you don't want a break in the middle of a cliffhanger. Like, well, I guess you want a cliffhanger, but it doesn't.
Oh, they'll have a cliffhanger.
Yeah, but it just seems like you would want to wrap up the big thing and then start on something fresh with the second part of season 3. You know, since you've got such a big break. So I could see them wrapping up the others, but the big cliffhanger and the big thing about the others, it ties into what's really going on the island, and then the show focuses more on the history of the island and the big statue and all the other stuff, and oh god.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be about that too. So we'll see how they juggle all that.
Yeah, it's going to be about everything.
Yeah, they just I don't know if they know what they're gonna do, but
well, so do you have any spoilers you actually want to tell us?
I don't know. I guess not. Well, oh man,
worst spoiler section ever.
Can I should I just give a spoiler just to have something to say?
No, I mean if you got some spoilers, say it. If not, you know.
I think episode 1, as opposed to being Kate-centric, is going to be Jack-centric.
Oh, no, that just rocked my world. It burst my bubble.
Yeah, Tale of Two Cities. And episode 2, that was supposed to be Claire-centric, may be Locke-centric.
Further instruction?
Yeah.
Ooh, that makes more sense.
It might be Locke-centric. But that's...
It might be
once again, it's conflicting sources. Episode 3 that's supposed to be Sun-centric is still supposed to be Sun-centric, so...
Oh.
Sorry.
Can't get out of that one.
Yeah. Episode 4 that was supposed to be Desmond-centric is now possibly Sawyer-centric. So,
They're the same person anyway.
So, okay, and one new spoiler... Episode 5 might be Echo-centric.
These are really crappy spoilers.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to give crappy spoilers because, yeah.
I mean, it's like episode 5 is going to be on Wednesday night.
Yeah, I know.
Episode 6 is going to be 8 o'clock. It's just like...
Oh, okay. Here's... So, and the ecocentric episode is supposed to be called The Cost of Living. So, yeah, anyway. I mean, that's about all I was giving away before.
And Echo, well, I guess we said it before, but I guess Echo's not dead.
Well, yeah, if this really is an Echo flashback, I mean, we don't really know that that's true yet. But yeah, no, I don't think he's dead.
You can't have a flashback unless the person is in there in real life because they got to be thinking of the flashback in order to have the flashback.
Yeah, I agree. Well, what I'm saying is there's a chance that that's not really his flashback episode.
Oh.
In which case, he wouldn't have to be. But I think he's going to live simply because...
Well, he's got to finish the church.
Yeah.
Maybe Michael can make a raft out of the church. Oh, he already left.
Yeah.
Maybe Jen will make a raft out of the church. Jen and Charlie.
They're gonna start again. Oh,
yeah,
God.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, wow. It was such a smashing success the other 2 times.
I know they blew up our raft, the second raft, but we saved this, and we saved this, and we salvaged that. It all just washed up on shore.
Oh, God. Oh,
man.
God.
Man, okay, so we're done, right, with the spoiler section?
Yeah, sorry the spoilers sucked, guys.
This is the worst section ever.
But I don't want to know spoilers and...
So basically, this is the end of the Lost Lowdown spoilers.
Yeah, I think we're done with spoilers. I mean, I think all I'll do in the future, once the show comes on, I'll do what I used to do. I'll listen to the official podcast and, stuff like that. I'm willing to throw out because they just throw out these little things. It's never like a big thing. So I mean, I think that's what the spoiler section will be in the future. But this whole thing of reading off blah blah blah. I gotta stop.
I was singing the funeral song.
Oh, that was the funeral song?
It's the death of the spoiler section.
Oh, God. Spoiler section was a section of few words. And so in that spirit, I say bye to you, spoiler section.
I was just going to say, because we're signing off, and there's not much else to say, right? So I'm just going to let the audience know that we will be doing one more podcast, at least one more podcast before Season 3 starts. It's going to be our Season 3 Gear Up podcast.
Vroom.
Gearing up for Season 3, where we will hopefully sort of recap big events in Season 2 and get us ready for Season 3, which is October 4th, right?
Yes.
October 4th, be there. Be there, because it's going to be good.
Yeah, you just have to be there.
You just got to be there. Even if you're working.
We're all going to be there. Oh, shit. I know. I knew I had something else to say.
No, jeez.
One more thing. Regarding the mural.
That was what it was. You had something to talk about the mural.
Yeah. This I can say.
This is a spoiler.
Sort of. It's a spoiler in the sense that, it's a spoiler. And
now I gotta wonder if I want to hear this.
Well, it's on the Season 2 DVD, so...
I'll hear it then.
You know, this isn't like Secret Agent Man says, blah, 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 you know. On the Season 2 DVD bonus disc, there's a segment, I think it's in Phase 1, but whatever, don't hold me to that. There's the 3 phases and whatever, you'll see. I think it's called Secrets of the Hatch. And not very aptly named. But basically they just talk about the hatch, the design of the hatch, what the hatch was originally going to be, which was something very different. And what it turned into and what blah, 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 blah. You know. But they specifically mentioned the mural. And apparently the guy who painted the mural is Jack Bender, who he's directed a bunch of the episodes. Mm-hmm. You'll see his name from time to time. And I guess he paints in his spare time. So he painted the mural, and based on what was said about the mural by him and by someone else, the mural was supposed to be painted by Desmond, and he said that basically he did it to sort of reflect Desmond's like mind state, being sort of stuck there for however long he was there and not being able to sleep and sort of losing his mind, and the numbers are there because he's inputting them all the time, and basically it was just supposed to reflect like Desmond's like crazy mind or whatever, but the idea was that was Desmond's painting. So I considered that a revelation as far as the mural goes.
It just dawned on me, I don't think I've said this before, but the boat that's on the mural must have been Rzinski's boat. Or I guess Desmond's boat, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Rzinski wasn't even around.
I meant Calvin when I said Rzinski, and
right.
then I really meant Desmond because it was his boat.
Originally, and then Calvin was going to fix it and leave. But...
Yeah, but it was, so that boat was Desmond's boat. That's what got him on the island.
Yeah. And so, like, Desmond didn't know shit about prophecies and all, so I don't think that's going to predict anything.
Yeah.
I think
I still think it's weird to have the two figures on there. I don't really understand what that's about. But...
Yeah, I don't either. They didn't explain everything. Like, they pointed out a few things, but they didn't explain, like... They actually zoom in on a few parts and say, this part means this, and this part means that. And...
Oh, that's funny. I just pictured it in my head. It seemed really weird.
Yeah. So, So whenever you or a member of the audience gets your copy of season 2 DVD, you can see what I'm talking. I mean, I'm not saying it verbatim.
Maybe it's like a foiler. Maybe it's like it's a bonus material.
Oh God, why is it fake bonus?
Because it's, I don't know. I guess it's real bonus, but it's in it. You know, maybe they're just saying that, but then it actually is going to come to something.
Yeah. All right. Well, you can cling to that, but. I think.
Well, regardless, whether or not he wrote that, I mean, obviously, I'll take his word for it that he wrote that with Desmond's mind. You know, it's supposed to be Desmond. It doesn't mean the writers of the show have to use that. You know what I mean? As their reasons for why it's there.
You're right. But I'm just saying, you know, it's people who are involved in the show saying this is what the mural was supposed to mean. The writers don't have to use it that way, but it's at least an indication of who painted it and why they painted it.
Did he mention why that mural looks like the stuff that Claire's boyfriend was painting?
No, he didn't, but someone asked that. I think Greg Nations answered this too.
Is it basically the same guy did him?
Yeah, he's a painter, so he's just got
that one style.
Yeah, he's just got a style he likes, and you know, I mean, they were spaced fairly far apart where we saw, you know, the two. So I don't know that he thought when he was doing that one like. It was probably like a year later if he was like, "Oh man, that other painting I did was too much like this," you know.
If he knew he was doing his style, he should have known that.
Yeah, he should have. You're right, but yeah, no, he said, yeah, basically he's the guy who does the paintings, so the stuff looks like his. So yeah. So anyway, I'm going to stick to, based on that, I'm going to use that as further evidence to stick to the idea that the mural is not going to sort of predict anything. I mean, we've got Walt exiting the island anyway. So, I mean,
on a boat.
Whatever, on a boat. Okay, is that part of the prophecy?
There would be a
and
child,
and
the chosen one will leave on a boat and never to be seen again. What a prophecy.
Oh, you know what I also learned?
You know, you keep bringing up things you've learned at the end of the podcast when...
Sorry.
Everyone wants to go to sleep.
I just forgot. I also learned that originally Vincent was going to be on the boat with Walt and Michael.
And why wasn't he?
Like, he was just going to, like, come out and be on the boat with them. And they edited it specifically to not show Vincent. So that, I guess so Vincent could still be on the island for some reason.
Because he's smoky.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be on the boat, so, you know, I mean, at some point they were going to have him on the boat.
They were like, okay, yeah, we'll put Vincent on the boat. Oh, we can't put him on the boat, he's smoky.
Wouldn't they have thought of that earlier?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
But remember, you're sticking to sometimes, right?
Yeah, so you gotta wonder why they would care that much to not have Vincent. I mean, damn, I'm tired of that dog, man.
I know, that's the thing, but he's not gone. So he's probably gonna be back.
Really?
Because they left the door open. But like a lot of people, I mean, I even wondered in that podcast, like, why Walt didn't even care about Vincent or whatever. But Vincent was actually on the boat with them. You just don't see him because of the way they edited it.
Maybe that's why Walt was hiding down there by himself, because he was hanging out with Vincent.
Oh, God.
I can't wait to see that scene again. He's just... Michael David Kelly's just waiting for his cue. Malcolm, sorry. He's just waiting for his cue. I think they cut to him too early.
Yeah, that was really weird.
I think they edited it a little weird, and so, like, because if they would have shaved a couple seconds, it would have been like he just pops out. But he's just, like, hanging out. Oh, I hear my daddy's voice, but I'm not going to move a muscle. No, I won't.
Yeah, and then he crawls. It just seemed weird. It seemed like he just appeared there. I don't know.
Why was what's his name? Vincent with Walt anyway? Like, how did Vincent get to Walt?
I don't know. Like, they didn't explain that. Like, basically, it's just like a behind the scenes, and they're like, yeah, we're shooting the scene where Michael, Walt, and Vincent sail away, and they don't explain how Vincent was supposed to have ended up there.
Maybe they realized it was a big sort of continuity thing, because, like, Vincent shouldn't have been around.
Like, I had a picture of Vincent just, like, running out of the woods.
Yeah, right. You know? Sailing, and then, like, the boat's leaving the dock, and Vincent jumps in slow motion just in time to reach it.
Oh, and Walt's, like, waiting with open arms.
Yeah. And then Michael's like, now we can go home.
Yeah.
Now we can go home.
Oh, God.
Or Walt Vincent jumps in Walt's arms, and Walt turns around to Michael, hit it, Daddy! And, like, he thrusts up the throttle, and, like, zoom away.
Oh, God.
Hit it, Daddy! And it's poignant because he calls him Dad.
Because he calls him Dad, even though he did that anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Wow. Yeah, he never didn't call him Dad. He was not even...
You're not my daddy, especially when I call you Daddy.
Yeah. Oh, except for that one scene.
I love that scene when, like, they're at the hotel room. It's the flashback. And
yeah.
Walt's, like, watching TV, and Michael's like, well, turn it down. And he cuts it out.
I know.
And he's like, I said turn that down. And then he's like, fine, I won't watch TV. I'll just storm out the room. And he grabs Vincent and walks away. And I just love when Michael's dragging him back to the room, and this guy comes out. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Nobody would have done that in real life. Come on. At least in America, people don't care. Like, I've seen those, like, it was like a hidden camera show where, like, they had, like, it's like some sort of show with police officers and about kidnappings, and, like, they would have little kids standing out in public and have, like, some man come and take them, and the kids saying, help, help, this isn't my daddy, and none of the people around do anything.
Wow.
Yeah, like, the kids are saying, I don't know this man, this isn't my daddy. And the people, I mean, some people stop and look, but they don't actually do anything. And they were making a point about kidnappings,
Right.
So it just, maybe people in Australia are kind, but
it was a hotel though, so
But that's the thing, like, to come out of your hotel to hear what's going on, like, I mean, I wouldn't do that. To go, like,
I wouldn't do that either.
Quick, I mean, if it was a long time, maybe, but it was pretty quick when he came out there.
Especially after watching Derailed.
I don't know what that means. Oh, because if you open your door, someone might come in and pretend to rape a woman who's just pretending to like you, so that...
Oh, God.
Oh, God. I don't know what your point is, but...
But they really do, and then you have to take revenge on when they end up in prison later, and... Yeah, I don't either. Never mind. I don't know what
it was a good movie, though.
I'm half delirious. Yeah, it was good, if you like...
You're half delirious and all crazy.
Yeah. Oh... Yeah, so I think I'm actually done now.
Wow, folks, he's actually done gabbing. Look at that.
Sorry.
Gabbing
I just had to get those things out.
You took our 4-hour podcast to 5 hours.
Oh, man.
Maybe you can edit it down. There was a lot in there we can edit out.
Well, yeah. Well, I've got one edit to make at least. So...
Was that when I disagreed with you?
Yeah, that part's got to go.
That part's coming out.
Yes. Well, it's like... Yeah, so I think Danielle's crazy. I think Danielle crazy, too. Thank you. I'm glad you agree.
The funny thing is that you just did that, because that was ridiculous. But I got what you meant, and it's funny. Thank you and namaste.
What?
No. Cool. We're done.
Wait. What do you say? I don't understand your last sentence.
I said thank you and namaste.
No. The sentence before that.
Oh. I was laughing because you just reenacted you cutting together me agreeing with you. Then that was funny, and I just can't believe you did that.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought there was something more to that.
No, that's it.
I thought I caught something deeper.
Because I barely understood what you were saying. That's why. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Okay. Never mind. I won't explain it any further. But
please. We have to.
Any other quick comments about anything generally, like in terms of anything?
Season 3's coming soon. Season 2 DVD's out. There's a lot of stuff on there. You should watch it.
We should thank DJ Mr. Monkey MD.
The winner! Woo!
He's not only a DJ, he's not only an MD, he's a monkey.
And a man.
Well, he's a male monkey at least. Right? Could you call him?
Yeah, I guess so. I've never known monkeys to go by Mr., but...
Michael Jackson had a monkey, Mr. Bubbles.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Good point.
Yeah, it wasn't Mr. Bubbles. So, yeah, I just convinced you. Isn't that cool?
No, I was kidding. I know it wasn't Mr. Bubbles.
Oh, we'll see how...
What am I, stupid?
Well,
Jeez.
You're gullible, though.
Yeah, I am gullible. You're right. I could have believed that, but I didn't.
Anyway... edit that out to make it seem funnier, please.
Okay, sorry.
Trim that up. I think there's some humor in there that editing can bring out.
Yeah.
But anyway, congrats. He won the first Lost Lowdown Trivia Contest Sweepstakes giveaway.
First. I'm glad you said first. Oh, that implies there will be more.
I know. I almost said first and last, but... there might be more, so I think that's it. Thank you and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.